Hot Springs, Arkansas. Biggest day of the season so far. You know this trainer will be involved. Steve Asmussen, North America's all-time leading trainer, running 2 colts in today's main event. Carbone, undefeated, untested. Just how good is he? And Otto the Conqueror, fast, talented. Does he have what it takes to win the Southwest Stakes? Why is this in Southwest so important? Because the winner is one step closer to the Run for the Roses, a race the coach knows all about. Dwayne Lucas, 4-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, sights set on Louisville again, this time with Just Steel. And in New York, Aqueduct Racetrack, more Kentucky Derby hopefuls. Light line, 8-5 morning line favorite in the Withers Stakes. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome inside our Oaklawn studios. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. As you just saw, the rain is falling outside, hence the indoor set. But here's the story. Over the next 6 hours, you're going to see 25 live races. And while the main event here at Oaklawn, of course, is the Southwest Stakes, and at Aqueduct, it is the Withers, not the only stakes races you'll see. The rundown. Here, it's back-to-back, to-back-to-back. King Cotton, Martha Washington, American Beauty, and Southwest. At Aqueduct, 2 more stakes races. Tampa Bay Downs, another pair. Buckle up, that kind of afternoon on America's Day at the Races. As I welcome in my co-host, the 2007 Roberto Clemente Award winner, Paul LaDuca. Paulie, great to have you on set. What are you most excited about? What are you most looking forward to today?
Well, I think I'm most looking forward to a lot of different implications towards the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby today. I mean, that's not including, we're not even including Fierceness, obviously, who's going to be running at Gulfstream Park today. But I think the 3-year-old pitcher on both sides, the girls and the boys, will get a little bit, clearer today heading towards the first Saturday in May.
So much to get to. We have on-site coverage all over the country. We'll say hello to everyone in just a moment, but first things first, the opener here at Oaklawn. Horses on the track. We have a sloppy track. Arkansas-bred maidens, 3/4 of a mile sprint field, and odds on the left with an odds-on favorite, number 8. No coincidences, Paul. Trustworthy, the odds-on favorite, or did you go in another direction?
Well, I went in another direction. This horse did run really well first time out of Gray here for Ron Moquette, and just got ripped at the wire late in the late stages. Now, Joel Rosario will be aboard. I just don't know about 4 to 5, especially in these Arkansas-bred races. It's really tough to repeat those type of efforts. Now, the 1 in here has had a lot of chances running in the streets, but the horse does have better numbers than the 8. The 8's only had a 1-number race, so I think the 1 might be a little bit better at 5 to 2. I thought the 4 Blue Ember for Greg Compton was a horse last time, got left, ran in spots. I know the buyer number's low, but I think the 4 is the long shot in here at 11 to 1. But I would probably, of the favorites, lean towards the 1.
We're not getting the price we did on the Ron Moquette runner we did in yesterday's first race that paid $52. Moquette looking to strike here in the opener, but with an odds-on favorite and no coincidences for Rialto Racing as they file into the gate. First of 12 on this rainy Southwest Stakes Saturday. With the call, Matt Duneman standing by. It's post-time race 1 Oaklawn live on Fox Sports 2.
They've loaded Street Painter, Blue Ember coming up to the gate. Blue Ember goes in. Melania T, Wildwood Queen, Hulu, and just a couple more runners to round out the field, predicting to the outside post. And we may have a slight delay here. Number 2, Lady Woo Pig was the one who's acting up in the gate. That's the 2, Lady Woo Pig, who is acting up in the gate. The rider of the 1, Francisco Arrieta, has hopped off, and they've backed out both numbers 1 and 3. So we're going to have a slight delay here into the running of this race. They're backing out the runners now. That was number 2, Lady Woo.
So it looks like running with Streets. Do we know, is she out yet? Is this official just yet? Anyone inside? Maybe. Francisco Arrieta. Frustrating couple of days for him. He's supposed to ride Maycox Bay, the favorite in the Southwest Stakes. Winds up spiking in temperature. He is out of the Southwest, and now, while getting ready to ride Running with Streets here in the opener, acting up at the starting gate, and a slight delay before race number 1.
It looks like we have a minute. It looks like the 1 was kind of like awkwardly in the gate. It looks like they got him out of the gate, and I think the state vet's gonna take a look at him.
The 1 is out. 1 is out. Running the Streets is out of this first race at Oaklawn Park. So they have backed them all out. They will take a moment, reload, and while we have a moment, let's take a look at the America's Best Racing race of the week. It is the Southwest Stakes, $800,000 purse. Again, the morning line favorites out. Number 1, Maycox Bay. Wide open, 42 Derby points available, 20 to the winner. And so now, number 5, Winstock Bay, the lukewarm 5-1 morning line favorite, make it 4-1. The California Invader, Paulie, his latest last December. Winstock, yeah, he was 13-1 that afternoon, going wire to wire in the Los Alamitos Futurity.
Yeah, you never really see a lot of horses for Bob Baffert at 11 or 13-1, but they had bet a Phil D'Amato runner that day who did run second. And I thought this horse showed a lot of guts. You know, most of the time you see Bob Baffert horses, they usually break, or they're in front and they re-break and keep on going. This is a kind of a grinding effort. I liked that this horse actually went to his wrong lead, then came back to his right lead when he right there and engaged and kept on going. And if you watch the gallop out, he had his ears up a little bit at the end of that race. And this is the kind of horse that, like I said before, a New York bred that they paid $700,000 for by Salamini. So I think that Bob's thinking, okay, let's see what we got here and see if we can get towards the Preakness, obviously not towards the Kentucky Derby, and then we can go towards New York bred races.
For Bob Baffert, Winstock not eligible for Kentucky Derby points. The suspension continuing from Churchill Downs. We'll discuss a little bit later on why this is different, a third consecutive year for Baffert, but this year you won't see any of his Derby prospects moving to other stables. Now an update. So Running the Streets is in. Number 1, Running the Streets is in. Number 2, Lady Whoopig, the scratch just before the start of this Southwest Saturday at Oaklawn Park. Number 2, Lady Whoopig, the Lake Scratch, the odds-on favorite. Number 8, no coincidences. Our apologies for the confusion. We will try this once again. Matt Dinnerman, take 2, first of 12 from Oaklawn.
Adamantly. 2 back, Wildwood Queen. And then Predicting to the outside. Here's Predicting. Looks like Hulu still working with her to go in. Now she's in. Now we wait on Predicting. 12 races today, including 4 stakes races with an all-stakes late pick 4 races 8 through 11, but also we've got races 9 through 12 in the very late pick 4. So a lot of good betting opportunities today. We're ready to go in the opener. We're off and running on Southwest Day 2024 at Oaklawn Park. Hulu gets the first call of the afternoon, isn't quick enough to go to the front. No coincidences. She's on the lead. Q's Your Mama, the second choice, running in the second position. Another length to Hulu. She's alongside Adamantly. Wildwood Queen inside of that pair, claiming third, all the way a joint second with about a half mile to go. Street Painter, Blue Ember, the 2 grays are next. Melania T racing alone, must be about 9 or 10 behind into the turn. Running the Streets third last. Air Castle right behind her. And the trailer is Predicting as they round the 4 turns. Second time starter. No coincidences. Leads the way by a length and a tail. Q's Your Mama sent after her from second. Wildwood Queen third as they round the turn. She's 2 lengths behind on the fence. Then Hulu needs to get going. So does Adamantly. Running the Streets is making up ground now. Still has 6 lengths to gain as they come down the lane. No coincidences. Still the one to reel in. Q's Your Mama in the career debut has run a good race today, but she's left behind in second as no coincidences. And Joel Rosario turn it on in the final 16th. And the 3-year-old filly facing older dominates and breaks her maiden in the Southwest Day opener. No coincidences by 4. Running the Streets was second. Q's Your Mama holds third. And then Wildwood Queen, who checks in fourth.
Odds on 4 to 5 and performs accordingly. No coincidences. Graduates in her second career start. Back-to-back days that Ron Moquett wins the opener at Oaklawn and the start of what could be a big afternoon for star jockey Joel Rosario.
Yeah, good job here by Joel. Just cleared this field like this filly did last time. Had to do a little bit more last time, and I think that was the key. The one had a lot to do. I thought ran a brave little second here. And let's keep in mind that, you know, Joel Rosario might have a nice little day coming up today. This ran to form, looked like 8-1 on the form, and that's where we ran.
Easy win, no coincidences. We mentioned Joel Rosario. He'll be teaming up quite a bit with Steve Asmussen this afternoon. Asmussen, who will be looking for a 4th win in the Southwest Stakes, going back to Silver Prospector and Tapiture. All the way back in 2002 with Private Emblem. He has a pair in the Southwest, Carbone and Otto. The Conqueror earlier today, Richie Migliori at the Asmussen stable.
Yeah, finding a little cover back here at Steve Asmussen's barn on the backstretch at Oaklawn Park. In fact, his barn is the Curlin for one of the greatest horses that he ever trained. It's 2 colts today, Out of the Conqueror and Carbone, both very talented. Out of the Conqueror, a bit more seasoned, and he comes off of back-to-back wins and off-going, and he's a colt that's shown an ability to fight. He does not like to be passed. Steve Asmussen thinks that he'll be ridden into the race by Joel Rosario. He's a very laid-back colt, but with his post position, needs to get his position going forward. Carbone has shown a lot of natural speed, should be forward. Steve thinks that being outside gives him a little bit more options, and he thinks he could even stalk from the outside. He's got a great mind. He said both colts worked and off-going here in concert together, both very easily, got over the ground beautifully. Steve's very happy with both of them. And it is Carbone, by the way, guys. It means charcoal in Spanish, named by Corinne Heiligbrodt for his color. And both colts were started in Laredo, Texas, with Marilyn and Keith Asmussen, Steve's parents, and they turn out a good product. These horses have good minds, and both of these colts, as much natural speed as they have, should be tractable. It'll be interesting to see at the end of the day who comes out on top.
Race shape is everything in the Southwest this afternoon. As you mentioned, Carbone, Out of the Conqueror, they're both quick getting out of the gate. What are you looking for early in terms of race shape in the Southwest?
Well, it's going to be very interesting what happens. You know, Carbone's undefeated, and when you look at the other runner for Steve Asmussen, the horse is a length short for being undefeated as well. He has 2 horses in there that are 5 for 6 lifetime combined. So I think Carbone is so quick out of the blocks. He's a very, very good gate horse, so I don't think they're going to take that away from him and go to the front end. Out of the Conqueror is going to be very interesting where he lays, but you cannot argue with his form. He's been right at the wire in all of his races.
Exciting addition to the Southwest. The next step towards the Arkansas Derby. Race number 11, post time around 5:50 Eastern. Today's races, all of them, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Lots going on. 1 down, 11 left from Oaklawn, Martha Washington, Southwest Kentucky Oaks, Derby Preps, Aqueduct races 3 through 10. Cross Country Pick 5 starts the Toboggan. Race number 8, Tampa Bay Downs 6 through 10, featuring the Endeavour and Tampa Bay Stakes. As always, it's 25 live races, man, in like 6 hours. Yeah, buckle your chin strap. And as always, get involved. Play with us at Naira Bets. And when you do so, use that promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. As mentioned, we are all over the place. Let's start with our crew in New York. Maggie Wolfendale, Sarah El-Badwi standing by. Maggie, this set was made for you. Like axe throwing right there. I'm telling you, this chair right here, made for you.
Liffy, don't get me started on the axe throwing. As I said, I was a huge disappointment to myself. But hey, I'm sorry about the rain there. We've got sunshine, though, here in the Big Apple. As really looking forward to today's card, Sarah, we have 2 graded stakes on the program, including the Grade 3 Withers, another prep on the road to the Kentucky Derby.
And it'll be interesting to see how all of these horses match up against each other. A couple of them have faced each other in the past, and we have Lightline as our favorite here, finished second to Carbone in his last start.
Exactly. Brad Cox well represented, as he usually is in these 3-year-old prep races, and he will be represented here in New York as well out at Oaklawn. Let's take a look at the 8-5 favorite here in the Withers. I thought a really good effort last time out, Sarah, in that December 31st race. As you mentioned, Carbone, Carbone had the run of the race, whereas we saw Lightline, he got off a bit slow. Now watch this move here that he commences beneath Flavia Pratt.
He just started passing horses so rapidly towards the outside with this wide, sustained bid, and this is something different that we had not seen from him in his prior races. He had been much closer in his 2 starts previous to this, but now they're seeing a different sort of running style can be successful with him as he now gets himself into contention at the top of the stretch in here and does his best to try to run down Carbone, who, as you mentioned, had everything his own way on the front end. So I think this was a very promising start for him to finish second to this horse, leading him to be your morning line favorite today's upcoming Withers.
Yeah, and I totally think the argument can be made that he actually ran the best race in that December 31st meeting. And Brad Cox's trainer saying that he is a very good looking physical, that he should really relish anywhere from 1 1/8 miles to 1.25 miles. Looking forward to him coming up, trying that 2-turn Withers today. We do have race number 3, though. It's a optional allowance for the New York bred fillies and mares. Big defection of the main speed, Peak of Chic. She's out, and we'll start things off here with a post parade with the horse who is likely to take a lot of money in number 1, Temperamental.
Did finish third to Peak of Chic in her last start. Her big win a couple races ago was benefited by the racetrack. We'll see if she can do well on a fairer surface today.
Will the real Timely Conquest please stand up? She's taken a lot of money. Those first 2 races make her a winner.
You can excuse the race 2 back, but her race last time, very disappointing.
Eros's Girl, she will step up in class today.
Her best running has been done more so at Finger Lakes.
Harlan's Bond coming in off a win.
She also had the run of the racetrack last time with that nice outside position. We'll see if she can face better and get the job done today.
8-year-old Mare Ruve is in time. It's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle.
Her recent races on turf perked her up a little bit, but it seems as though her overall dirt form has been in decline since some of her better races in the past.
Well, we do have 3 minutes to post to the 3rd race here at Aqueduct, as we will talk more about Brad Cox, an embarrassment of riches, as we'll talk more about his charges in the Southwest, including Awesome Road coming in off a bit of a layoff. Disappointing. Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As we do have horses heading in line for today's third race here at the Big A. And Sarah, 6-5 on Temperamental. She can have some forward pace, but number 2, Timely Conquest, will they use her early pace today?
Well, it didn't work not using it last time, so perhaps a change of tactics could benefit her today if she's forward, and maybe she gets to be a little bit more brave on the front end in here. It's a more compact field, and perhaps she can take advantage of having some forward position.
And we've seen her rider Trevor McCarthy be aggressive in the past. The first time he will climb aboard her today. We'll see what shakes out early on in this race. Could have a good telling of what we'll see at the wire as we send it up to Chris Griffin for the call of race number 3 from the Big A.
Goes in, all set. And they're off. Ruby's in Time is asked for speed, but Timely Conquest is quickest. It's Timely Conquest right out to the front, is up by a clear length now, and Ruby's in Time. Luis Rivera Jr. is going to join this leader, is going to stalk within 3/4 of a length of the leader. At the rail is Temperamental, and Dylan Davis, they're going to track from third. Then comes the gray, that's Eros' Girl. The one at the back, that's Harlan's Bond, but is only 2 off the lead as they work up the backstretch and reach 4 furlongs left to go. Timely Conquest has got the lead. It's Timely Conquest. Trevor McCarthy doing it nicely enough. Still about a half length in front of Ruby's in Time, who now makes a move here from second. Waiting for room is Temperamental at the rail in third. Eros' Girl is all in and losing some ground as Harlan's Bond is trying to launch from the back, is making up some late ground, but 23.58 for that controlled opening quarter mile. And they haven't caught Timely Conquest. It's Timely Conquest who's led throughout. Timely Conquest now kicks away. Temperamental is in the clear and is ready to chase. And here comes Temperamental after Timely Conquest. It's Timely Conquest still up by a length and a half. Temperamental is making it closer though inside the final furlong. Timely Conquest trying to gut it out. Temperamental just can't make up the ground. It's Timely Conquest still kicking clear, and Timely Conquest is going to take them gate to wire. Timely Conquest wins it. Then Temperamental, Eros' Girl finished third in 1 minute 12 and 3.
Same track that she got in her debut, which resulted in a win. Muddy sealed surface, Sarah. Trevor McCarthy taking no prisoners from the start.
And he made the right call with a horse that had not been as forward in her last race, leading to a disappointing result today. More compact field, inside post position, just go and hope for the best. And it ended up working out for him. Temperamental giving a little bit of chase, maybe making things a little bit exciting in the later stages, but she just had enough left to be able to continue on and secure the victory.
It looked like a 2-horse race going in. It resulted in the same as Timely Conquest, a comfortable winner by about 2.5 lengths in the end. Gets the win for trainer Mark Hennig with Trevor McCarthy aboard for Commonwealth Stable. Back over at Oaklawn, we saw their first race. I struggle a little bit with the time differences there, if you haven't noticed yet.
You're speeding them up.
They do have a lot of races on the card today. Is no coincidences. Another formful race to kick things off here on the program at 4-5 gets the win for trainer Ron Moquette over the second choice, number 1, Run in the Streets.
And one in the same type of way. Forward ride by Joel Rosario was able to go gate to wire.
Well, that's 2 tracks down. We got a third one coming up. Tampa Bay Downs. They have 2 greatest stakes on the turf. We'll dive into the Endeavour after this break as Chad Brown looks to win his 5th.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
$1,200,000 right there. $1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
in the Pilgrim Stakes. They come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Just check out NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get it all started as we head out to Tampa Bay Downs and welcome in Acacia Clement. Acacia, good stakes coming up on the turf there. You're the only one with the green stuff there. But Chad Brown sending out consumer spending as he looks to win a 5th Endeavour.
It's pretty impressive, Maggie, and this is fun. Usually I'm throwing to you reporting, but happy to be here once again at Tampa Bay Downs. And as you mentioned, Chad Brown with a strong hand in the Endeavour coming up. It's Turf Champions Day at Tampa Bay Downs with 2 graded stakes on the turf, as we'll get a chance to see consumer spending. 1 of 2 in here for Chad, who will also send out Implicated, and he will try to get consumer spending back on track. We saw her in Saratoga in the Boston Spa, and those of us that were in New York in the summer remember it was quite a rainy summer, unfortunately. Thus, the turf was not really firm that day. And Evie Jets, who won that Boston Spa, hugged the rail, and consumer spending just had a nightmare trip. Nowhere to go, blocked several times. It looked like she was full of run and just really never really seemed to be comfortable and was up against it. Then went up to Woodbine, also a very rainy weekend and some very soft turf where it seemed like the closers were struggling to kick on, and she just didn't fire in that Grade 1 EP Taylor. So she'll try to get back on track and see if she can do so for Chad. And looking forward to the 2 graded stakes today. There's also a late pick 5 carryover. And with all the Derby preps going on around the country, Maggie, next week for the Sam F. Davis will be when Tampa has its turn to put the 3-year-olds in the spotlight.
Acacia, I hope you get the great weather yet again. Oaklawn, we can't say the same as it is very wet out there. Sloppy and sealed, though we do have a nice day on tap here at the Big A. Acacia, great job down there. Looking forward to catching up with her a little bit later as we'll get to race number 2, Sarah, at Oaklawn. Allowance race going the 6 furlongs. I thought a fairly interesting field, though 2-1 currently on number 7, Favorite Outlaw. Won the $75,000 non-2 life after aggressive handling by Ramsey Zimmerman. But is he going to be able to secure a clear lead again today? I'm not so sure.
I don't think so. It looks like there's other speed types signed on in this race towards his inside, and this might be a tougher field overall. And this is a horse that has the propensity to finish second more than he does win in his career. 12 lifetime starts, 7 seconds, only the 2 wins overall. This is not the type of horse I love to bet at a short price.
Well, they are about to make the famous turn and kick off our post break. A horse I'm really interested in. I don't know about you, but number 1, B Sud, had trouble last time out and just wired by Faithful Ruler.
There was traffic in that start. He's definitely one to keep your eye on.
Coming out of the same race, Cold as Hell, broke a touch slow that day, though.
This is a horse that likes to be forward, and with a better break, likely to get more forward position.
Here's an Archie Bred that could be the speed of the speed from the inside.
I agree. Stepping back up into open company should be forwardly placed.
Bohemian Bow, that is. And here's number 4, Summer in Malibu, coming off a win.
He was able to translate that turf success to the dirt and get the win last time. Waters are deeper here.
Coming in from Fairgrounds after declared a non-starter is Camp Daddy.
Even though he unofficially did finish second in that race, so maybe with a fair start would have gotten the win.
Yeah, his last 2 have been good. Is number 7, Favorite Outlaw, your current favorite?
And I understand from buyer speed figure standpoint, he has some fast numbers, but this is a tougher spot.
Started from the bottom, comes in here, has to do a bit better, but returns to the dirt.
His last dirt race wasn't bad at Fairgrounds, over a sloppy sealed surface as well.
Here's one that's hoping they do some hitting up up front, Juilliard turns back.
His last couple of races haven't been the best, but if you go back, he has some that could compete.
And his last win came sprinting as number 11, Life is a Banquet, adds a little bit more speed, too.
Maybe a step up in class, as this one has been firing at some lesser-known circuits other than Oaklawn.
Joel Rosario looking for another win as Secret Pocket completes the field.
And was a winner last time out and is still fairly lightly raced in comparison to some of the others in this field that we've seen quite a bit of.
Well, we need to check in with our man on the scene. I know Richie's brave enough. He's got to be outside, right? No, you let me down, Meg. Come on, man. Well, Camp Daddy, go ahead.
You can be brave, but you also can be smart. I mean, it's raining pretty steady out there, so we set up shop up here in this beautiful box seat right above where the horses leave the paddock. So I'm getting a good kind of bird's eye view of everything. Maggie, I know you're familiar with it. I'm going to have to be outside later, though. And this is your weather. This is usually what you bring, and I get to, enjoy being inside. Not today as much, but Camp David, to me, makes a lot of sense here. He's a horse that's 1-for-1 and off-going. He's got a style that I think is going to fit this race, although we did see No Coincidences, who was very well meant for Ron Marquette, go gate to wire in the opener. And we got to give Kevin Seymour and his crew, the track superintendent here, we've had a steady, drenching kind of rain, and this track is in great shape. They got a good seal on it. They're running over the top of the ground, and they've had to deal with this inclement weather the entire meeting, so they're doing a really terrific job. I thought Camp David just being, versatile and being able to come from off the pace. You get Christian Choras, who's your leading rider, and I think he's going to sit the right kind of trip. Favorite Outlaw is very quick. Ramsey Zimmerman is a rider that shows a lot of commitment to allowing horses to show their speed. He's unwavering in that commitment, and I think this horse is going to show high speed. He's taking money as well. The 3-horse Bohemian Bow is the other speed, and when you handicap races, I think you've got to handicap not only horses, but jockeys. And Julian Leperoux, who I think has been riding in very good form, and I think his confidence level has really risen. I think it was a really good move for him to come to Oaklawn Park this winter. He's less of a send-em rider, if you will, than Ramsey Zimmerman. And sometimes it's like an elaborate game of chicken. Who's going to blink? And I just think Ramsey Zimmerman will be on a hard send to try to make the lead with Favorite Outlaw. And it could set things up for Camp Daddy, who is 7-2 now. And I think that's a very fair price, guys.
I was just asking Sarah, Richie, Ramsey Zimmerman has a taxi service, and I feel like it's called Send'em or Send or something like that. It's well named, given that Ramsey owns it, because he is that send him and try to hold him off type of rider.
And it's a move that usually can work pretty well at Oaklawn, and maybe the first race some sort of indicator of how we might see races play out going through today's card. Of course, too early to make any judgments, but I feel as though overall for the meet, it has been a surface that has been pretty fair, even given all the types of weather that they've had to endure. So as Richie mentioned, of course, props to all of the track maintenance for keeping the surface as fair as possible through the early start of the meet.
And they're certainly not dealt an easy hand, because they deal with all kinds of weather on a track that, I think it's easier to deal with tracks that you're throughout the year constantly working, because you know them and they're constantly getting used. This track for 6-7 months of the year isn't necessarily being worked. So I find that they're starting an uphill battle from the onslaught, and they just get all different types of weather too. And because it's on a natural preserve, they can't work it too much either, with different things that they can put on the racetrack. So job well done to them. As we are approaching post time here, what did you think about this race? I mean, we talked about the pace. Do you think it plays well to a closer here?
I think so, and I think a horse that you touched on very briefly in Bisa, the number 1, is one that actually ran well in his last 2 starts at double-digit odds in both of them. And he's a horse that did have some traffic trouble in his last race as well. And while he was a bit of a higher price on the morning line, I think bettors probably attuned to the fact that it looks as though on paper there's going to be some pace in this race, and he's perhaps one that can lay just off of it while saving some ground and find a spot to close in into, because he's sort of moving in the right direction. Those last 2 races, some decent numbers that do make him competitive with this field, and you're getting a very fair 6-1 right now.
Yeah, and he's one too that now Johnny Ortiz has him third off of that claim. Like we said, he's run well in both of his efforts for the barn. And two, it feels like Johnny's horses may have gotten off to a slow start in that first month, but it feels like things are starting to turn around, and some of those good efforts are now resulting in wins.
I agree. I think he's poised for a big meet as time goes on. A little bit of a slow start, as you mentioned, but some good horses coming his way as things go on.
All right, we will see what shakes out here in this allowance race. Will favorite Outlaw be the speed and take him all the way? Let's see, as Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Round out the field. 10 runners voyaging 3/4 of a mile, 6 furlongs. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all the runners in the race. There's a battle for the lead early on. Bohemian Beau's going to take back with Favorite Outlaw. Now Bohemian Beau strides forward to challenge. Favorite Outlaw on the outside. Bohemian Beau a little bit quicker. And Bohemian Beau kicks on now to a length and a tail lead on Favorite Outlaw, who runs in second. Started from the bottom, running in the third. Juilliard next. And then comes Cold as Hell, the gray horse, fifth. 5 lengths off the pace, approaching the 4-turn run. There's a gap of 3 lengths further back to Summer in Malibu. B-Sud rides the rail around the 4-turn run. Life is a Banquet shaken up outside of that pair, and a length and a half to the last pair. Secret Pocket and Camp Daddy well behind now. They round the 4-turn. Bohemian Beau's got a narrow lead. Cold as Hell trying to make a move on the inside. Couldn't get through. Favorite Outlaw now swarms that early leader, Bohemian Beau. Favorite Outlaw off the turn. Bohemian Beau back in second on the fence. Tries to come back. He's fighting on, though. Cold as Hell right behind. 4 outside. Here comes Secret Pocket at a big price. And Secret Pocket at 39-1 has hit the lead with a 16th to go. Secret Pocket, Francisco Arietta, they're going to pull it off. Secret Pocket comes home strong in the slop. Won by about 2. Second started from the bottom. And then B-Sud and Juilliard.
Upset City here from the far outside. Secret Pocket, Francisco Arietta with the win here. He was second in the first race. Gets a win here for Danny Pipes.
And we did see some pace early on in this race, and he was able to stay out in the clear, stay free from any traffic, and able to have that nice straight shot down the middle to get the win, going away in this race at a big price. So formful first race, but bombs away in the second.
Yeah, it's a little bit of trouble for the 1B Sud, the one you were interested in. Had to wait and swing all the way to the outside, just too little, too late. As we are going to take a break here and meet the field for the upcoming Southwest Stakes. We'll also have prices and official results from this second. So much more to come here on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Didn't take long for some fireworks here on this Southwest card out at Oaklawn at 39-1. Secret Pocket picks up his 5th career win in 10 starts. With a record like that, you wouldn't think he'd be 39-1, but he does return 81-20 for this big victory here for Danny Pites and Francisco Arrieta, Sarah.
He got a great trip and a great ride by Francisco Arrieta to find that clear running room and close in after the pace started coming apart in the later stages of this race. And he did get the Time from US late pace rating, so perhaps that was a little bit of a clue that he would have some late kick, but certainly not one that I would have come up with, and paying 81-20 for the win.
You have to think that he has now run his fastest race to date, coming in off a bit of a break. First start as a 4-year-old results in a win over a 7-1 shot. Promise Sarah and I are not in mourning for anything. We just, got
maybe my selections later on.
Yeah, R.I.P. I hear you. As we will check out the ABR race of the week coming up a bit later on the program. It is the Southwest on the road to the Kentucky Derby. It does start in Hot Springs. Grade 3 event. We did see the defection of Maycox Bay battling a slight fever. As we will meet the field now, starting with a couple of long shots. I know you're interested in one, but here is Charleston.
He's still looking for the first victory of his career and hoping that it comes in a stakes race as he makes his 5th start here. The blinkers do come off for him, but he'll have to run quite a bit faster if he's able to upset this field.
Magic Grant's hoping all that pace on paper develops.
And I think he's very interesting. A horse that did break his maiden in a stakes race over at Remington, was closing late in the Springboard Mile, and could be one that's rolling late at a big price.
Well, Otto the Conqueror is looking for his 4th career win. Steve Asmussen looking for his 4th Southwest.
He was so game to defeat Glengarry last time out in that Springboard Mile. And while he did regress a little bit in terms of his Beyer speed figure, he was just so honest and game in that effort, and maybe could lay off the pace just a little bit.
Here's a New York bred coming in from the West Coast. It's Winstock.
And he's one that did win his last 2 races, the least favored of his stablemates in that Los Alamitos Futurity. Maybe he can be a little bit more of a favored winner in this race, another forward type.
Liberal Arts is already a Greatest Stakes winner, though this will be his 3-year-old debut for trainer Robbie Medina.
The pace looks to set up for him, a horse that does like to close in from off the pace, and he is the most stakes-faced and quality-tested of those closing types.
Here's a little speed for you, Carbone for Steve Asmussen.
I think that there's a good chance he's the one that goes off as your favorite by post time. He's 2 for 2, highest Beyer speed figures for the most part in what's left of this field. Very promising horse, but there's some other pace he'll have to deal with.
Here's at number 8, Common Defense. Broke his main in his last start for Kenny McPeak.
Another one that should be coming from off the pace, and a long shot worth considering as the race might set up for him. He's still very lightly raced and untested, first time facing winners.
Also got some serious tongue action there. As number 9, Linebacker, looking to give Jordan Blair his first Greatest Stakes victory as a trainer.
The other maiden in this race, a horse that has yet to win a race. The blinkers do go on, and he has been making some late runs in his races. Had a little bit of trouble in them as well.
Despite showing talent as a sprinter, they're gonna still keep trying to stretch out Mystic Dan here.
And that leads to you thinking that he'll be a forwardly placed type, a horse that I think will benefit from cutting back in distance in the future. But I understand when you have those 3-year-olds, you got to give them a chance on the road to the Derby.
Valiant effort for Just Steel last time out in the Smarty Jones.
One that I thought was more of that sprinting type and ran better than he had any business to in that Smarty Jones after being a part of the early place. He hung around late for 2nd place.
And completing the 11-horse field, here is the Brad Cox entrant, Awesome Road. Will he ever get back to that debut win with an 88 Beyer?
And that was a big effort first time out, but he's been a little bit disappointing since then. From that far outside post, he'll probably be one closing in late, but he has some things to work on as far as getting back to that first race.
Yeah, we'll see his fastest race as some of the other ones in here coming at sprint distances. So a lot of horses, these 3-year-olds, having to answer the distance question today, Sarah.
Right, and maybe you want to go with one that already has that question answered and where the pace will end up setting up for them them better. And I think of the shorter prices, Liberal Arts is where many will gravitate, as he is the stakes-faced stakes winner that will be coming from off the pace.
It's an exciting one coming up, coupled with the Withers. We also see the return of the 2-year-old champion, Fierceness, in the Holy Bull down at Gulfstream. But we have so much more to come, including a stakes-packed Oaklawn card. And, well, speaking of some hot action, that water right there, it comes out of the ground at 143 degrees Fahrenheit, but you can touch it or you can drink it like me when it hits the pool at the bottom of the hill. So much more to come from Oaklawn, from Aqueduct, and Tampa Bay here on America's Day at the Races.
Breeders' Cup champion Good Magic by Sire of Sires Curlin was the sire of first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage, one of 3 Grade 1 winners to date, along with Muth and Blazing Sevens. In 2023, with just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with $9.5 million in earnings. 2-year-olds sold for up to $2 million, and yearlings sold for up to $725,000. Good Magic, the classic sire.
Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mixed, featuring breeding stock and yearlings from the complete dispersal of Lothenbach stables, including Grade 1 winner Bell's the One, and graded stakes winner She Can't Sing, plus mares in foal to these top sires, and yearlings by the sport's leading stallions. Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mixed, featuring the dispersal of Lothenbach stables, February 5th and 6th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
They're off in the 2023 First Crop Sires race. Maximum Mischief makes the lead with the most 2-year-old maiden special winners by any sire. On the backstretch, Mitoli and Omaha Beach close the gap with stakes performers from coast to coast. Vino Rosso finds his best and leads on the turn with 4 Grade 1 colts on dirt. But it's Mitoli with his 3rd TDM Rising Star, your champion freshman, leading an impressive Spendthrift Superfecta.
Mind-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Welcome back as we will see the 2024 Belmont Stakes held in Saratoga, and the purse raised to $2 million. Scenes from last year's at Belmont will never forget, as Jenna Antonucci becoming the first female trainer to win a classic. But a little bit of a new look, and I hope everybody has gotten their places to stay, because tickets do go on sale February 15th, and it's going to be a hot ticket, Sarah.
Forget about Valentine's Day. You're waiting for February 15th. That is the important day. That's
How
what everyone
many
wants
people
this year.
say, wait, I will give you your Valentine's present the day after?
Of course.
And
That's
we'll
what
hand
you
them
have to
their
do.
tickets. Yeah. As race at number 4 coming up here at the Big A, it is a non-3 life, claiming 25, going to 6.5 furlongs, as we'll kick things off with post parade and meet the field here as number 1, Face a Barrio, second off the claim for Oscar Barrera, looks to have some early speed.
Early speed from the inside, and a horse that's just dropping back to a realistic level for him, and likely not to face quite as much pace pressure as he did in his last start against Better.
Short price at 3-2, as a
Right.
long shot is number 2, Midnight Worker.
Does go a third off of the layoff, but it's been a while since we've seen his Better races.
Anthracite turning back in distance for Dave Donk.
He used to show a lot more early speed, but they haven't been aggressive with him lately, and he's kind of fallen off form.
What do we get from Montebello?
He's the big question mark as he drops into the lowest level he's ever faced in his career.
Here's number 5, Hatch, 2-back, big performance.
And last time out, not quite as much, but that race 2-back puts him in the mix.
Devil's Key coming out of a live race.
Certainly facing Better in his last start, and now dropping a little bit, getting some class relief.
And number 7, Rock the Weekend, completes the field.
He ran in that same race as Devil's Key 2 starts ago. Didn't really show up last time, but now cuts back in distance.
Here is the favorite on the track. We'll go back to his race 2 back on December 17th. This was in the barn of Linda Rice's, where she dropped him down significantly. I mean, this is one she picked up for 30,000, tried the 40, ran okay, and then immediately dropped to the 16.
A rare situation where she's not raising these horses up in claiming tag and being successful with that move, and just ran him at a spot where you could have a chance to win. Overall, I feel as though this field's certainly not that competitive compared to the one that he's facing today, but he does have a pace advantage from the inside. He's a horse that likes to be forward, and I feel as though Manny Franco is going to give him his best opportunity to succeed. He was just in over his head last time out, and now he's returning to a spot where he could have a much better chance of getting himself to the winner's circle.
As we do, I mean, number 4, Montebello. There's races in there that make him a winner here as he shows up for a tag for the first time for, this is his 5th different trainer. I know a expensive horses of racing age purchase, not nearly as much as what they bought him for as a 2-year-old, but $325,000. He shows up for the 25 grand today.
Don't you think that one of the barns that he was previously in would have figured him out by now? And isn't this drop in class just kind of the give up for a horse that maybe showed some hints of promise earlier on in his career, tried all of these different stables, they couldn't quite figure out how to make him this success story, and now maybe he's just running in a spot where he would have an opportunity to win. You're getting a fair price if you like him right now at 5-1, but he's very tough to trust coming in here, dropping in class.
I think the sidebar story with him is, does he get claimed? And if he does, how big of a shake is it? I mean, are they going to bite with this horse who, in 2 of his last 3 starts, has been eased?
If I was training or owning racehorses, this is not the type that I would be dipping in for.
He is a Curlin, New York bred, son of Curlin, I should say, as a gate crew working on Hatch to get him in. 2 left, and we will send it up to Chris Griffin for the call of race 4 from Aqueduct.
Rock the weekend. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from in between horses. Montebello has early speed. There's Hatch right there in the early mix, and they line up once again. Face Abario wants to move forward, and Face Abario now puts a neck in front. There's Hatch, who's in that early mix. Montebello is shoved along. Also trying to make up some ground is Devil's Key, as joins them 4 across the racetrack. Midnight Worker takes back is in 5th, is joined in the pink cap by Anthracite and the trailer. Rock the weekend. On the front end, it is still Face Abario. Face Abario's got the lead, is now up by 3/4 of a length. Right there in second comes Hatch, and Devil's Key is in pursuit 3 wide. Coming after the leader now, it's Devil's Key who's in pursuit, dubbed the favorite in Face Abario. Face Abario still up by 3/4 of a length, and Face Abario's in hand, went 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Hatch is still right there, and Devil's Key, that's the top trio. Anthracite tries to get rolling from the back with Midnight Worker. Montebello's lost ground, and Rock the Weekend, the trailer. Face Abario at the top of the stretch. They went 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and Face Abario is still there. Hatch has not given up the chase, lost some ground in the turn. Here come some closers. Anthracite's got some ground to make up. Montebello, Rock the Weekend, grandstand side. Rock the Weekend is 30-1. It's Rock the Weekend, who was far back early. Rock the Weekend opening up. Montebello is a clear second. Rock the Weekend on a Saturday at the Big A. It is Rock the Weekend who wins it at 30-1 over Montebello. Anthracite was up there late as well. And Hatch in 1:19.3.
Another big upset on the program as Rock the Weekend at 30-1 for Lolita Shipmangal. With the turn back in distance here, Sarah, got that pace to close into. He took every bit of advantage of that.
Rock the Weekend looked over at Oaklawn and said, "Hold my beer, I'm coming for you." I mean, this was a race where you could tell that Face Abario was getting tired as he was coming into the stretch and sort of fading away, and a persistent ride here to get Rock the Weekend up in time to win this race. You saw Montebello come through at the rail, try to make things interesting late, but I mean, second longest shot in a 7-horse field at 30-1, certainly shaking things up. And I mean, he was dropping down, dropping in distance and coming out of a race that was pretty tough in here, but certainly not one that I would have come up with.
No, and I mean, the pace just incinerating. As you turned to me before they broke and said, do you think inside speed's good? And I said, yeah, it typically is on drying out days. Well, like you said, Rock the Weekend said, hold my beer. I'm going to prove everybody wrong on this program today, but getting the win with Romero Mirage aboard for Nat Crone and Lolita Schimmingle, part owner here too. Back over at Oaklawn, we do see the third race coming up. And it's a full field here of Arkansas-bred runners, Sarah, as I just need to keep scrolling, Maggie. Keep scrolling. There we go. Going the 6 furlongs, optional 25. And we will take a look here at the field. Tepid favorite currently on the 5 at a party. But kicking off the post parade is Top Rope Rules. Turning back in distance, we go to number 2, Shake Up.
This is a horse that'll need to improve quite a bit from his recent races to be competitive in this spot.
Choctaw Zip, not out of this and turning back.
No, he's still lightly raced, and I mean, the state-bred company seems to be doing him good.
As number 4, Midnight Taxes, could have the speed for Chris Hartman.
Ran really well to finish third at a huge price last time, 21-1 in that race, and now facing the state-bred company.
And here is your tepid favorite at a party. Does come off of a fast race.
He does, and it's kind of a race that sort of really jumped up in terms of his race prior to that.
Kelsey Haar in the irons for Robert Klein and Marvelous Thunder.
A horse that seems to do his better running on turf, but not totally out of it on dirt.
We are not stuck in snow, but that is number 8.
Thankfully, right? Yeah. A horse that needs to improve a little bit off his last race, but has some races to go back to.
Where's Randy for Randy Morse?
Oh,
he's training you, buddy. Number 10 is Al's Romeo.
This is a horse that is stepping up a little bit, but didn't run that badly in his most recent race.
Number 12, Holus Bolus, long shot in here.
A horse that broke his maiden 2 starts ago, went off at 100-1 the last time. You're not quite getting that today, but still a long shot.
Don't often see exactly like 100-1. As number 13 is Macho Rocco, drawing in off the AEs.
A horse that did run second in his last start and possibly has a chance in here. Maybe one to look for up close early on from that far outside post.
Back over at Aqueduct, we do see Rock the Weekend getting his picture taken in upset fashion and big smiles all around as he rallies from last here, coming in off of an effort at a mile over the same racetrack where he was virtually eased.
And maybe this is a situation where as we see the day go on and Inside Speed does do well, that maybe this is a performance you even elevate a little bit based on what we see play out throughout the rest of the card. So perhaps maybe an even better effort than it might look like at first glance. But either way, I mean, he was coming from far back, even though the pace was starting to come apart. This was a big effort by him to rock things on the tote board.
Yeah, I do think it was a good, I think the pace came back to him. I think it was a quick pace for the level, but I think because he was so wide throughout, you do enhance this effort because we saw Montebello on the inside and he ran well to be second. So we'll see what things shake out from this card. Always interesting when you're dealing with the drying out tracks. I find them the most challenging to try to assess as the day wears on.
Because things are changing so rapidly as time goes on and we do have the sun out. So of course that surface drying, not quite the same situation that we're seeing over at Oaklawn at the moment with that track staying pretty steadily sloppy this afternoon.
And Richie, are you staying dry still out there in the boxes as you've had a good look at these Arkansas breds?
Yeah, I'm like I said, I've got a really nice bird's eye view as they come underneath me here as they head into the racetrack. And I will be outside, but I'm saving it for those stakes races later. We're going to start with the 4 Midnight Taxes. This horse is coming off of a layoff, getting back with Arkansas breds. It just looks really fit for trainer Chris Hartman. Keith Asmussen gets the mount. I've been really impressed with Keith. You know, he's a rider that has steadily improved, and he never had the benefit of riding with the apprentice allowance because he couldn't take advantage of that weight allowance. Midnight Taxes looks good, should be forward, and I think a major player here, taking money at 4-1. That will be my top selection. At a party, very hard knocking, consistent sort. could have the right style here. This horse is versatile, can sit just off the pace. We saw a horse go gate to wire, very logical winner, and then a horse come from way out of it to win the second at a big price. At a party, taking the blinkers off. Maybe the intention is to get this horse to settle just a bit more. Thought the 10 Al's Romeo was interesting. Comes off a really big effort in sloppy going. Now also gets back with Arkansas spread. You get Joseph Belmier, the 10-pound apprentice. I was here for the day he broke his maiden. This is a rider that's been touted, highly touted, very light. So you're getting a 10-pound break in the weights. He gets in with 113 pounds. And for people that don't know, riders get a weight allowance starting out 10 pounds until they win 5, 7 pounds until they win 35, and then 5 pounds for a year from the date of their 5th winner. And it's an incentive for owners and trainers to give young riders an opportunity. They lack experience, but at least you're getting that weight allowance. And I've been impressed with what I'm seeing from Joey Belmier, and I think this horse is a player. And I just would be remiss not to mention the one horse, and not honestly that I like this horse, but trained by Danny Pites, who trained the winner of the second race. Danny Pites was a longtime assistant to Joe Canty. Unfortunately, Joe Canty passed away not too long ago, and he trained for Lob Lolly Stable, John Ed Anthony, now Shortleaf Stable for many, many years. Had horses like Temperance Hill, Cox's Ridge, and Danny was with him for a very long time. A terrific horseman, and his horses are well turned out. This horse looks good at a big price, is going to have to get faster, guys.
Richie, I do have a quick question for you because you are the authority when it comes to apprentice and weight allowances. But with Joseph Belmier in mind, he is sitting on 4 wins. Does a 5th win move him to 7 pounds?
Right, so if Joey Belmier gets his 5th win here, he will, the next mount, have a 7-pound allowance, so they'll have to change it. So if let's say he gets a horse in with 113 like this race, that horse will carry 116. And it's up to an apprentice jockey, guys, to keep track of their wins. Now, the Kirk of Scales kind of keeps an eye on it too, but ultimately the apprentice is responsible to report the right amount of wins.
Good stuff, Richie, as always, and we'll see. Can Joseph Belmier break through here and lose that 10-pound bug?
It's possible, and I mean, what an onus of responsibility to be keeping track of your own wins. But of course, early on in your career, I'm sure you're keeping close track of every single win.
You're enthusiastic about it, to say the least, and there's a shot of Joe on his Mount Al's Romeo, and they, as Richie said, had a good showing last time out. Does take a slight step up here in class.
He does.
Or, I don't know, does he? Because that was an open.
I guess you can maybe make the argument that it might not quite be, but at the same time, I think it's a fluid situation.
Right? With these Arkansas breds, you never quite know. Although this field does look like a fairly strong grouping of the Arky breds.
I would say that is a wise assessment as well. I like Richie's top pick, the number 4, Midnight Taxes. This is a horse that should be forward early, coming in fresh off a little bit of a break, and ran really well. Outran his odds last time behind Open Company.
Keith Asmussen up for the Chris Hartman barn. They had the beaten favorite in the last. Can they see a little redemption here in a race at number 3 from Oaklawn? Matt Dinnerman has your call.
Here's Macho Rocco. Macho Rocco goes in. We're ready to go. And Laruff at a party, waste no time, broke very sharply today, is on the engine, strides clear by a length. Marvelous Thunder back in third, passed by Midnight Taxes down on the inside. At a party with a narrow lead, but Midnight Taxes finds room on the rail to come and challenge. Midnight Taxes after party, side by side down the back stretch, and they lead by a touch more than a length as Al's Romeo runs in the 3rd position. Top Road Rules down on the inside. Then comes Choctaw Zip off the pace into the turn, 5 behind the gray. Macho Rocco is passing runners into 4th around that turn. We come back to Stuck in Snow. He's 7 lengths behind under a drive, 2 clear of Holus Bolus and Marvelous Thunder. Where's Randy? As run winner beaten, that shake up as they hit the quarter pole. Midnight Taxes Taxes on the lead, trying to get out a little bit here as he approaches the top of the lane. Is still in front, though. At a party on the outside. Top Road Rules is coming on the fence. With a furlong to go, it's a three-way go. Midnight Taxes loses the lead to At a Party. Top Road Rules trying to get there from the inside. Top Road Rules At a Party. Top Road Rules goes to the front for Francisco Arrieta and Danny Pites. A double for both of them. Back-to-back wins. Top Road Rules at a price once again, 14-1. At a Party second. Third home was Midnight Taxes. Photo for the fourth spot.
Well, if you were on the Danny Pites Francisco Arrieta rolling double, you've gotten paid today, Sarah, as this one, not quite as big of a price as the 12 in the last race, Secret Pocket, but Top Road Rules, he went off at 14-1, sneaks up the rail with a turn back in distance.
Well, Francisco Arrieta is on it today from all over the racetrack, closing down the center or getting up the rail in here. And this is a horse that actually was favored in his last start, so maybe one that went off at a sneaky good price in here. A nice ride up the fence to gut this one out and get the victory at a good price.
We'll see. Francisco on a roll. Can he keep things going as Kinetic Sky? He's been in great form as he tries a graded stakes effort here in the Toboggan, turning back from the 2 turns to the 7/8 today for Rick Dutrow. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Long shots continue to reign supreme here on this Saturday afternoon as Danny Pites and Francisco Arrieta go back-to-back here with price horses. Top Road Rules stuck to the inside, Sarah. Turn back in distance results in a win.
And maybe a little bit too big of a price in this race, as this was a horse that was a short-priced favorite in his last race, so got away from the wagering public in this one to go off at 14-1, and that Francisco Arrieta double, it prays pretty handsomely. And if you're alive in this early pick 5, you are pretty happy going forwards with 2 legs to close things out.
Yeah, 351.80 to be exact for that rolling double with Francisco aboard. Top Rope Rules had shown an affinity for a wet track too in the past. Gets his second win over that surface and his third win overall. Well, welcome to the studio here. If you're just joining us, I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah Elbadwi. We have the team out at Oaklawn Park as well with Lafitte, Richie, and Paul. And we also have Acacia Clement joining us from Tampa Bay Downs. But another greatest stakes here on the card at the Big A is for the older sprinters. Traveling the 7 furlongs and installed at 8-5 is Kinetic Sky. Sarah, he comes in off of a valiant third in the Queens County last time out at the 9 furlongs.
Valiant is a good way to describe it because he was fighting to get his nose down on the wire in this race and just couldn't quite do so, having to settle for third place in here behind some horses that have come back to run pretty well. Krupi especially running well in the Pegasus World Cup, so his form certainly flattered, and this was only 3 days after his last race, which was a win. We made the comparison to Willie Beeman, a horse that won the Albany 3 days later, won the Grade 1 King's Bishop. He never won a race again after that, so Kinetic Sky will try to buck that comparison today.
Well, that was going to be my next question to you, and that, you know, the last time they tried this quick turnaround back in September, it did not work well whatsoever. And I know that there's been 30-plus days in between starts now, but is it a concern for you that maybe just a little too much racing for Kinetic Sky?
If he didn't come back with such a big effort in that race, perhaps, but looking at the rest of the field that he's going to be facing today in the Toboggan, from a class standpoint, he really is a standout going forwards into that race later on. And if he runs anything similar to his last 2 races, he's going to be awfully tough. If he doesn't show up, it could open the door for a big upset, because I don't love the horse that's likely to be the second choice, Super Chow,
who is looking to bottom out the field here as the projected lone speed. But Sarah, as his trainer Jorge Delgado has said, this was Plan C, scratched out of an allowance race a couple weeks ago at Gulfstream Park, then shipped to Laurel for the fire plug, which was canceled. So now he's had to come here. And Sarah, he was beaten at 1-2 in this race here. And to my eye, he was getting out.
And kind of, this is his home track. This is the 1-2. He's supposed to get the win at that kind of price at Gulfstream Park. And while he wasn't in front this day, and that's usually where he likes to do his best running, I mean, this is a horse that I feel as though he's just maybe not the same as he used to be, not quite on his fastball, maybe losing his form a touch.
And 2, this will be his first start as a 4-year-old, and it feels like there's just some gritty older veterans in here who consistently run those fast races. We'll see what he can do, though, on the front end, as we have another greatest stakes to preview for you coming up a little later on. A lot later on in the card at Tampa Bay Downs is the Grade 3 Tampa Bay. We're Never Explained. He's coming off a layoff for Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. Came into this race off of some good efforts in greatest stakes over the summer. More on him after this break.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Your guide to selecting a stallion for your mare. Step 1. Make sure he's won a big, famous race.
Mystic Guy charges away and takes the Dubai World Cup.
Step 2. He'd better be very good looking. Step 3. He must have excited the support of breeders with quality mares. mystic guide. He's unmissable. Call Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We are brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. An absolutely glorious day here in New York, but not quite as good as Tampa. As Acacia Clement, she's joining us from Tampa Bay Downs. And Acacia, let's talk about the other greatest stakes on the card, on the turf. This one for the boys, the Tampa Bay. And Shug McGahee looking to get Never Explain back on track.
He is, and it's interesting, Maggie, because he'll be cutting back in distance today. Never Explain, a horse who won 3 in a row, including the Dinner Party Preakness weekend, and then ended up pretty effectively stretching out in distance, even finishing third when going longer behind the old veteran Channel Maker in the Bowling Green. But his last try was at Kentucky Downs, going 1.5 miles, and Never Explain will be 5-2 on the morning line because he does have the class given what he was facing, including 2 back in the Grade 1 Arlington Million when he was 4th. Not beaten by much behind Set Piece, and there should be plenty of pace in this year's Tampa Bay. There are quite a few speed horses to the outside. Shug McGahee actually looking for his 4th win in the Tampa Bay as well, and we'll see if Never Explain can kind of have a little bit more of that kick that we know that he has when sharpening and cutting back in distance a bit to the 1.16 miles, which is this trip. Maybe the 1.8 miles is perhaps his best distance, maybe a touch farther than this, but it is an interesting starting point of, so you see him historically, particularly on the turf, that a lot of horsemen will get their horses started for the year here at Tampa Bay Downs and use these races as preps for some of the big graded stakes in the spring and summer coming up. So we'll see what 2024 will hold for Never Explain, Maggie.
Now a 6-year-old Acacia, and he's searching for his 6th career win in this 20th start. But as Acacia bringing up the distance, yes, maybe it's purely a stepping stone, but he has had success at this 1.16 mile distance.
He has, and maybe they're looking for some of those graded stakes more so down the road, the Grade 2s, the Grade 1s going forward, and this could be that starting point.
Well, speaking of distance races, we have one coming up for you next here at Aqueduct. 1.316 on the main track. Optic Way, he just went by. Here is Good Skate, your current second choice at 7-2.
He should be forward in here. I kind of wonder if his better form was around this time last year. Maybe the more recent races not quite up to that level.
Long Shot Ironworks coming out next.
He's stepping up in class, but he did run well last time to finish third at a big price.
Here's another one of those LSU horses moving to Rudy Rodriguez, Kuchar.
Another one where you kind of don't know what you're going to get, the question mark of this field, and his races in the past at Oaklawn, they could compete. Will we see them?
Overwhelming favorite in this 5-horse field is Leading Contender.
And he should be based on his last race, a horse that got a 99 Beyer speed figure to get the win, who had some trouble at the start in his race before that where he wasn't successful as the favorite. Obvious horse to beat in this spot.
Well, there are a plethora of Derby prep races on this Saturday, but make sure you play them with the only way to do so, and that's with a Naira Bets account. Bet $20 on those Derby preps and get $10 for each race. All you have to do is opt in over at NairaBets.com. As this race also, Sarah, kicking off the pick 6 here at Aqueduct, but also the upcoming road to the Derby, as there are 4 races today that do have Derby implications and preps. 20 points on the line in the Southwest Withers, Robert B. Lewis, and the Holy Bull. And as Acacia mentioned, on February 10th, next weekend, Sam F. Davis You're looking forward to a long shot, though, to kick things off on this Derby Prep afternoon.
Yeah, the Southwest is a really interesting race, and I think the opportunity to find a price is in that field, especially with all the pace that's signed on within there. Possible for a horse to come closing late, and I think that that's going to be one Magic Grant at a big price to do so. A horse that broke his maiden 2 starts ago in a stakes race at Remington Park. He got a nice pace set up that day, and last time out in the Springboard Mile, he was closing in late towards Otto the Conqueror and Glengarry, and maybe with some pace, heavy hitting early on the front end, he can be one to sneak in there at a big price to at least get a piece of things, if not the win for the Hortons.
And for trainer Eddie Milligan as well, he's going to have to run faster, this Son of Good Magic, but speaking of good magic, I mean, we've seen him have success, including producing a Derby winner last year in Mage.
And Good Magic himself breaking his maiden in a Grade 1, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, of course, and maybe this horse can get his second win in a graded stakes today.
Looking forward to the Southwest coming up a bit later as the Withers we have here. We also have the 5th race here at the Big A, 2-5 on leading contender. Sarah, I don't know about you, but I felt like that was warranted.
I agree. I mean, this is a horse that in his last race, he was able to have a dominating effort to get the win over Suerte, who is a game horse himself and was fighting him for the win in here, but he got a great setup and ride in this race and just seems like he's going to be the class of this field yet again coming into this race. Seems to be an overwhelming favorite and deservedly so on paper. So I had no problems with him, and even if you are alive to only him in your early pick 5, you're still getting paid fairly well for such a short price favorite with those long shots we had earlier on.
Sarah, how can he lose this race, though?
If he stumbles at the break again like he did last time and we see a big effort from someone else, potentially on the front end, if that front end speed towards the inside is doing well, if he has a compromised sort of position towards the outside, perhaps that's the way that he loses this race, but I don't really see him losing in terms of class. I think that he is going to be so much the best in this race that it might not matter, even if some of those other horses have more of an advantageous position.
Is the unknown variable of the wet track for the first time a concern for you?
Usually when horses are getting onto a surface with some moisture in it, I don't hold it against them unless I've seen in the past that it's a pattern that they don't appreciate it. So being according to that unknown for him, I'm not really looking for it to be an issue. But if I've seen over and over again that a horse really does not perform well on a surface that is anything but fast, then I'll look elsewhere.
Granted, Rock the Weekend just won, and his 3 prior wet track races were deplorable. So,
who knows? What does it matter anyway?
He definitely has a pedigree to handle it, too. Excuse me here. As Kuchar, he has races that make him a player here. And I don't know, briefly, what I saw from him on the racetrack, he does look the part. And I suppose it's maybe a positive if you want to take it in that Montebello ran fine in the last race, albeit dropping down, but was coming in off of an eased effort.
That's true. And I mean, we're seeing a similar type of situation with Connections for this horse and with all those barn changes heading over to Rudy Rodriguez, and maybe some of those back races put him in the mix in here. But that last race over at Parks for the Jamie Ness barn was disappointing at a short price.
Right. You expect horses moving into that barn to perform.
Absolutely.
And he didn't at nearly even money as he heads into line. Kuchar, son of Uncle Mo, Ruben Silvera aboard. First time for the Rudy Rodriguez barn, but they all have that horse right there to beat. Walking a little bit at the gate is leading contender, and we head up to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. One pop the front of the gate open there, Optic Way. Closing the front of the gate there for Optic Way. Looks like we're settled in. And they're off. Leading Contender broke very well from the far outside. Optic Way's got early speed as well. A little squeeze was Ironworks, who's the early trailer. It's going to be Optic Way who's going to lead him into that first turn. Leading Contender is going to be 3 wide in that second grouping. Good Skate is now moving forward with Kuchar in between horses. Just gets a little tight there for Kuchar. Is now squeezed. That trio is right in behind the runaway leader, the trailer. That's Ironworks as they work around this turn. Optic Way is trying to slow things down up front. Leading Contender has been steering clear of some of the trouble there. Some of the other rivals, just some bumping there in behind, but Leading Contender now stalking from second. It's an easy opening quarter, 24.49. Optic Way shows the way. It's Optic Way who's in front by a half length. Leading Contender, no excuses, stalking from second. Good Skate is now under a snug hold here from third. Kuchar is in the clear for Ruben Silvera, wants to move forward, is right there in the 4th spot, and making up some ground is Ironworks. From the back is 3.5 off the leader, Optic Way. They're still chasing Optic Way, who went 49.3 for that half-mile time. Leading Contender just lost a touch of ground, but here comes Leading Contender, who's back for more, is in between horses. Good Skate is down towards the inside. Kuchar is now traveling 3 wide, and Kuchar is moving a touch better than Leading Contender right now, who's fully extended. The big favorite in between horses is being asked. Optic Way is still in front. Kuchar to the outside. Good Skate is looking for a way out. Ironworks a trailer. The rail is open for Good Skate, and Dylan Davis found the seam, and Dylan Davis and Good Skate have taken the lead. It's Good Skate who's now ahead in front. Optic Way is right there. Leading Contender is making hard work of it. Still in it, though. 3 wide, 4 wide is going to be Kuchar, and Ironworks trying to join him. Good Skate took the lead, but for how long? Leading Contender has been under a drive since the 3/8 pole, but now Leading Contender is in front. It's Leading Contender. Good Skate battles on towards the inside and finds more in between horses. Right there is Optic Way losing ground. It's Good Skate finding a touch more now. Leading Contender, Ironworks from way out of it, but too late to catch Good Skate, who's going to find more in the drive, and Good Skate will get the victory. Leading Contender second, then came Kuchar, Ironworks, and Optic Way in 2 minutes and 4.
Mild upset at 7-2. Good Skates. They're riding the rail. As we said, you think that effort from Rock the Weekend in the previous race? Probably really good considering he was wide throughout, but another winner up the fence today as your heavy 1-4 favorite going down here, Leading Contender.
And I think that this kind of enhances the argument that the rail is where you want to be, maybe even more so than the front end, because Leading Contender is a horse that never saw the inside at any point in this race, and the rail opened up for a horse like Good Skate to come shooting on through with Dylan Davis aboard, and you could see that he did so with relative ease as Optic Way was tiring. Leading Contender was asked for his best pretty early on in this race and just didn't really seem to have it, so maybe the track contributing to that. But if that doesn't end up being the trend going forward, it's a very disappointing effort from him.
Correct. I could not agree with you more. A horse that at least, if this was a fair racetrack, looked to have the race won, but just never really traveling beneath Manny Franco. Good Skate at 7-2, your unofficial winner over at Aqueduct. As we jump to the middle of the country over in Arkansas, Oaklawn, their 4th race coming up, and we check back in with Lafitte and Paulie. Guys, please don't tell me you took a break and ate a hot dog.
No hot dogs, but we took a break. I mean, we worked for 5 minutes and needed an hour break. That's how we roll. Horses on the track, race 4, 3-year-olds. And you're looking at Mr. Phillip, serious contender, 5-2.
Yeah, he gets Lasix for a lot of these horses. We'll get Lasix for the first time, newly turned 3-year-olds. Run, Jalen Run goes through, gets blinkers on as well as Lasix.
Well backed in his last 3 races, overlaid at 8-1. Excitable boy, idles in September.
Eduardo Gallardo got his first win of the meet yesterday. Got a big long shot today.
Mohawk River tried routing, didn't work.
I think this horse has got a look. Lindsey Schultz, obviously very brilliant conditioner. Francisco Arrieta looking for another one on the card.
Joel Rosario here with Steve Asmussen. Happy Gray, first-time starter, West Point Thoroughbreds.
Yeah, we had a couple first-time starters taking some money. This one by Run Happy for Steve Asmussen. And like you said, Rosario looking for a double.
Frankensteiner, great name, not very fast.
Yeah, you get apprentice jockey Joey Belmere. Pay attention, he takes a ton of weight.
Mo Running, dangerous, debuting homebred. Wow, 9-5.
Yeah, and this horse has been prepared at Churchill, then came here to Oaklawn Park, taking the money.
Daily grind, just steal connections.
Blinkers go on. Lasix for Mr. Lucas, 52-1 last time out.
Aztec File, sharp as Tekka, debuting homebred.
Yeah, for Norm Cassie and Ricardo Santana, decent drills. and solid drills, at least weekly.
Maravich, Pistol Pete, Ron Moquette with a $51 maiden winner yesterday and struck in the opener.
And they paid $600,000 for the son of Into Mischief, Mr. Gus King, and I would think pretty precocious too.
Grand Emperor draws in.
Yeah, and there's a horse that ran a race and it actually got a decent number. I'm surprised, especially being a son of Classic Empire, I'm surprised that he's 14-1 with a decent race on the card.
Big field, good race, 3-year-olds, 6 furlong dash, $115,000 purse. Another look at Mr. Phillip at 5-2, the second choice. Let's revisit his second start, New Year's Eve, right here, Paul. And Mr. Phillip going to run a very good second to a nice 2-year-old in Time for Truth.
It was a very good race. Blinkers went on for the first time for the son of Matoli, and he was up on the pace most of the way. His first start at Remington Park, he got dead left and showed a ton of talent. He made up a ton of ground. And on this day, he got hung out wide, and I think that took his sting. But whenever you're, 7 lengths clear of your third place competitor, yeah, it's a solid race. And I can understand why the public, now this horse was 9-5 on the morning line, up a little bit, but I would think would float back down to be your favorite at post time.
Richie's trackside. Richie, impressive about that effort and Time for Truth, the way he ran. You're thinking Mr. Phillip's going to fold. He's going to finally get discouraged, and he never did. He just kept fighting.
You know, and that's the intangible when it comes to horses. You know, how are they going to handle a fight? Are they going to wilt under pressure? Obviously, Mr. Phillip handled it well, put his head down, fought for it. And I will say, he's a big, stout individual. And sometimes horses like that need a couple races to really find their optimum fitness level. He looks racy. He looks focused. I think he's going to be extremely tough to beat here. Just a really solid individual. Talk about a couple of first-time starters. Happy Gray by Claiborne Farm Stallion, Run Happy. Nice impression. You know, he does look like a horse, though. They're a little laid back. Maybe a race will really kind of put him where he needs to be from a mental standpoint. But, you know, what you come to expect from Steve Asmussen runners, just extremely well-schooled, horses that are very well prepared, and that goes back to their beginnings when they're broken and trained, the majority of them by Steve's dad, Keith, in Laredo. Mo running, taking all the money, or now it's co-favorite actually with Mr. Phillip from the Brad Cox barn. I love the work tab, and I love steady work tabs. I don't need to see fast works. I just like, you know, the spacing between works to be consistent. You see that with this horse. The mare did win on debut. I look for precocity in pedigrees. She's also produced 2 winners, including the Stakes Place Promises to Dance. And this horse also well prepared, very focused. I thought number 13, Grand Emperor, was kind of interesting. The mare improved markedly off my stage from her first start to her second start. She won her second start. I thought this horse ran well first time and kind of sneaky, and with that experience under his belt, I think Grand Emperor's a player at a big price. I will pick the 2, Mr. Phillip, because I was really taken with him from a physical perspective, but I think the 13 Grand Emperor is kind of interesting at a big price.
It's been a trend last couple of days. Some outsiders, some upsets. Grand Emperor for the Asmussens. Keith riding for Father Steve. And while now Mr. Phillip emerging as the choice at 2-1. Paul, you're trying to smoke out a long shot as well with number 5, Mohawk River. Let's hear the sales pitch.
Well, I just think that this horse needed the race last time. Lindsay tried to send this horse, Lindsay Schultz, a trainer, going long. Now they're going to cut back in distance. Do you think you'll get some pace to run into? So, you know, I'm looking for a shot here at 15-1. I do think the 2 will be tough. I see where Mick's going. You look at the 13. I mean, the 13's first time out. Who did he lose to? Mystic Dan, who we're going to see in the Southwest. Daily Grind, the 10. This horse lost to Fierceness second time out and legalized.
Him.
Yeah, so, like, you know, and that was over a muddy racetrack. I know it was a field of 8. He was still competitive early in that race. So the 10 I thought was another big long shot in here. Again, they're going to have to run to beat the 2, and supposedly the 8, the word is out. But I'll take my shot with the 5 here, Mohawk River.
16-1 currently, Mohawk River. Paulie's top selection. Richie going with Mr. Phillip, 9-5. And another look at Mo running. The first-time starter, rave reviews about his most recent breeze. The debuting colt by Motown, and the statistic for Brad Cox with 3-year-olds, first-time starters, off the charts in what could be a very big afternoon. What else is new for Brad Cox? Yesterday, the win in the Bayacoa, and 3-year-olds tuning up as we get closer and closer, 3 months out from the first Saturday in May.
Yeah, and he's going to have a couple other favorites a little bit later on in the card. Obviously, in the Martha Washington, I would think Denim and Pearls is going to be your favorite, and he's probably going to have the second choice in there in Good Taste as well.
And Lightline, the heavy favorite in the Withers. Next step towards the Wood Memorial. At Aqueduct, today the next step towards the Arkansas Derby, the Southwest Stakes. But we have plenty of time, lots of racing between now and then. And more 3-year-olds here. Who's going to graduate? It's post time for the 4th. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call. Race 4 Southwest Saturday, live on Fox Sports 2.
Mohawk River coming up to post 5. And a couple more to round out the field. Happy Gray. And to the outside, Maravich and Grand Emperor. Happy Gray goes in. Maravich, post 12. They've backed out Mr. Phillip now. Looks like they're trying to reload him. Mr. Phillip goes back in. Maravich. And to the outside, Grand Emperor. Here's Grand Emperor coming up to the gate. Grand Emperor. We're ready to go. And we're off. Mohawk River bounced away well, shows speed with Mr. Phillip. Happy Gray, the first-time starter in that mix of horses. Excitable Boy and the purple moving forward. A contentious pace once again here as Mr. Phillip is a share of the lead with Excitable Boy and Happy Gray, who's 3 deep on the course, not far off. A gap of 2 to Mohawk River, settling in 4th with Run Jalen Run. Grand Emperor deeper on the course. He's running 4 lengths off the pace. Another 4 to First Bid. Mo Running is next, followed by Daily Grind. He's racing alongside of Aztec Fire, Maravich, and Frankensteiner well behind as they round the far turn. There goes Happy Gray in the 3 path to take a nose lead. Mr. Phillip sticking to him. Excitable Boy between horses fighting on. A gap of 3. Run Jalen Run in 4th. Then comes Mohawk River. Mo Running trying to get going on the rails. Still has a lot of ground to make up as they swing off the turn. Happy Gray grandstand side. Mr. Phillip fighting tenaciously from the inside. Excitable Boy back in 3rd. Run Jalen Run's coming with a late charge. Mr. Phillip has put away Happy Gray. Run Jalen into 2nd, but it's going to be Mr. Phillip to score by about 2. Run Jalen Run was 2nd. Happy Gray just holds off Mo Running for that 3rd position.
Flattering time for truth. Mr. Phillip comes back, graduates in his 3rd career start, 6-5. Top of the stretch here towards the inside, Mr. Phillip feeling some pressure. Mr. Phillip, though, Paulie, has more digs deep responds and fends off all challengers.
Yeah, Christian Torres got off to a slow start to this meet, but he has heated up over the last 3 weekends. And, you know, the 2 was able just to put everybody away. As you can see, he gets to up inside the 4 in their Excitable Boy. And Run Jalen Run was the only one that was kind of running, no pun intended, for Joe Sharp with the blinkers on. But the 2, Mr. Phillip, the class came through here, and it seems like his gate woes have gone away from him. He's broken like a bullet in his last 2 races, and I think being hung out wide last time cost him. Being on the inside and saving ground got him the W today.
You saw the 4th place finisher, Mo Running, in his debut, and for his first start, these things happen. Inexperienced, just a sluggish getting out of the blocks, and it cost him. But still, to be that far back, he was last early on, and to close well with energy to finish 4th.
He made up a ton of ground. I'll tell you what, the 6 and the 8, both of the first-time starters ran well. And again, we're mentioning the 10 with that fierceness running line. That horse was rolling late for 5th. So you got to pay attention to some of these 3-year-olds who they've raced against before. The best handicapping tool is time.
Fierceness, 3-year-old debut in South Florida, the Holy Bull. Here, Mr. Phillip graduates 2-3, 6-8 in the 4th from Oaklawn Park. A little bit later on, the BC Stables, new to the sport, and what a moment this would be to win a Derby prep on this road to the Arkansas Derby, the Southwest Stakes, later this evening right here on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale. Adelapa, overcast, cloudy, rain earlier today, expected to continue. None of it bothered Mr. Phillip. This guy can run. By Matoli, crack sprinter, champion sprinter, Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, as Mr. Phillip, for Robertino Diodoro, and a high-flying Christian Torres, loaded turning into the stretch. Paulie.
Yeah, you know, Christian Torres is one of those jockeys that he'll let people come up to him, and then he has something left. And you could tell he's still riding high on the horse. And when Mr. Phillip, when he hit this horse left-handed, he really, really exploded. And it seems like the weekend of Matoli. I mean, he's done some good work, obviously winning yesterday for Godolphin. And Mr. Phillip getting the job done here. This horse has got a lot of potential.
460 for the win, 2-3-6-8 in race number 4, the 5th race. Oaklawn, you and I will not be on 4, so you can tell our viewers who's going to wind up in the winner's circle after this one.
This is a tricky race because you have Jackman in here who's in just phenomenal form for Carl Broberg, and this horse loves Oaklawn, 10 for 13 in the exacta. There's other speed in here. The 2 Mac Daddy 2 did not have the best break, and I would think that that horse will run a little bit better, but Shady Empire, the 5 has to show some speed in here to keep the 3 company early, or the 3 could be gone.
That was exhausting. We need another break. Hot dog?
Sure,
Anyone?
Why not? Relish.
We'll be back for the 6th. And when we come back, the late pick 5 from Aqueduct. A couple of stakes races in the mix, the Toboggan, the Withers, getting into the teeth of the program at the Big A. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Wet Pink surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country. Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. As always, New York breds start with an advantage, and even more of an advantage 2 years from now, as we will see a 19% purse increase to pretty much make New York bred races parallel with our open company races as well. Check out NewYorkBreds.com for more information. And as always, it pays to have a New York bred. Horses in the paddock. Speaking of our state bred foals, here they are, trying to break their maiden, going the 7/8 here, as we do see a heavy favorite in number 5, Heavyweight Champs. Sarah, we last saw him debuting in the New York Stallion Series race.
And he took a little bit of sneaky money in that race as well. Of course, a horse that was forwardly placed in there, and he had been one that was elevated to second via that disqualification and likely to show speed again in here as he faces non-winners for the first time.
Son of leading freshman sire for New York breds, Solomini, who will also have Winstock coming up later in the Southwest. He projects to be the pace in here as well, but a horse that's a big price that you were talking about coming out of that race, but also has another race in between that, is number 2, Liberty Central. I thought ran well in his last effort.
He did, and he did just get beat in that race. He was a much shorter price in there, and we're taking a look at his New York Stallion Series attempt where he's just a horse that doesn't get out of the gate all that quickly, and then doing himself no favors in here, throwing his head and ending up in last early on in this race, but is able to close some significant ground on a horse like Heavyweight Champs, who was forward, was your pace setter in this race, and he stayed clear of all of the very controversial traffic within this race to make up some ground and get into a later placing. He needs to get out of the gate faster, and he's had plenty of experience now that you'd think that he'd start getting used to being able to break a little bit sharper. As you see, he's not even on the screen yet at this point in the game. But after a while, you stop giving horses chances to figure things out at the gate.
And he's taken a while to kind of learn to switch leads. As you mentioned, the gate issues. He acts up at the gate, and you guys just like showing that replay to torture me with
favorite
the big
race.
Torpedo as number 1. Is Short Time. Ran well last time out.
He did. A horse that's kind of now going to be famous for finishing second to Crimson Light.
Oh. Wow, that was some race. As number 2, Liberty Central, he's looking to minus P's and Q's, see if he can break through.
And if he just gets himself out of the gate a little bit quicker, he could be really dangerous. He's been giving himself too much work to do at the start.
Somewhat of a big price for a Todd Pletcher first-time starter. That is not him. That is number 2, guys. But Red Flyer is a son of Vino Rosso coming in here.
There's not a ton of pedigree on the dam side with this horse. And his
well, there is. It's just a long time ago.
Not
and
really.
Associate and Amberjack, you weren't around for those horses. Those were nice horses.
In the immediate family, I mean...
no, Associate and Amberjack, he's have to.
They were okay, but then there are no superstars. I mean...
you are dealing with New York breds.
Hey, New York breds can be competitive at any level. Look, this is a horse that's not taking any money on debut for a barn that can have them ready to go.
Jaximus, first-time starter for Chris Englehart, gets Manny Franco.
Trying to become the second Al-Khali to break his maiden at first asking, the first one to do so, his full sibling.
Exactly. Number 5, Heavyweight Chance, your 6-5 favorite.
A horse that just makes a lot of sense as your favorite, now facing non-winners in his second start.
54-1 would be a shocker if swept this field.
Exactly. A horse that would be a big surprise and has to run quite a bit faster than he has in his recent couple of starts.
Now here's the really interesting first-time starter as they look for him on the track. That's number 7. He has it all. $130,000 for this son of Lauban.
Those workouts are likely why this horse is taking money. Very sharp works coming into this, including 3 back, best of 117 bullet drill, 4 furlongs and 46-1.
That's rolling because
Yes.
that's a little further too than the half mile on the training track. Like the way this horse moved in the OBS sales, as Yufgar is number 8.
A horse that is by Leo Frick. He doesn't have a high percentage with his debuting runners.
Is a half to New York bred stakes winner. No Hain, no gain. Number 9, Sorority Prank, I think is a little bit interesting in here. Gets Lasix for the first time, and I thought the first time with blinkers in the last effort was a good one.
It was. This is a horse that I liked quite a bit in his last start, where he was able to finish second at 11-1. Trevor McCarthy stays aboard and got to know him last time. Perhaps can get him into the mix in here, as he was doing well over an off surface in his last start.
Like the way he's moving out there on the racetrack as well. Nice solo warm-up and gets a sealed surface. It's kind of hard to believe that they haven't opened this track up, though you can see still a little bit of moisture standing on the track, but it's still sealed here for this 6th race coming up, which does kick off the late pick 5. And Sarah, let's talk a little bit about pace scenario in here. Is there anyone that can press Heavyweight Chance?
Well, you have to imagine with the kind of workouts that he has it all is bringing into this race that this is a horse that's going to show early speed. Ray Handel is not a trainer that purposely works his horses this quickly. We do not usually see these kind of workouts coming in for his debut runners, and he's not really the trainer that's known to have his horses fire right away. Sometimes he can get a firster ready to go, but it's usually of their own volition if they are coming in with such strong workouts. So I would imagine that this one will be forwardly placed if he has it all, breaks well in here. And if Liberty Central can ever get out of the gate quickly in his races, I feel as though he doesn't have to be as far back as he has been, but he's just a horse that is having so many of these gate issues, acting up at the gate repeatedly. I just wish that for once he would get a clean start to his races.
And now he's going to have to stand in there the longest. He's going to have to wait for 9 other horses to load in here, which is never good for a horse that continuously balks at the gate, is uncomfortable in there. And I get it. He's a big dude, and sometimes those bigger horses, they become claustrophobic in the gate there, as you see the stalls open at the front for him to walk into. But don't you think that Sorority Prank is probably going to have a little bit of speed, too, from the outside? I think he projects to have a nice kind of stalking trip.
He does. I kind of worry having that more outside post position, if that's going to work out for him, as we see Liberty Central with his usual pre-gate antics. And here, I just kind of wonder if you do want to be forwardly placed towards the inside, and that might work against a horse like Sorority Prank.
Yeah, it does appear that we do have a track tilted to inside, not necessarily speed, but definitely you want to be more towards the rail, as we see number 2, Liberty Central, loaded without jockey Jose Gomez. He will gingerly climb back aboard. Red Flyer, first-time starter going in. He is sitting at 6-1 with Kendrick Carmouche aboard for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Heavyweight champs, he will try the 7/8 yet again here in this 6th race after a good showing first time out in the New York Stallion Series race. We'll get Lasix for this effort here. We'll see. He was unable to get the 7 furlongs first time out. Is that a concern for you? Would you rather him be at 6?
Not really. I feel as though it was just a matter of his competition being a little bit better than he was.
All right. Interesting field of New York bred maiden special weight runners, as we do see Jackie Davis and Fratellino. A little rambunctious and not wanting to go in, but I know a guy who's chomping at the bit to call this one. That is Chris Griffin. He brings you the call of race number 6 from Big A.
Fratellino goes in. All set. And they're off. Good break from in between horses. It's going to be Heavyweight Champs right out to the front, and Heavyweight Champs quickly up by 1.5 lengths and slows things down immediately. Jaximus is in pursuit, is towards the outside. Also joining them, that's Red Flyer, and at the rail is Liberty Central. That's the leading 4. They're now 2.5 clear from He Has It All. Katie Davis, comfortable enough out in the center of the racetrack, is followed by Fratellino. Further back in the field comes Sorority Prank. Very strung out here as Swept is towards the back end. There was Shore Time, and far back right now, it's Elfgar, who's the trailer. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile at even money. Heavyweight Champs will take him into the far turn. Jaximus at a big number is right here, stalking from second, trying to cut into the margin, but Heavyweight Champs still controls the tempo. Liberty Central is under a drive, and here comes the move from Red Flyer, is in between horses as well, is in fourth. He Has It All is going to move to the inside of this rival. Liberty Central is now in pursuit of Heavyweight Champs. 47.37 for that half-mile time, and Heavyweight Champs is going to have to fend off the run down towards the inside. Jose Gomez and Liberty Central has now pounced in. Liberty Central has taken the lead. It's Liberty Central who's put Heavyweight Champs back to second. He Has It All is cutting into the margin from third, but has a lot of ground to make up as Liberty Central is sprinting away. It's Liberty Central now 5-6 lengths in front with a 16th to go. He Has It All has run up into second from the back. Sorority Prank is running on with short time, but it's all Liberty Central. Your winner. Liberty Central wins it. He Has It All. There's short time and Sorority Prank in a photo with Heavyweight Champs in 1:26.4.
Winning easily by about 10 in the end. Liberty Central, Jose Gomez licking his chops when Ruben Silvera drifted off the fence. He scooted right on up and so much more professional. You know, not that he is Olympic Dreams that Pat Quick also trains. He's got a lot. Those are very big shoes to fill. But he gives the same vibe in that he's been this steady work in progress. In each race, he gets better. He learns to behave himself. And wow, he put it all together today.
If he hears you, his ego will certainly be flattered. This is a horse that I've had a little bit of an affinity for because you could see that there was some talent as he was sort of trying to figure things out and see what being a racehorse was all about. And as soon as that rail opened, I mean, what a gift to be able to shoot on through on a surface that is likely leaning towards the inside being good, and he opened up significantly in the stretch.
And Holy Overlay, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but 6-1 on this horse seems like a very generous gift, as we will bring you official prices and results from the 6th at Aqueduct, which does kick off the late pick 5 over at Oaklawn. Horses are on the track, and we kick off a post parade with one of my favorites, number 1, Joe Frazier.
He goes second off a little bit of a freshening. Maybe he looks to have some better form off of the layoff.
And facing several of the same contenders here as Mac Daddy 2 comes off of a good effort from Norm Cassie.
Another one that is second off of a layoff and could improve now with that race under his belt.
Here's a little bit of speed in the mix. Number 3, Jackman went by. Number 4 is Efficiency.
A horse that did win his last race. Maybe a little bit of a big price now as he was a short-priced winner last time.
Yeah, coming in first off the claim for Carlos Santamaria is number 5, Shady Empire. Calbred for Robertino Diodoro, another pace presence.
A horse that does like to be forward for sure and looks to have 2 wins back-to-back.
McCrone, he at one time looked as though he had a big future. He's looking to get back on track.
There were some big expectations for this one. He has not quite lived up to them.
Here's Robin Hood. No, just kidding. Number 10, Rob the Rich going by. Number 11, Tropic Storm.
A horse that seems to have done some of his better running early on in his career on synthetic, but his dirt race last time, not too bad.
That will complete the field here for race number 5 coming up from Oaklawn Park, kicking off the 50-cent pick 5. More on this race after the break. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We are off and running here on America's Day at the Races in Liberty Central. He put it all together today in career start number 5 as Jose Gomez gets his second win on the card. This one for Pat Quick, and he scooted up the good rail today, Sarah, and it was all over at the quarter pole.
Exactly. A smart ride by Jose Gomez to stay towards the inside. Obviously, he's aware of where you want to be on this racetrack, and once that rail opened up for him and he had the horse horse to go on through, it was over. And you see this exaggerated margin as he's able to really pull away from this field strongly to get the first win of his career.
And a horse that had shown promise, had some gait issues, had some trouble switching his leads, did everything right today. He even was pretty good at the break and got away cleanly as he was a generous overlay of 6-1, returning 14-20 over debuter. He has it all. Definitely an effort to build upon there for Ray Handel and Katie Davis. Back over at Oaklawn, horses approaching the gate for this 5th race, 6 furlong starter allowance. And we do see a prohibitive 4-5 favorite with number 3, Jackman, for Carl Broberg, looking for his 4th win in a row, Sarah.
And he defeated some of these familiar foes in his last start, so you know that he's able to compete at a level like this. He's been ultra consistent over his last couple of races since he had a little bit of a break from September to November. Came right back with a nice win, a 90 buyer speed figure over at Remington, and then 2 wins already this meet at Oaklawn, looking for his 3rd already on the meet. And he just seems like a horse that's kind of the class of this field, as he has been able to defeat some of these horses in the past.
And what's nice about him is that, yeah, he's quick, he has speed, but he doesn't need the lead to be successful, as there does appear to be a horse that could be quicker than him in Shady Empire, but also he's shown an affinity for a wet track. I mean, in 5 starts over a wet surface, he has 2 wins and 3 seconds.
Exactly. So you know that he can handle these kind of circumstances that he's going to be facing in here today, and he is tactical. He'll be able to work out a nice trip, whether they go on with the front or they sit a little bit off of that horse, Shady Empire.
Jackman will go off at 4-5 as they load into the gate. We'll see if he can reign supreme over at Oaklawn as Matt Dinnerman has your call.
Tropic Storm up to the gate. Goes in. We're ready to go. And wire off. Shady Empire sent hard out of there. Jackman matches him. Those two hook up, and they fly in the early stages. Jackman with a head lead. Shady Empire, quarter horse to keep up with him, and those two square off, and they open up too. The Gray Macrone runs in 3rd with Mac Daddy 2, and Joe Frazier inside of that pair. Tropic Storm caught 4 deep on the course with that party. 4 runners about 2 lengths off dueling leaders with a half mile to go. Rob the Rich, second to last. Efficiency at the back off a fast and contentious pace. Jackman, the 4-5 favorite, went 21 4/5 seconds to get the lead. He's got it by a neck. Shady Empire applying the pressure all the way. Macrone getting closer in the 3-path 3rd. They're 2 clear of Joe Frazier. Mac Daddy 2 has come under a hard ride. Rob the Rich trying to get into it, but drops out of it. Efficiency rides the rail. He's passing a few runners now as they come down the lane. Jackman keeps going. Shady Empire drops out. Macrone second, and 3rd Joe Frazier. Tropic Storm down the extreme outside. He's storming home, Tropic Storm, but Jackman keeps finding more on the lead. Jackman by 3. Tropic Storm efficiency chasing. Jackman almost there. Jackman in a photo finish, but I think he got it. Jackman wins his 4th race in a row. Efficiency 2nd. Tropic Storm 3rd, and then Rob the Rich.
Gutsy performance from your favorite. He did engage with the other speed in here, Sarah, early on in Shady Empire, where Shady Empire dropped out of it at about the 3/16 pole. He powered home, and we think he was able to hold off the late closures on the inside and outside.
He did all the work from start to finish in this race. He was forward early, he put away the other speed, and we believe he held off the closer towards his inside in here, so hopefully securing yet another win on the Oaklawn meet.
Yeah, sometimes a tricky angle over there at Oaklawn, as that will do it for me here on the desk. Excited to get down to finally a sunny Aqueduct paddock and take a look at the field for those stakes races in the Toboggan and the Withers coming up, which will be headlined by the Brad Cox trainee Lightline in here. He is looking to complement that really good runner-up effort that we saw from him last time out at Oaklawn. He's bringing his show on the road here to the Big A for the Cox Barn, who looks for back-to-back Withers. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Drain
the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Good to be with you. Continuing live coverage on FS2, America's Day at the Races on an important weekend on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Our coverage brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Greg Wolf stepping in for Maggie. Wolfendale is going to be reporting for us here from South Ozone Park, New York, with the best part of the card still to come. Sarah Albadwi, good to get you on the desk for a little bit here. Grade 3 Withers still ahead. Southwest still ahead. Looking forward to it.
The pace of the action really picks up now as you join me here, and we have a lot of racing coming up still to go. Of course, lots of graded stakes action as well.
Well, we just saw a tight one out at Oaklawn in Hot Springs. It was Jackman, odds-on favorite, especially with some big scratches in this race, and able to pick up his 4th consecutive victory. He's now 12 for 37 lifetime.
This was a gutsy effort. He was a horse that maybe was going to sit off of the other speed in here, but instead they decided to go on with things early, and he was able to put Shady Empire away pretty decisively, kicked on a little bit, but then was able to also hold off closers on his outside as well as his inside. This was a game, gritty performance from him to get yet another victory. 3 now on the Oaklawn meet.
Christian Torres, Carl Broberg, owned by End Zone Athletics. Valiant effort from efficiency, that long shot down on the inside, but comes up just a little bit short. 3, 4, 11, 10, 4-5 favorite over some big prices in that 5th race.
And a healthy early pick 5 as well. Lots of upsets both over at Oaklawn and here, but a formful ending to that early sequence with Jackman.
Take it to Tampa next. Grade 3 Endeavour on the grass coming up at a mile and 1/16 on the turf. And Consumer Spending, multiple graded stakes winner for Chad Brown, getting set for her 5-year-old debut. Coming up, Javier Castellano will be aboard. We'll have that for you when we come back. Good to have you with us on this stakes-filled Saturday afternoon on America's Day at the Races, this important Saturday on the road to the Triple Crown, but lots more as well, including this Grade 3 Endeavour next for fillies and mares on the turf. Toboggan to come at Aqueduct, very competitive race. King Cotton with, of course, who is on an incredible roll right now for Steve Asmussen, and looks like he's going to control from a pace scenario as well.
Of course, Skelly, I imagine you're alluding to in there. A horse that was really, really promising earlier on in his career and came back with a big win. Looks to stay on the racetrack because he could be one of the top older sprinters if he stays healthy.
All right, let's get to Tampa Bay Downs. Mile and a 16th on the grass, Grade 3 Endeavour. And the current favorite, Chad Brown's Consumer Spending, who put together back-to-back graded stakes wins over the summer last year. Both coming at Monmouth, the Eatontown, the matchmaker, 8-5 right now.
She just makes a lot of sense from a class standpoint. You can really forgive her race at Saratoga where she had a terrible trip, and even going up to Woodbine for the Grade 1 EP Taylor, maybe a little over her head.
Here's Be My Sunshine to kick off the post parade. This comes off back-to-back wins as well.
Her form flattered when the third place finisher in her last race did come back to win a graded stakes.
The favorite in those Silks of Klarovich stables, 5-year-old debut.
A horse that if she can re-find that Monmouth form is going to be very dangerous.
Implicated for the Chad Brown barn as well. Winner of the Grade 3 Pebbles at Aqueduct last year.
She didn't fire at Gulfstream last time out, but in her start prior to that, she came back with a decent win.
Walkathon, 3-time winner on the turf.
Put together those string of wins and was successful over McCulloch, but a while since she's been in the winner's circle.
5-year-old debut for this Graham Motion mare as well, Wallachia.
A little bit of traffic in her last start here at Aqueduct. Has some races to go back to that fit.
Sparkle Blue makes her 5-year-old debut for Graham Motion.
A 5-time winner as well, and certainly one that's been running some fast numbers as of late.
And Grade 3 winner the last time she was seen, Full Count Felicia. That was at a mile in the Sewanee River.
Yes, and she'll have to get a little bit more distance to work with in here, but she's a horse that likes to win, a 5-time winner as well.
That's your field for this Grade 3 Endeavour. 3 minutes to post. Let's go live to Acacia.
And as you could expect, Greg, heavy favorite, Consumer Spending right now. Chad Brown looking for his fifth win, I should say, in this race. He's already won it 4 times. But the thing with Consumer Spending, as I mentioned earlier in the show, is that she's found some pretty soft turfs in her last 2 starts, both in the EP Taylor, where nobody was really able to close up at Woodbine, and 2 back in the Ballston Spa, which those of us up at Saratoga remember well. It was pretty rainy that day, and she just had an absolutely nightmare trip, completely blocked at several stages of the race. She was a bit keen and just wasn't able to get into the race at all, while Evie Jets was able to come up the inside for the win. So Consumer Spending, she had 2 very strong efforts prior to that, and she'll certainly get a firm turf course to deal with today. She looks very fit coming back for her first start as a 5-year-old. She's carrying great weight. Looks like she's really done well with that little bit of a break. So looking forward to see what she has to offer today. Chad's other horse, the number 3 Implicated, does have recency on her side coming out of the Tropical Park Oaks, where she was in tight a little bit last time and then just when she got clear, didn't kick on enough. I actually would like to see if she could strengthen up a little bit more behind. She's a little bit lighter than I do remember seeing, and we'll see if she can have a little bit more punch that we didn't see from her last time out when she'll rematch with the horse that won that race and Be My Sunshine. But to the outside, a horse I'm very intrigued by, the 7 Full Count Felicia. She won the Sewanee River at Gulfstream, prompting the connections to pay the $3,000 supplement fee to run here. She wasn't nominated originally to this race, but just was doing so well, and she has really flourished with Brittany Russell. She's put on so much weight since I've last seen her. She's incredibly strong, really carrying great flesh off the back of that win, where she won pretty impressively after kind of being able to hold off the closers in that effort. So maybe she's a horse that's just kind of the now horse, and see if she can upend Consumer Spending with that recent effort, Greg. But very intriguing matchup between these fillies and mares.
She has been on a roll. Full Count Felicia, the 7 at 7-2 right now, Sarah. She's won 4 of her last 6.
She's just a horse that's ultra consistent. You know what you're going to get from her, and she certainly has numbers that make her, in a way, I suppose, kind of the horse to beat based on what she's done lately on the racetrack. And she does have that recency edge over a horse like Consumer Spending as well, who maybe on her best day is a little bit better than she is, but at the same time, she's coming in off a break.
All right, we'll return to that Grade 3 Endeavour to New York and post-parade for the 7th at Aqueduct. Start of the late pick 4 on this muddy, sealed track. 7 furlongs, 16,000. They're all for sale for that price. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime, and part of the entry bargaining power from the inside.
He did break his maiden 2 starts ago, going this 7 furlong distance. I wouldn't be rushing to bet him at a super short price, though.
Both halves of these entry just claimed by Linda Rice. Here's Deputy Connect right next door.
A horse that his better races seem to be behind him, but maybe Linda Rice can get him back on track.
Full complement, Dylan Davis, first time seen since November of 22.
More of his success has come at Finger Lakes as he returns to the NYRA circuit.
Rudy Rodriguez, Manny Franco with opportunity set.
A horse that hasn't had any success as of yet, facing winners.
Good price on Blue Plate Special, 4-1.
I agree. A horse that finished second last time at a generous price of 13-1. Maybe the horse to beat in a way.
Scott, a 1 for 29 lifetime seems tough to endorse.
And the price reflecting that as well.
Wow, 7-1 on 19 oysters. You can make the case that the horse to beat.
You can based on some of his races, but on his other 2, that price is more than fair.
Huge drop in class for that one as well. The 8 Ice Road at 5-1.
If he didn't get the win 2 starts ago at a short price, he's awfully tough to trust in here.
Very debonair. Could see pace from this horse. Only been on the dirt once.
And maybe a horse that could take to this surface has run well on synthetic and turf.
I think the dirt race was sneaky good, too. Sorpreso, 31-1, second to the outside.
Just the 1 win in 20 lifetime starts, and a Scotto price reflecting that.
And Flashy Alex, double-digit odds, Romero Mirage on the outside.
This horse isn't impossible at a decent price. The Randy Persaud barn has been going very well, and he ran 3rd at a decent price last time out, 23-1 in that start.
4, make it 3 minutes to post, and a pick 4 that includes the Toboggan and the Withers still to come. So we'll get you back to Aqueduct momentarily. First things first, Grade 3 Endeavour. Tampa Bay Downs and 6-5 favorite, Consumer Spending, but as Acacia said, probably the now horse in this field. That's the 7, Full Count Felicia.
You're right about that. I mean, on her best day, maybe Consumer Spending a little bit better, a little bit more class tested than the likes of Full Count Felicia, but with her recent races in mind, Full Count Felicia probably, I suppose, the horse to beat if you think the Consumer Spending might not come back with her A performance.
Pick 5 from Tampa starts here at Grade 3 Endeavour. Consumer Spending the favorite for Chad Brown. Stablemate next door implicated. Let's go to Jason Beam for the call.
Stakes events here on today's card. The Tampa Bay will come up in race 10. Full Count Felicia. Miss El Jaramillo to the outside draw. She goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Endeavour Stakes. Implicated got pinched just a touch at the start there. Be My Sunshine showing out for the early advantage along with Walkathon. Those 2 quickest through the first 16th of a mile. Full Count Felicia going to pull up a seat right to their outside and join the front ranks as they bend into the stretch. And up front it's Walkathon. Antonio Gallardo to set the pace. There isn't much pace. They're going pretty slowly out there. Full Count Felicia up to 2nd. Be My Sunshine the Gray is 3rd. Another length then, and back to Wallachia, who's in 4th. Implicated stays toward the inside in 5th. In a bit of a tight spot there. Then comes Sparkle Blue, and the favorite Consumer Spending is 7th and last with 6 furlongs left to go in the Endeavour Stakes. And it's Walkathon up front, 24-2 for the opening quarter mile. Walkathon takes him to the back stretch, a length and a half in front. A Full Count Felicia, who's now a clear 2nd down to the inside. Be My Sunshine is back 3rd, just 2 off the top. Wallachia is in behind that along with Implicated. They race right together 4th and 5th as a team. So then a break of 3.5 more back to Sparkle Blue and Consumer Spending last. 49-1, so they've gone pretty slowly up front for Walkathon. Walkathon leads them to the far turn. Just about a length in front. A Full Count Felicia. Be My Sunshine appears to have run. Is just in behind horses a length and a half off the early leader. Wallachia has given the signal from back and forth. It's about 3.5 or 4 adrift. Then comes Implicated. Sparkle Blue. Consumer Spending has to make up 8 if she wants to win the Endeavour. They wind around to the quarter pole. Walkathon has gotten away with easy fractions up top. Full Count Felicia draws within a half length on the outside. Walkathon tries to kick home. home. Full count Felicia. Here's Be My Sunshine, who switches toward the outside. Consumer Spending has to make up 5 in the final 16th of a mile. Walkathon is still there. It's Walkathon the leader. Be My Sunshine a length back in second. Walkathon continues on. Walkathon going to win the Endeavour Stakes. Be My Sunshine in a photo there for second. A late charging Sparkle Blue got up to photo for second in the Endeavour Stakes.
Ian Wilkes-Barre, it's Walkathon with the upset in the Endeavour. Poor break from Consumer Spending and just had way too much work to do.
And with this slow pace, Walkathon able to really walk on the front end and set those tepid fractions and have enough to finish the job. And that's what you would expect when she was allowed to get away with a pretty moderate pace for this level of racehorse, and nobody really able to make up a ton of ground. Consumer Spending, way too much work to do from the back of the pack.
First start back for her of her 5-year-old campaign. Maybe we'll see better from her next time around. Big win, though, from Walkathon, who picks up the second graded stakes win of her career as we return to New York for the 7th race here. And again, the start of the Pick 4 coming up. Entry, who was 9-2 morning line, 8-5 favorites, both halves of the entry. Inside posts 1 and 2, and both first off the claim for Linda Rice.
And first off the claim for Linda Rice, always extremely dangerous. She does well with this type of move and has a great eye for spotting horses where they can run effectively. But there are some interesting horses outside of this short-priced entry. You mentioned 19 Oysters as being one of them. If he runs one of his better races, that's a big price on him. Ice Road with that drop in class, and even the 9, Very Debonair at a big price. Trying the dirt only the second time in his career could be one to spice things up in the exotics.
Yeah, I like Ice Road a lot in this spot. I'm surprised the entry's taking this much money. Both halves seem like they need to get a little bit better. We do have an objection, by the way, back at Tampa. We'll keep you posted on that as soon as we run the 7th here in New York to start this late Big 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Horses to the outside here, Sorpreso. Flashy Alex. Flashy Alex. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Very awkward start for Flashy Alex towards the back end of the field. And full complement, they were off slowly as well. At the rail, it's Bargaining Power, who's got early speed, and Bargaining Power right out to the front. 19 Oysters is in that early mix as well. Trying to join them from in between horses comes Opportunity Set. Blue Plate Special is right there. That's the leading 4. Ice Road is just off of them, is now in 5th. The outside of that one's Very Debonair. Full Complement was off slowly, but here comes Full Complement, who's making up a lot of quick ground here, is about to challenge and take 5th. Towards the back end of the field is Sorpreso. Far back right now, it's Scotto. Flashy Alex is back there as well, and Deputy Connect at the back end of the field. They work into the far turn, and Bargaining Power's got the lead. It's Bargaining Power who's in front. 19 Oysters is in full pursuit for Isaac Castillo, is now a clear second. At the rail still is Opportunity Set, who's trying to make up some ground towards the inside. Blue Plate Specials rallying on Ice Road. Here comes the run from the back end of the field. There comes Full Complement, and Full Complement trying to make up some ground with a ground-saving trip. They went 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and Bargaining Power's trying to kick away. Bargaining Power hugs the rail right there in the center of the racetrack. It's 19 Oysters, just kind of lugging out a little bit, a little green, looking around at things, but 19 Oysters now puts ahead in front. It's 19 Oysters who kicks away. Bargaining Power is back to second. Here comes the run from Blue Plate Special. From the back, it's Ice Road, but it's 19 Oysters. 19 Oysters serves it up and wins today's 7th. 19 Oysters gets the win over Bargaining Power. Then came Blue Plate Special, Ice Road, and a late rally from Scotto in 1 minute 27 and 1.
19 Oysters, long layoff, big drop in class for the Chat Summers barn. Isaac Castillo the win at, I believe, 5-1, yeah.
Entry taking a lot of that wagering action, and he was being a little goofy in the stretcher. You kind of see him turning his head, looking all over the place, but ultimately it didn't matter. Isaac Castillo able to keep him to task, and the class relief ended up working out for him. A horse that had 2 really good races that would make him a player, and 2 really poor efforts, a better race today.
Second win now on the big drop down at 5-1, and you beat an entry that was 8-5. So that's going to play big in this pick 4 and all these multi-race wagers. Pick 6, pick 5. We'll have the prices coming up in just a little bit. We told you there was an objection at Tampa, no change. So Walkathon win upheld. Let's get you back out to Hot Springs, Arkansas, and a pick 4 coming up in this 6th race, a maiden special weight, mile and a 16th. Let's go to Lafitte and Paul.
And a post-parade brewing. Just saw that 8-5 favorite defeated at Aqueduct. 8-5 favorite here, number 2, Dramatic. Post-parade, there's Thousand Springs. Brian Hernandez to ride Mystic Dan in the Southwest.
Horse was 18-1 first time out, but Kenny McPeek's barn's been rolling here at Oaklawn.
Aforementioned favorite, Dramatic.
Yeah, this one for Windshield Thoroughbreds, a gun runner. They usually like to slop. I think deservedly the favorite.
Promisio back to dirt after 2 spins on synthetic.
We've seen Doug O'Neill ship in some horses. This one in from Turfway Park.
Now, give me Liberty 6-1, improved in his second start and was 13-1 that day.
He really did. Heady claim here, or ambitious claim to claim a horse for $100,000, but they wheeled this horse around 2 turns and ran really nice last time out for Ken Ramsey.
Speed Tail, Mastery Colt 3-year-old debut.
The one to catch. The way this racetrack's been playing, you know, he could be very tough, at least have the lead to the top of the lane.
We'll take it. $700,000 Tappet Colt.
A tremendous bottom side of the family here. If he can live up to that, 20-1.
Tornado Road, just steel connections.
Yeah, 3 starts here for the coach. Dwayne Lucas has not done much yet.
Number 8, Special Dispatch, Mendelssohn Colt. Christian Torres seeking a 3rd.
This horse made a lot of ground up, and it's kind of deceiving. Lost footing at the start was right. It kind of like just bobbled a little bit.
Got to have Dreams, number 9, most experienced in the crew.
Yeah, the 9 is a horse that is getting a little bit better. The 10's a horse that 97-1 the last couple times. This horse should be about 150-1, to be honest.
Wreck it. He would wreck a lot in this first leg of a pick 4. Manfredi, number 11, first start with trainer Chris Hartman.
Yeah, and you never know with Chris Hartman, 30-1. I mean, he's a solid trainer.
And another long shot to the outside. JJ's Ranger, marooned outside.
You know, another one for Chris Hartman that did not get dismissed. And the first start at Churchill Downs was pretty good. I would give the 12 a tiny bit of look maybe to hit the number.
3-year-olds later in the Southwest. 3-year-olds here as the assistant starters await these sophomores, these maidens. They'll be traveling a mile and a 16th on a sloppy track. Richie, we have Dramatic at 6-5 and an outsider to his inside, Thousand Springs with Brian Hernandez to ride. What do you make of his chances?
I'm really interested in the 1,000 Springs Lafitte. This horse has a pedigree that screams distance, and I think the inside post is a benefit. He's going to get to save ground. Brian Hernandez, such a good rider, such a patient rider. You know, he's by Ghost Sapper out of a Tappet mare that ran long, albeit on turf. I thought he ran okay sprinting first time, broke a little slow, just was swept off his feet, 2 faster fractions for him. Looking at him from a physical perspective, I think he's going to absolutely love stretching out, and he just, as I'm talking, went from 15-1 to 9-1. I think Thousand Springs is very live here. Dramatic, listen, he makes a lot of sense. I thought he ran well. One thing about Steve Asmussen, too, is he just seems to prepare horses for what's in front of them, and it's not always about one race. It's about developing a horse for a career. Joel Rosario's kind of following this horse around, isn't he? Rode him at Churchill, rode him at Fairgrounds. Here he is today on a muddy Oaklawn Park racetrack. Listen, he makes a lot of sense. I'm taking a little bit of a swing with a bigger price with the 1,000 Springs. Going to the 4, give me Liberty. But another horse, just with a pedigree that I think the further the better. He was claimed for $100,000 first time out when he took money sprinting. Robertina Diodoro needs no introduction. I thought improved going a mile. I think has another big step forward going the mile and a 16th. And then the other Kenny McPeek runner, the 8, Special Dispatch. This horse is taking more money than the 1. And another one that, you know, caught a sloppy track going a mile. I just thought there was more upside to the other Kenny McPeek runner, Thousand Springs, from the inside, first time on the stretch out.
Kenny McPeek, also represented in the Southwest later on this afternoon. We were looking at Joel Rosario on the favorite, Paulie Dramatic. This is the first of 6 straight rides for Rosario, riding for Steve Asmussen. the next couple of races and in all 4 stakes races.
Yeah, and this horse has got a lot of talent. The first start of his, actually both starts of his career, he's just broken a tiny bit flat-footed. If you can get out of the gate a little bit better, and like I've said, these gun runners have excelled on sloppy racetrack. Not all of them do love it, so you're taking 8 to 5. But I do think the 5 in here, Speedtail. I don't love horses that have had clear leads and have lost races, but the way this racetrack has played so far, the 5 could be very dangerous for a long time.
Speedtail, Francisco Arrieta aboard, having a productive afternoon. Richie pointing out some upside with Thousand Springs, the benefit of the inside post in this 2-turn mile and a 16th. And yeah, he sprinted like he wants to route, and he's bred like he should thrive at an added distance.
Yeah, and when you get the inside posts going 6 furlongs, you know, if you don't really have speed and you're setting up a horse to go long, he'd probably just drop back. And that's what ended up happening there with Corey Lannery. The horse broke slow, and Corey just let him sit back, get a little education first time out.
That's Thousand Springs, Richie's top selection. Paul sticking with Dematic. Human Element intact. Winchell Thoroughbred, Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario. 6 straight rides for Asmussen. Rosario here on the favorite. Dematic, the gun runner colt, 8 to 5 at post time. Same distance as the Southwest. Maiden special weight 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th. Matt Ditterman standing by.
Liberty. Manfredi, one of 2 runners for trainer Chris Hartman, the other being JJ's Ranger, who will load last, waiting on Speedtail to take his spot in the Muddy Waters Racing colors. And Freddie goes in. Reckitt has got it for the Eric Snodgrass barn. Just a couple more runners to load in here. We'll take it. And JJ's Ranger. They've loaded Speedtail. We'll take it coming up to the gate. And JJ's Ranger. Thousand Springs a little bit restless in the gate there, settling him down. We'll take it just about it. And to the outside, JJ's Ranger to round out the field. Here's JJ's Ranger. Start of the middle, pick 4 here, ladies and gentlemen. 12 in line, and we're ready to go. And they're off. Thousand Springs a little bit slow from the inside. A battle for the lead. Special Dispatch is up there. JJ's Ranger. Give Me Liberty showing a lot more speed than usual today. Give Me Liberty. Special Dispatch side by side into the turn. In the meantime, Speedtail towards the back. Did not corner well. Will take it. And also Gotta Have Dreams. Got caught wide with them. Around the clubhouse turn, we come back to the lead. Special Dispatch is on the rail and has command by just the neck. But Manfredi a bit keen to go on here, and there goes Manfredi to the lead. Special Dispatch a neck behind from the inside, now second. A length and a half to Give Me Liberty and Promisio. Those 2 third and fourth down the back stretch. JJ's Ranger is next with Dimatic and Tornado Road between that pair, running 5 lengths off the pace, approaching the half-mile pole. A length and a half to Speedtail. 4 more to Will Take It, along with Thousand Springs, who broke slowly. Gotta Have Dreams sent along, losing position, and the distant trailer is Reckitt as they approach the 4-turn run. Battle on the lead continues between Manfredi and Special Dispatch. Here's Give Me Liberty. He's gotten outside now. He's in the 3-path, ready to pounce. And those 3 are stretched across the track as they round the turn with Dimatic sent along on the inside from 4th. He's within range, though, tipping outside for the final quarter mile. Give Me Liberty has gotten the perfect trip. He's up to grab the lead at the top of the lane. Give Me Liberty goes for home now. Manfredi couldn't keep up. Special Dispatch inside, weakening. And here's Dimatic finding his best stride. He's let loose on the outside, and Dimatic just rolled to the front. Dimatic and Joel Rosario pulling clear now, and he's drifting out. He just spooked out, but he's now regathered his momentum to the lead. He's all over the place, and Dimatic's going to win it. Very green, some anxious moments, but he got it done. Dimatic. Give Me Liberty was second. Gotta Have Dreams third. JJ's Ranger in the photo for 4th with Promisio.
Some anxious moments is right, Matt Dinnerman. Weaving, wandering all over the track, Dymatic. It looked like he was going to cough this thing up, but still able to hold on and graduate in his third career start. Wow.
Well, if you're not familiar with what's been going on here at Oaklawn Park at least in Hot Springs, Arkansas, for the last couple weeks with freezing temperatures, Joel Rosario looked like me on the roads about a week ago. This horse was slipping and sliding all over the place. He was green as can be, but his ears were up. It was kind of crazy. I think he's just a little greenness here, Lafitte. But, give Joel Rosario the credit to stay to task with this horse.
Richie, two things. What caused him to spook or wander? And two, can you describe that moment for a rider when the horse underneath you starts to do something like that in deep stretch?
Well, first of all, Lafitte, I reacted watching it. I hollered like, whoop, whoop, don't do it. And I think it was two things. One, they pull the starting gate right to the infield, and it's literally within 20 feet of the inside rail. And it's also where the tire tracks are from where the starting gate, and the tractors pull that starting gate to the infield. So I think he spotted those tracks, kind of already got his attention, spotted the starting gate. Joel went at him with a left-handed crop, and he did some dipsy doodle, jumped back to his left lead, looked like he might leave Joel in the middle of the stretch there. Joel did a great job of straightening him out, really got the bit back up in his mouth, and even had the presence of mind to help him jump back to his right lead before the finish. We talk about it all the time, Lafitte. Horses show ability, they win. This is a horse that made a lot of mistakes and still won, so there's a lot of improvement there.
A lot of talent. And yeah, some anxious moments late. And remember, the same distance as the Southwest Stakes, mile and a 16th. Well, that starting gate will be placed. Something to keep in mind here. Greg, a collective gasp from everyone late who backed the favorite in these 6 at Oaklawn, Dymatic.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yeah, that horse might have some real talent. You saw in the replay, too, Mig was talking about those tire tracks. Maybe that's what caused the horse to spook just a little bit. Back at Tampa Bay in the Grade 3 Endeavour, Walkathon, Ian Wilkes, Antonio Gallardo the win.
She was able to control early on, walking fractions, and with that tempered pace, had enough to seal the deal in here and upset the Endeavour.
Be My Sunshine, Sparkle Blue, implicated, round out the top 4. Let's go to Acacia.
Happy to be joined by winning trainer Ian Wilkes as Walkathon is able to walk on the front end. Ian, surviving the objection there, but she definitely used her speed to her advantage today.
Yeah, she did. She got away with some soft fractions, and on top of the ground, she's got a great turn of foot.
And she's a very high energy horse too. I've seen her several times. She's always on her toes, and it seemed like she was able to channel that today.
Yeah, that's the thing about her. She's a energized bunny. She just keeps going, doesn't stop. But yeah, she was able a little more calmer than sometimes.
When you saw those fractions, did that make you pretty confident?
Yeah, I was happy, yeah, with no pressure. No one come to her even at the half mile, and she was still got to the quarter pole before he could ask her, and that was good. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's fun to see her. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Greg?
Ian Wilkes, longtime assistant to Carl Nasker before going out on his own. Tremendous trainer in his own right. Walkathon, good to see him get a victory here with this 5-year-old mare.
And really knowing his horse, knowing that she's a high energy type, but as he said, able to channel that today and sent to the front and didn't look back.
Upset there in that graded stake. Meanwhile, back at Aqueduct, start of the late pick 4. 19 Oysters, big drop down in class. Off the bench, wins for Chad Summers with Isaac Castillo.
He had some races that would have made him awfully tough in this spot. 2 really solid efforts, 2 not so much, but able to come up with one of his better races today, getting that little bit of class relief as well.
$13.40. He was 5-2 morning line. He goes off at 5-1 in this spot. 7-1-5 finish. Back-to-back graded stakes coming up next, including on the road to the Kentucky Derby with the Withers. First up, though, it's the Grade 3 Toboggan, 4-year-olds and up, 7/8 of a mile. And as you can see from the board, the horse to beat resides on the outside here for the Rick Dutrow barn, Kinetic Sky.
A really solid effort, finishing 3rd last time out in the Queens County, and looks to get back to the winner's circle as he did in his start 2 back.
He's 4-5. Jose Lezcano will be aboard on the post parade for you for the Grade 3 Toboggan when we come back on our live coverage on FS2 of America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
He's into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
The Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Winter Mixed Sale, the last mixed sale before the start of the breeding season, featuring a deep catalog of quality racing and broodmare prospects, yearlings, and mares in foal to the sport's leading sires, plus 65 entries of breeding stock and yearlings from the complete dispersal of Lothenbach stables. Recent sale graduates include Grade 1 winner Adair Manor, Kentucky Winter Mixed, February 5th and 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
At the top of the stretch, it's Captain Red in front. The half mile went in 44-1. Captain Red, the lead is down to 2.5 lengths. A Firm Success in second. Then it's Peeping Tom. Multiple choice on the outside. Here comes A Firm Success to challenge for the lead. A Firm Success now takes the lead. Peeping Tom moving into second. Captain Red at the rail. It's A Firm Success, a stakes winner at the age of 9.
That was our very own Richard Migliori going back-to-back in A Firm Success in the Toboggan. Mig, I know for a lot of riders that get into this game, their dream is to win that first Saturday in May. For you, it was a very different dream, wasn't it?
Well, it really was, and obviously it would have been nice to win a Kentucky Derby. But I was 11 years old when I first saw the Toboggan Handicap run at Aqueduct. It was won by Due Diligence for Harborview Farms, Las Barrera, and the great George Velasquez aboard. And on the train home that night to Brooklyn, I told my father I was going to win the Toboggan Handicap as a jockey. So to win 6 of them meant a lot. There was a lot of emotion, a lot of feeling about that race for me. It was in my own backyard. I grew up about 9 miles from Aqueduct. And I had ridden A Firm Success terribly the start before when Captain Red beat us. I should have won. And Rick Schosberg showed so much confidence in me, didn't hold the mistake against me, let me ride him back, and to win the Toboggan on the 9-year-old A Firm Success, a horse that was as hickory and as tough as they come, meant a great deal. And just to show you how this game has all these intersections, my 6th grade social studies teacher was a guy named Joe Rodlitz. He was Bobby Frankel's first cousin. Well, the first Toboggan Handicap I won was for Bobby Frankel when I was 20 years old on Fighting Fit. So the race always just seemed to kind of intersect with different emotional spots in my life, and I always get a kick out of watching myself get Miggy with it.
You certainly did that. You really owned that race. 6 career wins. We have this year's edition coming up. Mig, we'll get back to you in just a little bit with our Hot Springs, Arkansas coverage. Grade 3 Toboggan next. There's obviously a very heavy favorite in this field. We showed you going to break. And the outside runner in here for the Dutro Barn Kinetic Sky. This is a competitive group.
It is. I mean, he is sort of the class of this field, but once you get past him, there are several horses that you could make a solid case for. We're looking at one of them right now in Super Chow, who does look to be forward early on in this race, but Kinetic Sky is going to try to do something that Willie Beeman didn't do, win a race after coming back in just 3 days when he was able to win that King's Bishop. Kinetic Sky tried that same move, and he is going to try to win a race after that 3rd in the Queens County.
Meanwhile, this horse right here coming off a career best effort, albeit in defeat. For more, let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, and defeat at 1-2 as well. That's number 5, Super Chow in here. Now, he's a horse that I'm a little bit against on paper, although he does look to be the lone speed in here, just because he was beaten by a horse, Loco Barrio, who would come back and not run that well, albeit, though, on the Tapeta surface there at Gulfstream Park. And furthermore, in that race, I thought it looked as though Super Chow was kind of wanting to get out. Starting around the turn, it continued down the lane. But on the flip side of that, he looks spectacular here, and a lot of times, as it looks beautiful today, be glad that you're maybe watching this in the comfort of your living room, as it's frigid out here. And a lot of times these horses coming from warmer climates, as he is coming from South Florida into the cool, they do tend to respond well to it. He's aggressive here in the paddock, as the lone other time I saw him, he was too, back in October. And if anything, he's filled out and done incredibly well in just those few months in the interim. The other kind of drawback with him is the intangible, in that this was kind of plan C. Scratched out of an allowance race at Gulfstream a couple weeks ago, entered to run in the Fire Plug in Maryland. That race canceled, so he had a layover there at Laurel Park, and now he's shipped up here, though he looks as though that has had no adverse effect on him whatsoever. And furthermore, he's run okay going the 7 furlongs too. And like I said, with him growing in this first start as a 4-year-old, I'm on the positive end of the spectrum with what I see from in the paddock in this field. Now, a horse that is taking quite a bit of money is one that's going to have to run probably faster than what he has in his career so far, and that's number 2, Murray. He'll turn back from the 1-turn mile at Laurel, in which he was the beaten favorite and beaten by a 30-1 shot that day. So definitely not flattering him, though the argument could be made that he did move maybe a touch early in that race in hindsight based upon the way it played out. He makes a great impression here, though he is a very laid-back customer, and he certainly strikes you as, looking at him physically and the way that he acts, that longer is better, though his form wouldn't suggest that. So maybe the 7 furlongs here, Greg, is kind of like the Goldilocks effects, in which it is the perfect distance for him.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We will find out. Thoroughgraph-wise, his figures are as good as anybody in this group. I'm surprised he's 9-2 right now.
Well, really all of that money being focused on Kinetic Sky, and then everybody else sort of left to pick up the pieces in terms of where the wagering public is going. But he is your second choice right now at 9-2.
All that money, wow, on Kinetic Sky. He's getting hammered at the windows right now for a barn that brought you White Barrio, had that Whitney Breeders' Cup Classic to end 2023. What a way to go out, and what a way to say I'm back for the Dutrow barn.
Absolutely, and not just that big stage success, but we've seen him be very sharp with claiming horses right here in New York and running horses in all sorts of levels.
Here's Divine Armor, trained by David Jacobson.
He ran well last time to finish 3rd behind a very informed 24 Mamba. I don't blame them for taking a shot in this spot.
So here's Murray, comes in from Maryland, and yeah, he did get beat by a 35-1 shot, and that was actually the best performance of that horse's career in his 39th start.
And now he cuts back a little bit in distance. Maybe 7 furlongs is his friend.
Manny Wise been in the Breeders' Cup Sprint a couple times in his career.
He's faced some good ones in the past. I mean, this is a horse that has faced some very, very tough horses in the past.
Stage left player, he's 10-1 right now.
He ran well last time behind horses like Bold Journey, Rodney, Durante. Big price if you like him.
Here's Super Chow coming off that big effort, but in that narrow defeat.
And it doesn't really bode in his favor that he was defeated at a very short price, but he'll be in front early in this spot.
Skylander with Jose Gomez.
A big second place finish last time behind Frat Pack, 44-1 that day. Not totally out of this on his best day.
And Kinetic Sky had those back-to-back wins, and then he got beat 3 days later by a neck. That was at 1 1/8.
And finishing behind Krupe, who came back to run well at a big price in the Pegasus World Cup, so his form certainly flattered by how that horse returned to the races.
5 minutes a post. Grade 3 Toboggan. This race kicks off across country. Pick 5. That includes 3 racetracks here in New York, Oaklawn, and at Tampa Bay. And the Toboggan and the Withers on the road to the Kentucky Derby kick things off.
And it's a competitive sequence. I feel like you have to sort of pick your spots where you're leaning and trusting those favorites versus where you're trying to beat them and get some better prices.
So still just under 4 minutes to try and put a ticket together. Sarah's going to help you out. How'd you play it?
I'm putting my faith in Kinetic Sky towards the outside in here. This is a spot where I'm singling to kick things off, then going too deep in the withers with your favorite, as well as a Price and Seminole Chief. Trusting Dem and Pearls going over to Oaklawn in that Martha Washington, trying to beat some of the favorites over at Tampa on the turf. I actually really like Candidate quite a bit coming in for the Arnold Delacour barn, and then spreading over at Oaklawn in the Southwest. It's kind of a closers only type of theme. I think that the pace is going to heat up, and I'm using some of those bigger priced horses that should be coming from off the pace. So an affordable play, $25 if you want to get involved in the all stakes cross country pick 5.
All right, again, look for XP5 on your Naira Bets account. Odds on favorite here in the first leg of this sequence. We'll get back to it momentarily. Tampa, their 7th maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint, just about all loaded. Jason Beam with the call lock barrel, first time starter from the rail for Belmont, the favorite.
Yep. The others all standing pretty well. So we await Rookie and Sermi Tolley to the outside. Rookie's gone in. Sermi Tolley, Samuel Marin for Darian Rodriguez to the outside draw. Sermi Tolley going in. They're in the gate. Sermi Tolley acting up there, and that, of course, chain reaction the rest, but they settle down. And the race is on. Paralegal shot out to the early advantage. Up from the outside, Sermi Tolley was away in good order. And in between them, Officer Derek out third. It is going to be Paralegal who leads him up the back stretch. Sermi Tolley presses that one from the second spot. They're 2.5 in front of Officer Derek and David Songs, who race together third and fourth. Then comes Curlin's Cruise into the inside at fifth. It's 2 more back to Rookie in sixth. Another 3 back to Life is Precious, and another 4 back to Lock Barrel, the favorite, who spots these leaders about 12 or 13 with 3.5 furlongs to go, but has pace to run into 21 and 3. They drilled that opening quarter mile. Sermi Tolley and Paralegal, these two off in their own private race up front. They're about 8 lengths ahead of the rest of the pack, led by Curlin's Cruisin', who's down toward the inside. David Songs, Rookie starting to make up some ground out 3 deep as these top 2 have been hard at it up front. They come to the top of the stretch. Sermi Tolley has put away Paralegal, but company is coming from in behind. David Songs, Curlin Cruisin', 44 and 3. Sermi Tolley still has to make another furlong. Life is Precious down toward the inside, starting to make up some ground. David Songs, Sermi Tolley still there. Life is Precious trying to rally through down on the inside. Sermi Tolley trying to find 50 more yards. Sermi Tolley and Samuel Marin will do it. Sermi Tolley, Life is Precious was second. Third, David Songs. Fourth was Curlin's Cruisin'. That final time for the 6 furlongs, 110.1.
Stepping up out of maiden claiming, and Sermi Tolley, first off the claim, gets the win in a straight maiden race.
They went fast, and this horse was able to last in the later stages. A gutsy, gritty effort from him.
Back to the Grade 3 Toboggan start of this cross-country. 4-5 favorite. Kinetic Sky on the outside. Back-to-back wins, then stretched out to 1 mile and an 8 3 days later. And a narrow defeat against Krupe. There he is. Jose Lezcano aboard. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
And they're off. Super Chow breaks right out for the early lead. It's Super Chow and Maniwa is in the early mix as well, with Skylander just off of them. That's the leading trio. Moving forward from in between horses, here comes Stage Left, is trying to move closer to this leader in Super Chow. Up on the far outside is Kinetic Sky. It's going to be 4 wide up the backstretch. The 2 trailers, Murray and Divine Armor. Super Chow and Madison Over, they've got the front. It's Super Chow who's clear, is up by a length. Here's Stage Left from in between horses, is now within 3/4 of a length of that leader, and Super Chow lets it out a touch more. 23 and 3 is unopposed on the front end. It's a tight hold on Maniwa and Dylan Davis down towards the inside. Those 2 are second and third. Kinetic Sky's got 4 lengths to make up now as Super Chow extends that margin even more. Skylander is making hard work of it. Is back there in 5th. In behind that is Murray, the trailer Divine Armor. And starting to come back to the field now is Super Chow. Went 47-3 for that half-mile time. Can Super Chow keep going? Is now going to hug the rail with a quarter mile left to go. They haven't caught Super Chow. Super Chow now kicks away. It's Super Chow who's trying to get away from Maniwa, who's in clear pursuit, is still about 2 lengths back. Super Chow just keeps finding more here in the stretch. Kinetic Sky is trying to run on. So is Stage Left. Drifting out late is Super Chow. Maniwa dives down towards the inside, but it's going to be Super Chow and jockey Madison Over. They win the toboggan. Super Chow wins it. Then came Maniwa, Kinetic Sky, and Stage Left in 1 minute, 25 seconds flat.
Super Chow having a very tough time keeping a straight course in this stretch. It did not matter. Maddie Over for Jorge Delgado and a dominant win.
And a graded stakes victory for her as she was aggressive early with a horse that we knew would be forward in the early stages of the race, and he was able to last the 7 furlongs in here and get the victory at 4-1. And kind of a disappointing effort from your heavy favorite in Kinetic Sky, who just really never seemed to pick up his feet even when guided towards the inside.
Disappointing from a few in here. But not from Super Chow, despite bearing out there in the stretch. It's the 7th career win for this 4-year-old, coming off that career best effort last time out, and this time able to seal the deal convincingly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that he disappointed last time, but he had the run of the race and here really not contested through those early fractions and was able to last in the late stages, and drifting out didn't seem to matter. There was no one in his course, so able to get the win in here. And great to see Maddie Ulver with a graded stakes victory.
We're going to head back to Hot Springs. Let's go to Lafitte and Paul.
Hopefully not a continuing theme on the broadcast. Horses striking the front, looking like they're poised for an easy win, and then wandering all over the track.
Right?
We saw it at Oaklawn. We just saw it at Aqueduct.
I know. Good job by Maddie Oliver to keep that horse a straight course. And nice little W there by Super Chow.
Here at Oaklawn, post-parade, race 7. All stakes racing following this one. 4 consecutive stakes races starting in the 8th. This allowance race with a $141,000 purse. We start with backyard money at 7-1.
You know, an interesting horse. Has one race over a money racetrack is awful, but did blitz a field at Saratoga over a sloppy strip.
Dealing Justice, 18-1. Outsider, then number 4 in Traverse for Riley Mott.
A horse that likes the racetrack, 4 for 10 lifetime. This mare by Street Sense.
Cantex Contender, 5-2 second choice.
Listen, 4 for 5. At Oaklawn, 4 for 4 at the distance, a major player.
Zeitlos, Joel Rosario, Steve Asmussen looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, another major player here. Phillip by Curlin, just been off since November.
I'm the Boss of Me, 5-1, winless in 4 tries on wet tracks.
This horse is a very good gate horse, very fast early. Greg Compton, very good trainer, even though he's gotten off to a slow start to this meet.
Halaga, Walter De La Cruz would be a big surprise.
Yeah, we've seen some of these Norm McKnight horses run well. This one got claimed last time out, and De La Cruz in the irons.
Very little sense off the board. Her first start this year?
Yeah, this one for Emmanuel Esquivel. Randy Morris, I hate to leave him off. He's such a sharp trainer.
Sarah Harper, Ron Moquette, 12-1.
Sarah Harper's an interesting horse at age 6 now because she has some races to go to where she can compete. You know, Ron Moquette had put her on the turf course, and now she's back on the wet dirt, and she is 2 for 4 lifetime over it.
Key scratch, number 11, Aunt Becca is out. That's the field. Race number 7, fillies and mares, 6 furlong sprint. Another look at, that's the 3, Dealing Justice. Joel Rosario is on the favorite at 8-5. Zeitlos for Steve Asmussen. Already 2 wins this afternoon, and as we mentioned earlier, loaded with stakes mounts. Yeah, I'd be smiling too. Look at that. Jackson Traveler in the King Cotton, Neon Beach in the Martha Washington, High Class in the American Beauty, Paulie, and Otto the Conqueror, the Southwest, all for Steve Asmussen coming up here for Joel Rosario.
Yeah, the only one that Steve said, listen, Ricardo's been very, very good on Skelly. We got to keep Ricardo Santana on Skelly. But yeah, brought into town to ride some of his horses. And Zeitlos here, you know, coming off a layoff since November. I'd like to hear what Richie thinks the fitness on the 6, although I always tell Richie, you know, Mr. Asmussen has the best car wash on the backside.
Usually has him ready to roll, Richie.
He really does. And, you know, interestingly enough, I was talking with Steve Asmussen about Joel Rosario, and he said one of the great things about riding Joel is he doesn't make more use of horses than he has to. And he referenced Jackie's Warrior winning 3 Grade 1s in Saratoga. He says he only makes a horse go to the well, get to the bottom of them when he absolutely needs them, and he feels like that lends itself to longevity with horses. And Joel is just one cool customer. I was down in the jocks room visiting with him, talking about the racetrack. He says it's a very fair surface. It's really, very level, and they feel like the, track super has just done such a great job with it, him and his crew. That's going to be tough. I have nothing but positives. She, like Paul said, he does have the best car wash on the backstretch. His horses always look phenomenal. The 4-horse Traverse, I thought is really interesting. She's another one that stood out from a physical perspective. This homebred for Claiborne Farm, Riley Mott training. It looks like kind of a stepping off point for her, but I got to tell you, she was the one that kept drawing my attention when they left the paddock onto the racetrack. I think she's going to fire a big shot here coming off the bench sprinting. I'm going with the Arkansas bred, the 5 Kentex. I liked her last race. I think she's versatile. I think there's enough speed in here to set up her late run. But I think the race is all about the middle of this field, 4, 5, and 6. I just happen to land on the 5, the Arky bred.
In good company, Richie. Paul, you're going with Kentex as well currently, 3-1.
Yeah, I am. I am a sheet player. This horse has run really good sheet numbers, and sometimes the Arkansas breds, a lot of people will not like to play them in open company. This horse run well at Ellis Park. He's run well at Churchill Downs. He won last time out. Your worry with her is she's never been over a wet surface. How is she going to handle that? The other thing with Zeitlos that I thought was very interesting is, Steve's got such a beat on his barn. This is a filly by Curlin. You would think, okay, they went a one-turn mile second time out after, she lost the rider. They have not gone long since. And you're wondering, okay, now they're going back to sprinting. Maybe just, Steve's thinking, I'm just going to keep her as a sprinter as a 4-year-old, and we're going to keep going on from there. It's just, he just has a plan with his horses and where they're going to go. And Zeitlos looks like she's going to start the year and keep on sprinting.
Where do you expect her early on? There she is, those famed Stone Street colors in her previous races. She's been adaptable to race shape, closer to the pace in slower pace races, and just like in her last start, able to come a little bit further back.
Yeah, I think Mig hit the nail on the head. I thought the race was between the 4, 5, and 6. In the 6, Zeitlos, is the layoff going to hurt her or not? But when you look at Kentex, the 5, and the 6, Zeitlos, you don't see a bad race on the paper, besides Zeitlos when she lost the rider in her first career start. But the 5 and 6 are so consistent, and Mig liking the 4's appearance, I thought it was those 3 horses.
Christian Torres having a big afternoon. Joel Rosario just went in with Zeitlos seeking a 3rd this afternoon. Again, after the 7th race, the stakes racing begins with the King Cotton Stakes, all culminating with the Southwest and the next step towards the Arkansas Derby here at Oaklawn Park. First things first, the 7th, it's post time. Zeitlos favored. Matt Dinneman standing by.
Next, the Arkansas bred. Her stablemate, Very Little Sense, and Sarah Harper to the outside post for the Ron Moquette barn. Sarah Harper will be the last one to come up after Very Little Sense. Working with Very Little Sense, she's now at, and Sarah Harper to the outside. Here's Sarah Harper. We're ready to go. And Laruff. Backyard Money shoots out of there from the inside post on the lead. Sarah Harper alongside. Sarah Harper snatches the front end now, and Sarah Harper's clearing off. Sarah Harper off the layoff. She's fresh, gets to the rail and leads by 1.5 lengths, now almost 2. Backyard Money second with Zeitlos, and I'm the Boss of Me, who's 3 deep. A gap of 4 to Traverse. Then Very Little Sense. Kentex to the inside of her stablemate. Between them is Alaga, and a gap of 4 more to the back marker, dealing justice as they round the far turn. Sarah Harper just flying on the lead. 21 2/5 seconds. She is absolutely going like a rocket ship. Let's see if she can keep going here. Sarah Harper, the lead is diminished to 3/4 of a length, now a half length. As Zeitlos is coming on the outside now. Zeitlos about to pass Sarah Harper as they come off the turn. Zeitlos takes command. Sarah Harper had no response, is plummeting back after that fast pace. Travers tries to come on. I'm the boss of me next, but it's all Zeitlos with a 16th to go. She's gone 5 lengths clear. Now make it 4, maybe even 3, but she is well ahead. And Zeitlos, a picture of consistency. That's a hat trick for Joel Rosario today. The battles for second, it got tight between Travers and I'm the boss of me. Dealing justice from a mile behind completes the superfecta spot, but no doubt about the winner, Zeitlos.
Oh boy, here they go. Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario, Zeitlos at 8-5, much the best in the 7th at Oaklawn.
Yeah, much the best. The 5 in here, Cantex got left in the gate, but that's kind of been her problem in the past. But Zeitlos, who's had gate issues before, no issues today. And I think the 4 in here, Traverse, hung on for second. Good call by Richie for that horse. He maybe get this exacta a little bit in here, but it ran to form. Zeitlos, Steve Asmussen, and Joel Rosario. He's also going to have a heavy, heavy favorite in the next race with Skelly.
Yeah, it's Asmussen, Rosario, and all 4 stakes races out of the Conqueror in the Southwest. Here is Zeitlos, and you could tell throughout she was in control, biding her time, just waiting to pounce on those leaders. And when she did, it was curtains.
It was. And, you know, I implore you to look at the form. If you have a racing form in front of you, Steve Asmussen's tip-off, you can't work slower than Zeitlos worked. 52, I can work 52 in 4 furlongs. That's his tip-off. He does not work him fast in the morning. He runs him fast in the afternoon.
Zeitlos, much the best. Results when we come back. Greg and Super Chow in the first of 2 stakes races, the Toboggan at the Big A, and a smiling Matty over.
And in case you didn't hear it from Sarah, why is that smile so big?
A graded stakes victory.
First ever, yeah, in Matty Over's career. Well done. $10.20 for the victory with Super Chow. Let's head downstairs to the Happy Pilot.
Super Chow with an emphatic victory in this Grade 3 Toboggan here with winning rider Matty Oliver. And Matty, your first stakes win / graded stakes win. It was just 14 months ago when you and I were doing an interview for your very first win aboard our boy Curbstone. This is quite an achievement. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, it's just, it's unbelievable. I'm kind of at a loss for words, and I'm so grateful to the Connections owners, Jorge Delgado, for the opportunity, and the horse for doing the work for me. I mean, he just felt amazing today.
He looked spectacular in the pre-race, and Matty, when you broke, he just looked so content and so happy out on the racetrack, being alone on the lead.
Oh yeah, he was loving life, and you know, I knew they were there, so I just wanted to take a little hold, and I felt him take this big deep breath, and I said, okay, all right, I felt very confident in that moment when I felt him just take control. He had what he wanted. He had the lead.
We see horses on the front end respond very well to you. Is there a trick up your sleeve?
I mean, just trust the horse that they know what they're doing. Really, put all my faith in the horse, and I mean, it worked, and I'm so grateful for it.
It's paying off. Enjoy this big win, Matty. You deserve it.
So much. Thank you. I'm so appreciative. Thank you so much.
All right, Matty Oliver, her first graded stakes victory in this Toboggan with Super Chow, guys.
What a moment. The smile is probably going to be there the rest of this year. It'll be hard to wipe it off her face. What a moment. And Super Chow's so young, trying to make it on this incredibly difficult circuit, and getting a big win like this is going to go a long way.
And getting the opportunity, but taking advantage of it as well. It was an aggressive ride by her with a horse that likes to be forwardly placed, and she did everything right, even as he was getting out, able to stay aboard and just keep to task and get the win.
Road to the Kentucky Derby coming up next here in New York. Grade 3 Withers, 20 points to the winner to get into that starting gate that first Saturday in May. Look at the field and current odds. It's light line for trainer Brad Cox with Manny Franco. Debut winner at Horseshoe Indy. Stakes debut coming up, who's a 7-5 favorite.
He just makes so much sense in here as he will try to get another victory, and he's been tactical. He was able to close from far off the pace last time, finishing second to Carbone, who will be a short price later on in the Southwest.
That is coming up next. Grade 3 Withers. We'll be back for that momentarily. We say goodbye to Sarah. Andy Serling stepping in on the desk here after this short timeout. We'll be back. A lot more coming up on a busy Derby Trail weekend. Brad Cox will have his eyes here in New York. Light line current favorite, as we talked about in the Withers. And in the Southwest, Awesome Road trying to get back on track after a couple of efforts where he struggled on the Triple Crown Trail.
Sitting perfect. Here he comes. Come on, Angel. Come on, Angel. Come on, Angel. Follow the 7 now. Follow the 7 right in behind him. Here he goes. Let's go. Let's find out what we got. Let's find out what we got, Angel. Come on, Angel. Come on, Angel. Here he goes. Come on, Angel. Come on, Angel. Come on, Angel. Come on, baby. Come on, Angel. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Angel. Come on, Angel. Come on, John. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. Yes. Come on, John. Come on. Come on. John. Let's go. Come on. Finish. Come on. Finish. Finish.
We showed that to you last year on the road to the Triple Crown in the Arkansas Derby. Jason Luch, Angel of Empire, mic'd up and shows you what it means to have a contender that first Saturday in May for the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, that was a fun moment. Absolutely. I remembered back to that. They had a lot of fun and no reason they shouldn't. Very nice horse and big win there, and looking forward to see him come back. Could use some of those horses coming back, couldn't we?
Yeah, pretty good horse. They're going to have, of course, Lightline Albaugh Family Stables coming up at the Grade 3 Withers. Brad Cox and those ownership group with Awesome Road as well out in the Southwest. Andy Serling with me as we dig in now to an important Saturday on this road to that first Saturday in May.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you've obviously, when you've got Fierceness coming back, last year's Breeders' Cup winner and deserved champ, you've got a very good-looking horse out in California as well, but we've got extremely competitive fields in both the Withers and the Southwest. And I would say of all of them, the Southwest is the most open one. There is no definitive serious favorite in that race, and I think there's potentially a lot of ways to go.
Well, you know, most would think of these two horses for this ownership group, Lightline, the more could have the more impactful Saturday afternoon here. Why was he so far back last time out?
You know, I don't know. You know, watching it a couple of times, he broke a little bit slowly, and they did sort of, he wasn't steady, he wasn't squeezed, but the horses outside, inside him came over enough. Sometimes when they break a little slowly like that between horses, they can get easily intimidated, and there's sort of an overreaction by the horse, and I guess in that case, Flavien Prat was content to just sort of let him sit back and find his stride. Well, nobody was beating Carbone in that race, and he's going to be one of the favorites, whatever you think of him in the Southwest, if not the favorite. And I thought he ran a very respectable race to finish second to, making that long, extended run. There is more pace in this race, and you'd have to believe his position will probably be a little bit better. Now, maybe a faster pace will help him be farther back. I don't expect him to be coming from last again today. I do think that he'll be very, very tough to beat in this race. But the one thing going on, though, is we have an extreme bias here where speed and horses that save ground have had a big advantage, and his running style might not be flattered by this racetrack.
We'll see what that means in this Grade 3 Withers coming up. There he is, Lightline, 3-2 favorite. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, that is a concern for your favorite in here, Lightline, but at least he's drawn towards the inside where I think being on the rail, saving ground is at the utmost premium, not necessarily the fact that you have to be on the front end. Now, you could not mistake this horse given his pedigree. I mean, he is City of Light / Quality Road Mach 3. He looks just like his sire and grandsire. Big, impressive, imposing, well-muscled horse that honestly still looks as though there's some growing to do as he's still a little more up behind, which indicates a horse that a horse is still going to develop a bit more with that front end. But I like everything I'm seeing from him. And for a horse that's making his fourth start at his fourth different racetrack, he sure is professional. I know that assistant trainer to Brad Cox, Justin Dugas, schooling him in this paddock here yesterday. He looks the part. Do like what I'm seeing from him. As we'll check in with some other horses coming in from out of town, including number 7, Mission Beach. Now, when he showed up in Saratoga for the Grade 1 hopeful for previous connections, I wrote in my notes, not sure that he gets better with more ground. Well, for this son of Curlin, he had done some growing and some lengthening in that frame, so that's always a good sign as he does come off the back of a win, in which I think he'll have to get just a bit faster, as many of these will, down there at Laurel for his first start for Brittany Russell. But I like what I'm seeing from him now as a 3-year-old. He has done well, and I think that's always a feather in one's cap as we move down the line and progress in these Kentucky Derby preps. Now, a PA bred that I am really impressed with is number 8, Uncle Heavy. He was really wide throughout in that Wait for It stakes and continued to lose ground throughout until the leader drifted off the rail and he was able to come up the stretch. And just watching him in that replay, he looked like the big galloping type, and that's exactly what he is here. Now, I think he might go out early. I'm not sure. I know that Butch Reed was expressing concern, kind of keeping him maybe a little bit away from the other horses, but he has not expressed any sort of ill will by any means. I love what I'm seeing from this guy. He has just a resplendent coat for a horse that has spent the winter up here in the Northeast. I think he's going to improve as the distances get longer, Greg.
Uncle Heavy, thank you, Maggie, is 7-1 right now. There's a lot of talk about this horse. Quite a few have picked him. Huge thoroughgraph figures. We'll see if he can produce that Parks form here in New York.
His trainer, Butch Reed's horses always seem to run well here. I am not, and I think he's an overlay theoretically at 7-1, but on this racetrack, the way it's biased, an outside post at 2 turns, not for me.
We're going to head back to Tampa. Mile on the turf, first allowance condition race. Coming up, where we have a 3-5 favorite, Equitize. Chad Brown won the debut and then thrown to the Wolves in a grade 2 start. Number 2 struggled there. This will be the comeback as a 4-year-old. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And Greg, this is actually my first time laying eyes on Equitize, and unfortunately Maggie wasn't in the paddock for the Hall of Fame either, so we don't have Hill Prince, I should say, so we don't have anything really to go on. But watching his replays, he does not look like the easiest horse to ride. In a typical kind of Kingman, a lot of them seem to have relatively soft mouths, and it seems like that's really the case with Equitize. And checking out the equipment that he was wearing today, he has kind of the Chad Brown uniform, just a regular drop noseband and a soft snaffle, very soft, but particularly for horses that will have the tendency to not like you to pull on their mouth. So I'm curious what Javier Castellano will do with him here. He looks terrific coming back. Great flash on him. He did face some very good horses, obviously, in that Hill Prince last time out, but in both his starts, he's gotten a little bit keen and headstrong. He's 1-2 right now, and I do think that he is the horse to beat. Probably the other one that I would give a look to underneath that made a great impression was the 7 Gratia Prince, who was claimed for 16,000 back, but he won nicely last time out and just pulled away and was geared down at the wire, dappled from head to toe in here, and the money he's taking as well. He does look to be the other one, but it seems they've all got to get around Equitize if he can keep it together in the running of the race. Here's Jason Beam with the call, race 8 at Tampa Bay Downs.
Equitize goes in. Bramble Blaze. 7 Bridges Road, the next 2. As we just await Blame It On Daddy and Big Louie will be all set for a start. Today's late pick 3. Big Louie. Henderson Gonzalez to the outside. And Big Louie comes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. The Skipster from the inside gate, Flawless Bourbon. Those two are out 1-2. As Equitize, the favorite, came away in good order. Is being joined by Big Louie up from the outside. As they come by the wire the first time, Flawless Bourbon's in front. Big Louie trying to cross over, get up into that second position. The Skipster's third. Equitize, the favorite, out in a good spot fourth as they run into that turn. In behind that comes Rockingham Joe in fifth. Gratia Prince, that one's outside is sixth. Guaranteed Spec down toward the fence is seventh. Right alongside that one, Bold Majestic is in between horses eighth. 3 deep here for 7 Bridges Road and ninth. It's another 5 back to Bramble Blaze. And Blame It On Daddy is at the rear, about 13 lengths behind. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile. Flawless Bourbon up the back stretch, 3/4 of a length in front to Big Louie in second. A length and a half more back to the Skipster. Equitize, the big favorite, is settled in fourth, about 4 off the top. Then comes Rockingham Joe. Guaranteed Spec starts to make a little bit of ground with Gratia Prince out wide. 7 Bridges Road going to be cast out 4 or 5 wide on this second turn as they run towards it. 45 and 2/5 seconds up front. Flawless Bourbon continues on. Flawless Bourbon is the leader to Big Louie. Here's Equitize starting to move out 3 deep. The favorite coming after the leaders now as they wind around to the top of the stretch. The Skipster spies a seam and comes between horses. The Skipster and Equitize, those two quickly go on. Flawless Bourbon dropped right out of it. They turn into the lane now. The Skipster and Equitize, those two 1-2. Rockingham Joe just in behind them trying to make up ground at the inside. Bold Majestic along with Guaranteed Spec. But as they come to the final 16th, Equitize is starting to pull away. Javier Castellano and Equitize showing their superiority here. Equitize wins it going away by, let's call it 4 in the end. The Skipster ran a good one for second. Late run from Bramble Blaze to get up for third. Photos for fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Dropping out of a grade 2 to an entry-level allowance in Equitize. Pretty easy here in his 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, his horse Chad Brown has been high on for quite a while, but obviously he's going to have to see if he can show that against tougher horses moving forward.
Post-parade, grade 3 Withers on the road to the Kentucky Derby, and here's speed runner for Todd Pletcher.
He's definitely a player in this race. He draws very well on the inside, and Jose Lezcano's one job, stay on the rail.
Upset specialist trainer Uriah St. Louis with deposition.
Well, he might make some of his upsets in the past look like favorites if this horse could get there.
Light line, Brad Cox, 7-5 favorite.
The biggest concern with him is the possible trip given the racetrack, but I think from a talent standpoint, he is a justified heavy favorite.
Speedster, El Grande O for Linda Rice.
On today's racetrack, he's a dangerous horse to wire the field. In a normal situation, I don't think contends.
Florida bred Seminole Chief just went by. We're up to the 7 Mission Beach. Brittany Russell.
Yeah, I just have trouble. I know he's a Curlin, but he doesn't look like a 1 1/8 horse to me, but he has a lot of speed.
Here's that park shipper for Butch Reed, Uncle Heavy.
Butch Reed always shows up. I think he's a very dangerous horse, but I worry about what kind of trip he's going to get on this track.
The other Todd Pletcher, Kinetic on the outside.
Doomed to chase outside. Don't see how he contends anyway.
And here is Society Man, Danny Gargan. He was 3rd behind Speedrunner in his 2nd start.
Both you and Maggie think he's a bit of a player in this race, so I don't know. He's a huge price if you like him. I'm not going to knock a long shot. I didn't see it, but I don't see a lot of things.
So the way this track is playing, you feel this horse right here is a big danger.
I think he has to be considered a major danger in this race. We have a track, when you have a gimmick track that's helping not speed, but also inside, horses staying inside, and you have to imagine that Kendrick is going to stay inside with this horse. I don't think he wants the distance. I don't know if he's really good enough necessarily, though I think he's a good sprinter. But on this racetrack, I think you have to upgrade his chances.
El Grande, he got beat. To drum roll, please. Unfortunately, off the Derby trail. That was at a mile. Weakened in the stretch. And now going to try even further at a 1 1/8. But maybe this racetrack will carry him to it. We'll find out. Kendrick Carmouche, 4 Liner Ice.
I'm not sure if it'll be great for him if it does carry him, because then they might leave him on the Triple Crown Trail. I make him the early favorite for the Mike Lee, which will be run the day after Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Yes. I think he's a really good horse, and I know you don't disagree. I just don't know if he's ultimately really good.
Little bit like Linda's early Triple Crown contender last year, Arctic Arrogance.
I agree, and and he was a very nice horse. He hasn't run in quite a while, but I agree. The distance is probably not his friend, but this racetrack, it could not only help him, it could also hurt his chief competition, right? A horse like the 8 could be hurt by it. Lightline could be hurt by it. I had spoken to Manny Franco earlier, and he had even mentioned to me how strong the rail was when I saw him, and there's Brad.
Brad Cox, busy weekend coming up. He's stationed in Hot Springs, so I'll send out runners as well in the Martha Washington on the Kentucky Oaks Trail and in that Southwest on this Derby Trail as well.
Brad is a dangerous man, and I didn't love him at first glance, but I think Awesome Road was a little more interesting the more I looked at him. Maybe, it's not like even in defeat, he ran so badly that he couldn't step forward and be a contender here. It didn't draw well, but he's dangerous, and listen, you throw out Brad, especially in these races, at your own peril.
That to come. Awesome Road, that far outside post for Brad Cox in the Grade 3 Southwest. First up, he has the favorite, Even Money, with Light Line the 3 here in the Grade 3 Withers on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Con8 moves in. All set for the Withers. And they're off. And off slowly there was Mission Beach and was squeezed at the start. El Grandeo right out to the front. Seminole Chief, and they are well off the rail. They're in about the 4-5 path here. El Grandeo drifts, Seminole Chief, and out wider here comes Con8, who's going to have a wide journey, is third. Now down towards the inside is Deposition, who's tucked right in behind those leaders. Also on a snug hold is Lightline as they really back off that early speed. In behind them comes Society Man, very tightly bunched here. Up on the outside, Uncle Heavy is going to be 4 wide as they move to the backstretch. Speed Runner with the trailer. After the start, Mission Beach has about 7 lengths to make up. 24 seconds flat, and they are well across the racetrack here as El Grandeo has been passed. It's Seminole Chief, who's now making up some ground in between horses. Con8 is right there. These 3 now across the racetrack. Uncle Heavy is still wide. Light Line is in between horses. Deposition's right there as well as El Grandeo gave up the lead but is back for more to the inside. Still very tightly bunched here in the Withers. 49.49. The half-mile time, El Grandeo and now Con8. They press on and Con8 still ahead in front. Right to the inside, El Grandeo. Seminole Chief starts to lose some ground. Uncle Heavy is on the move from 4th. Here comes Uncle Heavy is about to take 3rd. Deposition is all in. Light Line is trying to make a move. Mission Beach is towards the back end. Society Man and the trailer is Speed Runner. Con8 has the lead, and El Grandeo is still trying to get back in front. Uncle Heavy is all in, is not cutting into the margin. Lightline is starting a rally here for Manny Franco. Is going to be a touch wide, but the front 2 have not come back to the field, and El Grandeo is back in front. It's El Grandeo who kicks away. Con8 continues to chase. Uncle Heavy is trying to commence a rally, is making hard work of it. Lightline and Deposition on the grandstand side, but El Grandeo is still there. El Grandeo, here comes a run from Uncle Heavy, and Uncle Heavy in between horses. Deposition on the far outside. Lightline right there. El Grandeo needs the wire. Uncle Heavy late. It's a photo finish. finish. Oh, that's 2 noses on the line. El Grande O trying to hold off an oncoming Uncle Heavy. Lightline was in there, so was Deposition. 1 minute 53 and 3. It's a photo in the Withers.
Win or lose, what a performance from Uncle Heavy on the way this racetrack's been playing today. We're not sure if it was him or El Grande O. It's going to take a photo.
I'll tell you what, I couldn't agree more with you, Greg. He deserves the win. The way he ran, he was wide around the first turn, didn't break that sharply in here, managed to save a little more ground in the second turn as the 3 went wider, but frankly, Lightline was 3 wide the whole way. He just never really got on the track, and you just can't underestimate the importance of a gimmick track like this, and you saw it with the 4 horse.
It will take a photo. New audience joining us now. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal San Diego. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Those already with us on our FS2 coverage. We just saw a thriller awaiting the outcome of this Kentucky Derby prep. Grade 3 Withers here in New York. Speed favoring track today. The 4 El Grande O trying to take advantage. But this Park shipper, Uncle Heavy, going to turn this into a photo finish.
And he was a crazy price at 9-1, but I think a lot of it was due to the fact that a lot of his fans, and you and I were fans of his chances, were scared of his trip on this racetrack. He overcame it, and this is a rare victory that's a lot better than it looks, winning by a nose, because not only was he against it, the horse that was second had everything go his own way. Now, to be fair, the pace was honest in here on this racetrack, but hugging the rail the whole way, a masterful ride by Kendrick Carmouche, floating the other speeds wide, but then getting right to the fence. But Uncle Heavy, a very deserving winner of this race.
Trainer Butch Reed looks like he is squarely on the Kentucky Derby trail. Stakes action coming up in Hot Springs. Even money favorite. Let's go to Lafitte and Paul for more.
That thriller in the Withers, all eyes on 3-year-olds this afternoon. But here at Oaklawn, we start with sprinters in the King Cotton. First of 4 consecutive stakes races, and all stakes pick 4. We have reached post time, Paulie, and Skelly. Even money towards the outside, trained by Steve Asmussen, a sprinting machine looking for a 7th straight win.
The horse is very, very sharp. I'm a little surprised that he's not under even money. The way this racetrack has played. Now, edge to edge, the 5 is going to have maybe a big say early in here. But if Skelly's able to clear, I thought the 6 was a better proposition maybe than the 3, Tejano Twist.
And look out, yeah, Tejano Twist, late, deep closing, explosive sprinter. Post time for the King Cotton live from Oaklawn in the slop. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
The 2 for number 3, Tejano Twist. We're ready to go. And they're off in the King Cotton Stakes. Skelly caught a good getaway from the gate. Excess Magic with Rafael Bejarano sent very hard to press him. Skelly on the outside, Excess Magic inside, and these 2 lock horns down the backstretch. Skelly very quick, has a head lead on Excess Magic. That pair's about 2.5 ahead of Jackson Traveler, miles ahead, edge to edge. Stretch running Tejano Twist well behind early. As they approach the 4 turns, Skelly went 21 4/5 seconds, clears off, had to work pretty hard to clear off, but has done so and opens up 2 lengths. Skelly kicking on now, 1.5 lengths. Excess Magic in second, edge to edge third, miles ahead, shaken upon. Jackson Traveler being asked to get going, and Tejano Twist is last still, but he's making his move now. He gets to the outside, Tejano Twist. Skelly off the turn in front, 1.5 lengths. Excess Magic second, Tejano Twist unleashed on the far outside. He's got 5 lengths to gain on Skelly, who keeps going strong, and it's the speedy, the classy Skelly who just keeps going. Skelly, a win machine. It's Skelly and Ricardo Santana Jr. all the way in the King Cotton, and that is 7 straight wins. Tejano Twist second, Excess Magic third, and then miles ahead, Jackson Traveler at edge to edge.
In his own, unstoppable. Skelly in the King Cotton for Steve Asmussen. Asmussen going back-to-back in the King Cotton, and he's also won 4 of the last 5.
I'll tell you right now, obviously we're way away. But this horse was, considering the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year and then had a little bit of a late hiccup after Lake Hamilton. They went to Texas. He's come back with guns a-blazing in his first 2 starts of the year. And This is a serious racehorse. He is very, very fast early. Tano Twist came with his normal run, but Skelly just too much for him. Now 6 for 8 over the surface here at Oaklawn Park.
Last year, remember, this was the race where Gunite began his campaign for Steve Asmussen. Went on to win the Grade 1 Forgo at Saratoga. Asmussen, all the great trainers, great sprinters he's trained over the years, and Skelly right now emerging as one of the very best in North America.
I'm completely with you. Put it this way, since Oaklawn started this meet this year, the fastest time at the meet was Skelly's last time in 109.3. He just broke it in 109.2.
Asmussen having won the last 3 races on the program, hoping to keep that momentum going as we go through these stakes races, all culminating with the Southwest Stakes. $800,000 purse, the most lucrative Southwest ever. 42 Kentucky Derby points available, 20 to the winner. The morning line favorite scratched yesterday. Maycox Bay spiked a temperature. He's out. So now the West Coast Invader Winstock, the 4-1 morning line favorite for trainer Bob Baffert. Baffert, the all-time leading Southwest trainer with 6 wins. Winstock would make it a 7th if he can build on what he's done in California. This was his most recent wire to wire, had a big price in the Los Al Futurity.
Yeah, had a big price. This is a horse that had 2 races going around 1 turn and didn't do much, but as soon as Bob Baffert put this horse around 2 turns, a New York bred by Salamini, he's excelled, and I think that he surprised some people. When Bob Baffert wins 13-1 in a maiden special weight, that's unbelievable. That's like Christmas. And then you just got New Year's Day when you got him at 13-1 in Los Al Futurity. You know, Kyle Frey also I would like to mention too. He's a good young rider, started up in Northern California, had a really, really bad accident up there and had to sit out a long while, almost close to 6 months when he was on a roll, and he's a very good rider. And I'm actually happy that Bob trusted his gut here and to stick with Kyle Frey. He's a good young rider.
A big opportunity for Kyle Frey.
Yeah.
What happens if Winstock, his 2 wins both in front-running fashion, a lot of speed in the Southwest, if denied the lead early on, and how do you think he'll respond? Can he win without the lead?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the way he showed there in that last race, the way he showed that grit. Now, the Phil D'Amato horse was a heavy favorite in that race who ran second. I just think the way he grinded away, I don't think he kind of needs the lead, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get the lead, so he might have to rate.
Race number 11, Greg, the Southwest, where we're just hoping the Southwest will be as thrilling as the Withers was we just saw at Aqueduct.
This is going to be tough to top what we just saw in this stretch drive. What a performance from Uncle Heavy here. We talk about Butch Reed so much, coming in from Philadelphia to New York and having all his success. Vequist, we saw him win a few weeks ago, repeating the Gopher Wand with his mare. It's just time and time again, and now he might have a serious player on the Triple Crown Trail.
And it never seems like he's winning with horses that are 6 and 8 to 5. They always seem to be square prices, and shipping into New York is difficult. A lot of trainers will tell you that they'll have success out of town, and it just doesn't necessarily work here in New York. Not the case with Butch Reed, to be honest with you. You get to the point where you start upgrading horses because he's shipping them in.
Michael Sanchez deserving credit, too, for timing this to perfection, getting just by the speedster on a track that's favoring speed. It's Uncle Heavy in the Withers. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
An excited winner's circle, and rightfully so, as Uncle Heavy making it close, but much the best in the end. Please be joined by trainer Butch Reed and owner Michael Millam. And Butch, did you guys think you got it?
No, not really. You know, he looked about hopelessly beaten about the 8th pole, but he's got a big, long stride to him and finished just the way he hoped he would.
He's a big galloping type, Michael, and you joked, just a country bumpkin coming up here stealing in the big city.
Our PA guys coming up here and taking money. I don't mind doing that, by the way. I think Butch, he's done a great job with him, and he's named after his brother, Mark Reed. Mark Reed, the Hall of Fame Pennsylvania trainer. He's Heavy Reed, so. Yep. And he brought it. I'm stunned. I really don't have a lot to say because I'm so stunned. And Mikey rides him perfect.
Michael Sanchez, congratulations. I mean, at any moment, did you think you were going to get there?
I think middle of the stretch, I got a little worried because Kendrick got away from me. But once I went to back to my right hand, and then he took, give me another air. He took off really nice, and we always knew he gonna go long. So, yeah. Bush did all the credit. He did good.
He's massive, Butch. He's not even 3 technically, being a May full. Do you stay on this road to the Kentucky Derby here in New York?
Well, things have to be recalculated, I guess, now after the outcome of today's race. But really hadn't looked much beyond this race, but we thought the longer distances, so there's nowhere to get around it at this point, I guess. The longer the better.
Well, it was a big win today. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
All right, Uncle Heavy making some drama in the Withers. Nice PA bread on their hands, guys.
What a thriller. Love to see it. Little extra drama on the road to this first Saturday in May in the Run for the Roses. And I think Uncle Heavy's plans for the immediate future have now changed.
They really should. I mean, you know, you have to be pointing towards that Wood Memorial because he didn't just get lucky to win. I'm not saying this is going to, there's obviously some very good horses out there that weren't in the Withers. But when you win a race like this against a strong bias, you really have to upgrade a performance because it's a very hard. I mean, he's a horse that could have run second this race, beaten a length and a half, and we'd be sitting here talking about how he was the best horse in the race. And he got it done with real determination against a horse that everything go his own way. Distance limitations or not. Listen, Bush Reed has been a terrific trainer who's been winning races for a long, long time. And nobody's going to tell you he's even a major contender for the Derby. But this is a nice horse that's better than he looks.
That was fun to watch, and it'll be fun to see if this horse can continue to progress. But you got to think that Wood Memorial now on that calendar for these connections. See what comes next for him. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Road to the Oaks coming up as well. Florent Giroux getting ready for a mount with Denim and Pearls for Brad Cox in the Martha Washington for 3-year-old fillies. That's still to come from Hot Springs.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Thoroughbred Racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. That was Steve Asmussen there to the right. He's been there before that King Cotton Winner's Circle. Again, back-to-back editions for the last 5. Skelly, Paulie. Come and catch me if you can, and they couldn't. Top of the stretch, Santana, a statue in the stirrups, gives him his cue, and he's gone.
Yeah, the thing about Skelly is he's so quick early. You can see he just cut out 21 and change, and Ricardo was kind of rating him on the outside. The thing about him, he's got finish. And like I said, 109 and 2 quickened up his time from the last time he ran. He's got the 2 quickest 6 furlong races so far at the meet. I'm surprised he was 4 to 5. I actually thought he'd be a little bit less, but you get to Hano Twist below, and that was the exacted that was kind of like written on the board for you, and you got 880.
And some of the heavyweights from last year retired. Elite Power, Gunite, room at the top of that sprint division. Onward and upward, 7 straight. Skelly in the King Cotton. 4 straight stakes races. The Martha Washington on this road to the Kentucky Oaks. 42 points available, 20 to the winner, just like in the Southwest. And the bar is high, Paulie, for this race in the Martha Washington, considering who's won the last couple of years. Secret Oath won this race. She went on to capture the Kentucky Oaks. Last year, Wet Paint won this race, second as the favorite in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, it's been a key race. I mean, a lot of races that have come out of here of Oaklawn, especially when it comes to some of the Derby preps, we've seen it from here to there. Angel of Empire, obviously, third, and you're talking about last year as well. The Martha Washington has been a key race for a lot of years. Denim and Pearls. I think Brad Cox has got 2 big shots here with the 2 outside horses, but Steve Asmussen does bring in Joel Rosario for trying a natural hat trick.
Yeah, Asmussen looking for a 4th straight on the afternoon. Just won the King Cotton. Up next, that Martha Washington here. 3-year-old filly's taking center stage. Even Money is the favorite. There she is. Denim and Pearls on her way over. Defeated odds-on favorite in the Year's End Stakes. How will she respond to the first loss of her young career? Stay tuned.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're getting ready for the 9th race at Tampa Bay Downs. 6 furlongs on the main track. An allowance for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. And the number 3, A Kiss for Kozan, is taking a lot of the early money right now for trainer Kathleen O'Connell, coming off of a win, 2 starts back on a wet track when sprinting. And then last time, the 7 furlongs just may have been a bit much for hers. This is a horse who has a lot of early speed, and literally wrote down in my notes as she walked in, bubbling, because she's showing it. She's been very much on her toes throughout all of the preliminaries in here, and she had pressure last time too, just never really had a chance where she was able to run without somebody breathing down her neck. So her first time getting to run at this level of competition, or I should say second time running at this level, and should be able to build off of that last race. But is she the quick of the quick? We'll see if she's able to get things her own way on the front end. Taking a look at a couple of others, the number 6, Pretty and Awesome, is coming in Asmussen off of a win over One Tough Dame. They ran 1-2 in that claiming race last time, and she's stepping up off of that. But Gerald Bennett really seems to have this filly going well. She's found her home sprinting. That's definitely what she wants to do. She had to kind of run down the pace setter last time, so she was put in a chasing position, and she was able to overcome that. So given the speed of the 3 A Kiss for Kozan, who I just talked about, I'm encouraged by that. And Pretty and Awesome looks like she's really fit second off the bench now. Her coat, her color looked terrific. She does come in with just front wraps only, but I've noticed being here at Tampa, that's something that trainer Gerald Bennett actually does quite frequently, so no need to read into it too much. And she's coming off of that win, and we'll see what she does, stepping up in class a little bit in here. The number 1, More Strength, is going to run on the dart. Now, is she a dart horse? I'm not completely sold, but this is a horse who could be coming from off of it. She has some solid form overall. Once they put the tack on, she started marching around at a big price, just one that caught my eye from an underneath perspective. And like I said, the big question will be if she can handle the surface in here. But it looks like they'll all be chasing the number 3, A Kiss for Kozan, who has that early speed. And Greg and Andy, this one, and then we have the Tampa Bay coming up, our last and final race and second turf stakes race on Turf Champions Day here at Tampa Bay Downs.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. I know, Andy, you're intrigued by Win From Within in that grade 3 to close out this cross country.
I am. First time on the turf for Bill Moore. He claimed the horse and ran in the dirt. Well, that turned out not to work out. But this horse has a lot of speed and a lot of talent. And I thought Win From Within could wire because a horse like Never Explain, who might be the horse to beat, he just lacks any speed whatsoever. And while he's talented enough to win, I think he could be compromised by pace. Don't love Win From Within, but I thought he'd be a square enough price. I don't know about you, Greg. I found this race coming up inscrutable. And Acacia says the 3 is the speed. I mean, couldn't Burn the Breeze, the 2, or even the 6 pretty awesome, be very much involved in the pace as well? I don't think this is a cut and dry pace.
Potentially. And this horse went 21 and change last time out. If she does that again, she might be alone. But you're right. I mean, yeah, Pretty and Awesome. She loves it at Tampa. 4 for 6 here. She can be right there.
Yeah, I thought if any, listen, it's intention comes into play. If I thought that horse could be forward, we'll see. I mean, this is a tough race. Even if you can figure out who the speed's going to be, I'm not sure that means they're going to be able to get the winner in here. I thought this was a wide open race.
Jason Beam, the call, the 9th here from Tampa, the 3, A Kiss for Kozan. The favorite, we'll see if she does get to the front and tries to go gate to wire.
For a start, today's 9th race. Beautiful Carla coming up. Leonel Reyes on board. And Take Charge Chloe. Ricardo Mejias to the outside gate. Just about set for a start. Take Charge Chloe goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Wild Army Brat toward the outside. Pretty and Awesome showing good early speed. Those 2 are quickest as A Kiss for Kozan. Going to join them up top. And A Kiss for Kozan sweeps all the way through to grab the early lead. Pretty and Awesome out second. Wild Army Brat is third on the outside. Then comes Take Charge Chloe. Beautiful Carla. They're 4th and 5th. Burn the Breeze is toward the inside in 6th. Onto that one's outside. One Tough Dame is 7th, and it's 4 more then back to More Strength, who's 8th and last, and about 9 lengths off the leader, A Kiss for Kozan. A Kiss for Kozan through an opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Takes him to the far turn, a length and a half in front of Pretty and Awesome, who's sent to go after that long-time leader. Out 4 wide there, Take Charge Chloe, moving up in tandem with Wild Army Brat, and the 2 outside runners coming after this leader now as they wind around to the quarter pole. Way up on the outside, Take Charge Chloe coming up alongside A Kiss for Kozan. Right between horses there is Wild Army Brat, who's 3rd. Pretty and Awesome in behind horses. Down at the inside, Beautiful Carla makes some ground. More Strength is putting in a good bid from the back. They have just over a furlong left to go. A Kiss for Kozan just in front of Take Charge Chloe on the outside. These 2 arrive at the 16th pole. A Kiss for Kozan now a half length in front. Take Charge Chloe has 50 yards to push on by A Kiss for Kozan. A Kiss for Kozan going to go on to win it. Second, Take Charge Chloe. Beautiful Carla up for 3rd. Multiple horse photos for 4th. Maybe One Tough Dame, but it is a photo.
A Kiss for Kozan to get a bit of a test late from Take Charge Chloe, but able to hang on for that victory gate to wires. We're back to New York, and the 10th coming up. 4 minutes to post here as we look at 9 to 1 shot here. Miss Nyquist, first-time starter.
I'm trying to get my PPs together here. Tough to take this one first. Take a little money, which I don't quite get.
Bullet 3 furlong drill coming in. The 2 Zenlou went by. Here's the 4 first-time starter.
Yeah, I actually think the 2 is very dangerous to wire the field. The 4 was a half Tribeca, who had a lot of speed.
Mamba Gigi, shout out to Kobe. Lady Lawrence, the 5 went by 5-1.
Yeah, it didn't do any running first time out.
We'll get back to the 6. A lot of changes there. Resume Rudy Rodriguez speed first time out.
This one could be the speed of the speed. Either the 2 and 7 were both dangerous, being forwardly placed horses.
Isaac Castillo went by on a lot of J's. Here's first time starter Wild Magic.
Yeah, hard to endorse, not taking any money. A flatter, though.
Linda Rice with the favorite Love Like Crazy. Cuts back in distance.
I like this horse theoretically, but I'm scared of the trip.
And 8-1. Jay's Love with Dylan Davis.
On a normal racetrack, I'd say this horse is an overlay at 8-1 right now. But these outside posts can be tricky in here. I thought that the 11's horse to beat kind of, but I'm scared of that post and think both the 2 and 7 are horses at prices that might outrun their odds.
Slight drop for the 12. Did get off a step slow in that debut. And you get Dylan Davis, who'd been hot a few weeks ago. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin for the first time today.
Hi, guys. I've missed you. I hope you've missed me as well. I'm going to go with the 11, Love Like Crazy. In these situations, I'm always looking for droppers that have shown some talent, shown some ability, shown some speed, shown some love at the windows. And I think sometimes when you can find horses that have gotten bet, it obviously can lead to horses that have shown a little bit of talent. It doesn't really stand out here. What I will say about Love Like Crazy the 11 is I like the outside draw. A lot of times when you're dealing with these types of horses, these kind of lower level types, you want horses that aren't going to get stopped or a trip that's not going to get stopped. And I think that when you're drawn towards the outside with the horse that's cutting back, you know that this horse is going to finish, Love Like Crazy, the 11. And being towards the outside, cutting back from the one turn, 8 furlongs into the 6.5, you know that they'll be finishing. And they should be in the clear. If Jose Lezcano somehow finds this horse in a position where he's not in the clear, she's not in the clear, excuse me, that's malpractice from a jockey standpoint. So I think the 11 will be rolling down the middle of the track. It's not cute, it's not pretty at 9-5, but maybe Maggie can offer a little bit of excitement here with her selection, or her interest at least, or her starting point with the 2, Xin Lu.
Yeah, JK, I foolishly selected number 11 in here, which I understand what you're saying, but given this racetrack, I don't know if it lends itself well. And I know Andy's interested in number 2, Xin Lu, who is the lone drop down in this field. Not that those main special weight fields were anything to write home about, but at least she does show up for the tag for the first time. She looks phenomenal for Ralph D'Alessandro. She is really well muscled behind, and as Andy said, she projects to have early speed. Well, she represents that looking at her physically. So I think she's very intriguing and a very generous price of 9-1. But yes, number 11, Love Like Crazy, is the favorite, gets Lasix. Now, she's built like a horse that wants to go further, but I will say she ran respectably well in hindsight, given the context and the way that the first race played out is pretty up and needed, just kind of running 1-2 around the racetrack that day. She failed to show up per se in that last race. We'll see what she does turning back in distance. She looks good here. She's definitely fit, ready to rock and roll, very aggressive demeanor, but I do think the 2 deserves a long look at that price, Greg.
I think what Maggie's trying to say is that if we could have our picks over again, because we did Talking Horses, we made picks a day ago. We would pick the 2, not the 11, because the way the bias is playing, you can't endorse the 11 at a short price. Could she win? He win? I guess, but you don't want that horse. Don't disregard the 1, who has a rider that you wouldn't expect take a lot of money, a first-time star, because that horse is bet. I'm not saying I like the horse, but that horse is bet.
Yeah, Bullet, 3 furlong move as well, so could have speed shooting out of the gate in the debut. And the way this track's been playing, yeah, both the 1 and 2 seem dangerous to close things out here at Aqueduct. Nightcap here in South Ozone Park, New York, with still another Triple Crown prep to come from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Here is Awesome Glow in front of the gate open. Jay's Love, still a rider off the 1, Miss Nyquist. They've now backed the 1 out of the gate. Back in. All set. And they're off. Good speed here from Lady Lawrence. Has got early kick, and there's Mamba Gigi. Mamba Gigi right out to the front is now up by 3/4 of a length and backs off this early speed. In behind that is Zen Lu, is in the green cap. It's tight here at the rail. Moving forward there is Lady Lawrence. Also trying to move forward there is Rezoom up on the far outside, and in between horses comes Awesome Glow. Tightly bunched on the front end. They are about 5 lengths clear from that second grouping. That's going to be Love Like Crazy, and in behind that comes Wild Magic. Further back is Jay's Love, who's towards the tail end. The trailer is now Miss Nyquist. Gets passed by a lot of Jays. Mamba Gigi's got the lead. It's Mamba Gigi in front. Rezoom. And Paredes, they're in pursuit here from second, alone in third. Here comes the run from Awesome Glow. And Awesome Glow is now chasing these leaders from the back, trying to rally on. There comes a run from Jay's Love, is weaving in between rivals, but Mamba Gigi at 20-1 is trying to run them off their feet. Elise Ruiz takes them to the top of the stretch, and Mamba Gigi is now 4 in front. It's Mamba Gigi. Here comes the run from Awesome Glow down the center of the racetrack. Emerging late is Love Like Crazy on the grandstand side. They approach a final furlong. Mamba Gigi is now tiring, about to be swarmed by Awesome Glow, and Love Like Crazy. Every single stride, it's still Mamba Gigi, but Love Like Crazy will get up in time. Love Like Crazy wins the finale. Mamba Gigi does hold second. Then came Awesome Glow in that late rally from Jay's Love in 1 minute, 22 and 4.
Linda Rice Barn, Jose Lezcano, Love Like Crazy, 6-5 favorite, runs down this 20-1 shot on the front end.
Yeah, I imagine Pat Reynolds is probably kind of sick with his first-time starter because they had one ready to go and they really had the right plan, just sending out the lead like that. And I mean, this horse, if you had this horse at 20-1, you just have that sick feeling that every horse player's had. I thought I was going to make a score. Obviously, the 11 was best. Had the wide trip, overcame the racetrack to get it done. Still not a horse, and it's a horse I picked on top, but it's not a horse I could ever endorse at 6-5. If on races tracks like this, you bet horses like this, you're going to go broke. But he got the job done. I think, no, I'm not proud at all of picking this horse, I'll tell you that.
Road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. Prep coming up in the Martha Washington. Let's go to Lafitte and Paul.
Excitement building, getting closer to the Southwest. As Greg mentioned, 3-year-old fillies here. Martha Washington, post-parade, there's Tapage and Ali.
Yeah, horse for Christian Torres, looking for another one on the card for Eddie Milligan Jr.
26-1, a Band of Gold, non-factor in the Untappable at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, really good first time out in a one-turn mile, but didn't really produce much in a 6-horse field last time.
Divine Gal, Francisco Arrieta seeking a third this afternoon.
Yeah, blinkers go on. This filly by Tapiture for Donnie Von Hemmel.
Neon Beach at 6-1, a third in the year's end.
This one for Bloom Racing Stadium. Jeff Bloom, one of the better guys in racing. The horse has possessed some speed.
Had Midnight Bijou here a few years back when a Grade 1 Apple Blossom #5 promised me an empire, improving filly first time around 2 turns.
I'm surprised at 14-1. I understand that this horse had broken his maiden or her maiden last time. She'd been preparing at Louisiana Downs.
Saratoga Secret could be the start of a very productive hour for the BC Stables and Wayne Lucas.
Well, you never know, right? Arrowgate, he won the Breeders' Cup. Fort Larned on the bottom side won the Breeders' Cup, so this horse should like to stretch out.
Hush It Honey, stakes debut for the Arkansas bred.
Yeah, Randy Morse is very, very dangerous. This Arky bred did win last time out. A filly by Too Much Bling. Too Much Bling usually Texas breds.
The star of this show, Denim and Pearls, strictly the one to beat.
Yeah, you know about Denim and Pearls that makes this horse interesting is that Brad Cox was able to ship this horse out before the freeze over the track, so able to work this horse regularly at fairgrounds.
And don't sleep on that Brad Cox trained filly, in good taste to the outside of Denim and Pearls.
Yeah, you get Martin Schwann aboard, a filly by Tapiture, again out of a spring at last mare. One last time out in a gritty little effort here.
Field for the Martha Washington, 3-year-old fillies to the winner, 20 points towards the Kentucky Oaks. All eyes on Denim and Pearls, trained by Brad Cox. We check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, obviously she's going to be very tough to beat, but let's talk about the 6 first. Saratoga Secret, daughter of Arrowgate. looking at her from a physical perspective, I've always thought this. I thought this last summer. She was going to appreciate stretching out. I was able to chat with the coach, Wayne Lucas, earlier about Saratoga's Secret and, you know, what he felt about her. And he said he always thought she was going to appreciate going further. She's trained like that. She looks like that. Her pedigree says that. And she suffered through a very tough trip last time sprinting. I think it set her up well for this. I know Denim and Pearls is going to be tough to beat, but I'm going to take a swing with Saratoga Secrets at 9-1. I just think it's too big a price. Denim and Pearls looks fantastic. What are you going to say? She's really been very consistent, hard knocking. Paul made a great point, able to get down to the fairgrounds and train uninterrupted. Looks great on the racetrack. Daughter of Into Mischief, who needs no introduction. And Brad Cox started training in 2004. He only had a handful of starters, one winner that year. He's trained over 2,200 winners now in his career, better than over 100 winners, well over 100 winners a year on an average, and it continues to get stronger and better, and he's just a major player. She's going to be tough to beat, guys, but I'll try to take it with Saratoga Secret.
Wayne Lucas, BC Stables, of course, well represented in the Southwest, and here with Saratoga Secret at 9-1. Another look at her there, the daughter of the late, great Arrowgate Travers winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. But Brad Cox does train the favorite, Paulie, and Denim and Pearls, 4-5. Are you bothered that she was defeated in the year's end as a 4-5 favorite as she is now, when it looked like she had the race in hand?
Yeah, you're bothered a little bit because your worry is, okay, the first two races were not around 2 turns. That was around 2 turns. So was that her undoing or not? Now, Ice Cold did go by her. They were 4.5 lengths clear of the second place finisher, and she was 3 wide most of the way. Now, she might get caught 3 wide most of this way at 4-5 with Florent Giroux, but, you know, she likes that stalking position. You know, that race last time was a 7-horse field, so she's going to kind of get the same kind of dynamics today. She just can't let the 4 get away from her, and I'm in agreement with Mig. The 6 has got some class.
Filing into the gate, the favorite is in Denim and Pearls. Odds on post time for the Martha Washington. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Field, Neon Beach, and In Good Taste. Neon Beach goes In Good Taste to the outside. We're ready to go with the Martha Washington, and they're off. Some crowding at the break with Saratoga Secret. Got slammed between horses, drops to the back with Divine Gal. A good beginning for Tappet Jadali, who strides in front. Neon Beach a neck behind second. Denim and Pearls placed in a good position by Florent Giroux. She's 3 deep. A joint third with Promise Me an Empire. Hush It Honey the Gray between horses. Eases off rivals' heels to run 5th, and she's 3 lengths off the pace in the early stages. Another length back to In Good Taste. She's with Saratoga Secret and Band of Gold. Divine Gal can see them all. Up the backstretch, the field separated by 8 lengths, and Tappet Jadali leads the way under Christian Torres. Tappet Jadali 3/4 of a length ahead. Neon Beach in the second spot. In Good Pearls running in the third spot. Denim and Pearls right there in that third position. Promise Me an Empire is down on the inside, a joint third, approaching the half-mile pole. Hush It Honey is next. Then Saratoga Secret, Band of Gold, they're together. In Good Taste, shaken up a little bit in the second last position. She's 6 lengths off the pace, and she's 7 ahead of Divine Gal. Well behind as they round the forward turn. Tappet Jadali 3/4 of a length ahead. Neon Beach shown more rain to get after that leader, and Denim and Pearls makes it 3 across the track. Here comes Denim and Pearls to challenge Tappet Jadali. Neon Beach sent hard between them, and those 3 are across the track, battling as they come off the turn. Band of Gold trying to get into it. She's 4th, 4 behind. Denim and Pearls asked for her best and kicks on to the lead. She opens up a length and a half, and second Tappet Jadali. Neon Beach between them. Band of Gold continues to come charging, and here's Band of Gold for the upset. Band of Gold and Brian Hernandez Jr. to the lead, soaring away to win the Martha Washington Stakes. Denim and Pearls second home. Neon Beach and Tappet Jadali were next.
24-1 shocker in the Martha Washington. Band of Gold from far back runs right by Denim and Pearls, amongst others, in deep stretch. Wow.
I looked at you and I said, listen, this 8 is idling on the front end. She did not want to go by. The 1 started battling back, and the 2 just became the beneficiary of 3 sitting ducks. Now watch the 8 re-engage and go by the 4 and 1 easily now because she saw the 2 go by her. But, you know, Florent Giroux made the move, and she just kind of was wobbling a little bit. She would not go by the 4 and the 1, and it was like almost like a traffic jam where you see 3 people going 40 miles an hour, but Band of Gold was going about 55 and found the passing lane.
Big upset. Brian Hernandez for Kenny McPeak. Crop uncocked, geared down. Band of Gold rolls in the Martha Washington. For the coach, for Dwayne Lucas, that's not the way he drew this up on the chalkboard. For Saratoga's secret here, Paulie, leaving the gate, she gets it from both sides.
Yeah, she kind of gets slammed from both sides, and you know, the race is kind of over after this. She kind of breaks okay. What ends up happening, the 7 comes completely in, the 5 comes kind of out. It's just one of those unfortunate things, and Hush It Honey, it's nothing Emmanuel Escobar could do there when a horse breaks in that bad, but take nothing away from Band of Gold, a filly by Preservationist, and we were talking about some of these horses that are just newly turned 3-year-olds. Crazy. March full. This horse, like, you know, Maggie keeps saying, not even 3 yet.
And she's progressing. 20 points towards the Kentucky Oaks. The winner's share of this $250,000 purse. Band of Gold, Greg, and the Martha Washington. So a 24-1 upset here on the tail end of a 20-1 upset at Aqueduct.
A little more formful, yeah, back here in this race to close things out. New York Love Like Crazy favorite, Linda Rice Barn, Jose Lezcano, getting by horse who would have been a shocker at 20-1.
Yeah, and he was best. I mean, on that trip, on this racetrack, and he's best. Still a hard horse to take 6-5, but I guess afterwards you make the argument that he was so much the best to be able to win that maybe he should have been a short price, but I picked him, and I would never have bet him in a million years. And I really don't know how you could bet on him in a short price if you're really paying attention to the races here, to be honest.
Concludes this card from New York. A lot more still to come, including that Grade 3 Southwest out at Oaklawn, but what a performance in the Withers. Uncle Heavy shipping in from Parks. Still to come, Steve Asmussen seeking a 4th Southwest score. Has got the undefeated, but yet untested Carbone, who's undefeated, gone gate to wire in each of those first 2. Otto the Conqueror, he's reeled off 3 in a row, including back-to-back stakes. Nice 1-2 punch for the winningest barn in North American history.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Early voting comes inside. He lets the Breakers by elect.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Antiva, they win the Bet Park Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Cyber Knight has won the Haskell over Tava and Ghana in the Forgo. Echo Zulu wins the Nature's Breeders' Cup Abilities.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
sign attraction along Albert Pike Road on the edge of Hot Springs. That's Lee Woods. He's turned this into a roadside attraction. It has over 120 porcelain gas and oil signs from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. In 5 of those, the American Giant Muffler Men. Collectibles, only like 180 left in the U.S. Paul has 179 of them.
It's actually
Where do
pretty,
you store those things, man?
No, it's actually pretty cool. I've actually been out there. Some are for sale at his price, but it is absolutely unbelievable to Google some of these companies and stuff like that, but it is a cool collection.
Kenny McPeak can afford a few of those after springing the upset. Band of Gold in the Martha Washington, the 20 points towards the Kentucky Oaks. The winning trainer with Richie just outside the winner's circle.
Yeah, very happy Kenny McPeak. And Band of Gold was very good, Kenny. She came with that late run. You got to be impressed with the way she finished.
Well, she's a filly that's going the right direction. You know, she's a big 2-turn type. And, you know, looking at the field in the paddock, I was thinking, okay, it looks like there's more sprinters in here than there is riders. And I told Brian, you know, look, tuck in, save ground, and then make one run. I said, if you're third or better, it's a victory for us. But he pulled it all off.
You know, Kenny, you're so good at picking out young horses, identifying young talent, and what their strengths are going to be. Obviously, you started this filly going long. Distance isn't going to be a problem going forward.
No. I mean, I think 1.25 miles would probably be great. I'd love to think we could get her to the Alabama by next summer. You know, Bill Shively, I'm fortunate. I mean, he's a really great client to have. He lets me go to the farm. Which one do you like, Kenny? And she was pretty obvious to me. And that's a real pleasure. That's a real luxury for a trainer like myself to be able to, you know, have my choice. And I love doing that.
You got a great relationship with Brian Hernandez, and seeing the way you train your horses, wanting horses to finish, Brian seems to fit the way you train. Talk about that relationship and the confidence you have in him.
Well, he's a consummate professional. You know, we're not a complicated outfit. You know, everybody. For me, it's about time, work ethic. If we're working a horse at 5:30, Brian's there at 5:15 with bells on, ready to go. You know, he's not a complicated rider either, like our program. He knows timing of races. I believe he's a very patient rider, and he understands when, for him to move too early is rare. And one of those things that we probably teach a lot of our horses to rate, settle, and finish, and he fits that program.
Congratulations, great win here.
Thank you.
Guys, hitting on all cylinders here, and I love to see those Kenny McPeak horses rallying from off the pace.
She made it look easy. Band of Gold, $50.60. The upset, they might not be done. Brian Hernandez, Kenny McPeak teaming up with Mystic Dan in the Southwest in about an hour.
Yeah, Kenny McPeak's horses have been really running well. Congratulations to Band of Gold and Brian Hernandez. I think Kenny hit the nail on the head. Consistency with Brian. Such a good rider. Preservationist, the winning sire at a Cairo Prince mare. Played for gold, and she got the gold today.
Big upset. Martha Washington turned the page. The American Beauty, older female sprinters, $150,000 purse. Paulie, all eyes on Alba Star. Christian Torres having a big afternoon, 7-5 with about 19 minutes to go.
This horse is hammered when it comes to the pick threes, but should be. This is a filly that lays over on numbers. You can say whatever you want, whatever numbers you want to go to. She is the filly to beat. The only worry is now she hasn't been out since October 21st. She probably is the speed of the speed, but she might be able to get a little pressure. We'll see what happens, but she's a heavy favorite, and at least the will pace.
American Beauty is next, then the Southwest with 3-year-olds plus stakes racing from Tampa Bay Downs. Live look, horses on the track, the Tampa Bay, coming up next on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as horses are approaching the starting gate for the Grade 3 Tampa Bay. Of course, here at Tampa Bay Downs. This one for the 4-year-olds who saw the fillies in the spotlight earlier. And this is our second and final graded stake on Turf Champions Day. An interesting board right now from the opening get-go. The number 6 has been the favorite and not the one, Never Explained. Never Explained was the morning line favorite. Ashug McGahee looking for his 4th win in this race, and Never Explained, a horse that was far off the pace at Kentucky Downs last time out in a race that was won by a wire-to-wire winner and then 2 back running pretty well in the Arlington Million. He will cut back in distance today. Now, physically, I can certainly see why he's been running longer, and maybe that's ultimately what he will prefer, and this will be a starting point for him, but he looked tremendous. He's definitely continued to grow and fill out now as a 6-year-old. He's carrying himself tremendously. Great coat, great weight, great fitness, no problems with him, but the 6 Irish Aces has been your favorite all along, and he ran really well last time after stumbling to his knees from post 13, drawing in off the also eligible list, so 12 of 12, and came flying late, just missing to be second. He's continued to strengthen up as well, but he's definitely the more lightly raced and less experienced of this crowd, but he does stack up favorably. The 4 Win From Within, this is what he wants to do. He wants to go along on the turf. He's back at his best distance, and for trainer Bill Morey, who has stalls here at Tampa for the first time, saying he thinks this is what he wants, and I agree, and this is probably one of the best times I have seen this horse look. Sometimes he can get pretty light and washed out, and that's not the case at all today. He looks tremendous as they're loading into the gate, and we'll send it up to track announcer Jason Beam for the call at the Grade 3 Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay Stakes. April Fool's Andy coming up. Running B will complete the line. Javier Castellano and Running B to the outside draw. Running B goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Tampa Bay Stakes. Looks like a pretty clean start. Churchtown toward the inside out well. Win From Within showing good speed. A Win From Within going to grab the lead after a 16th of a mile. Coming up from the outside, Running B is close up. Also Candidate in that front flat as well as Win From Within brings him by the wire in front by a length. Candidate on the outside is second. A length more than back to the team of Churchtown and Running B. They're out 3rd and 4th as they run to that first turn. In behind horse, Olympic Runner had to tap on the brakes there, throwing the head about a little bit as Never Explained moves to his inside. Irish Aces is after that. Down to the inside is Mose, who's running an 8th. Up from the outside, April Fool's Andy is 9th. And Siege of Boston is the trailer in the Tampa Bay Stakes. They're covered by 8.5 lengths as Win From Within takes them onto the back stretch. 23-1 the opening quarter mile. Win From Within 3/4 of a length in front to Candidate in second. Running B is out 3 deep in the 3rd position, is down toward the fence. Churchtown going to follow this leader down along the rail. Then comes Olympic Runner in the pink colors, who's 5th and about 3 off the top. Never Explained in and amongst horses is 6th, only 3.5 off the leader. Then comes Mose. Siege of Boston starting to split runners and move up as now shuffled back. Irish Aces is at the back, but just 6 lengths cover the group. 48 seconds flat for the opening half mile. Win From Within. Here's Running B launching a 3-wide bid up on the outside of Candidate. Churchtown continues bottled up toward the inside as Never Explained going to take the wider route, starting to move out 4 deep. Running B coming after the lead. Here's Never Explained surging up as 4 of them line up across the course. Churchtown spies the seam down toward the inside of Win From Within. A final furlong left to go. Out wide, it's Never Explained. Running B. Churchtown up the inside. Siege of Boston's made up some good ground. Never Explained on the outside. Running B toward the inside. Never Explained just in front. Never Explained to win it. Second was really close there between Running B and Siege of Boston. After that was Churchtown, and Irish Aces finally got going late.
Never Explained. This is 6-year-old debut for the Ashug McGahee runner. Victor Chaminade, and the 6th career win. He's undefeated now 3 for 3 at Tampa.
And give Chaminade a lot of credit. He got him into position. It was obviously a moderate pace in my 4 where she just can't run anymore. Win From Within. It was a disgracefully bad performance. But and he got into position with a horse who is the best horse in the race. I mean, he was wide against a gold rail in his last start. 2 races ago, he didn't have the best of trips in there. He actually probably was best in the Bowling Green. This horse has been in very good form for Shug in his prior races last year, and he's a nice horse, and he got good position here and got it done. I have to imagine by post time he ended up the favorite. I have no idea who was making Irish Aces the favorite, and actually he was 4-1.
Wow.
He was the 4th choice. Pretty hard to do when you're the best horse in the race.
4-1, successful 6-year-old debut, never explain. In the Grade 3 Tampa Bay, part of this cross-country pick 5 that will be closed out with the Grade 3 Southwest on the road to the Kentucky Derby from Oaklawn Park. That's still to come when our coverage continues on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Breeders' Cup champion Good Magic by Sire of Sires Curlin was the sire of first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage, one of 3 Grade 1 winners to date, along with Muth and Blazing Sevens. In 2023, with just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with $9.5 million in earnings. 2-year-olds sold for up to $2 million, and yearlings sold for up to $725,000. Good Magic, the classic sire.
Phasig-Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mixed, featuring breeding stock and yearlings from the complete dispersal of Lothenbach stables, including Grade 1 winner Bell's the One, and graded stakes winner She Can't Sing, plus mares in foal to these top sires, and yearlings by the sport's leading stallions. Phasig-Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mixed, featuring the dispersal of Lothenbach stables, February 5th and 6th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
This is Maxfield. This is a Maxfield foal. Maxfield, the G1 Breeders' Futurity and G1 Clark Hero by Street Sense. Maxfield foal. They're just like him. Walking, standing, looking perfect, and selling. This one made $500,000, the most by any freshman in 2023. Maxfield. He's the best in his field. Inquire now.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Grade 3 Southwest still to come on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. First up, though, fillies and mares sprinting at Oaklawn. 6 furlongs in the American Beauty, and it's all about one filly in this race. Even money favorite Alva Star, who closed out her 3-year-old campaign just on a tear. Back-to-back stakes victories, including the Prioress, and even in defeat, maybe gained in stature in that Raven run.
Especially going 7 furlongs that day, and Vava probably would have won La Brea if there was an airplane going out to California. It did everybody in that race a favor. These could be 2 real stars in the division, and as some will remember on this show, this was the horse that didn't have the right silks, and after she won the Prioress, they rushed them down to the winner's circle, and the connections were saying they didn't want to get overly ambitious as a 3-year-old, but perhaps next year. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think this is a filly that has a chance, especially at 6 furlongs, to be as good a filly sprinter as there is in the country.
Short price right now. She likes to do her work on the front end. There is other speed in the race, but no one with her kind of class, is there?
I would want to be very careful about getting too involved with this horse. She is quick and she is good. I'm excited to see her back.
Let's go to Lafitte and Paul for more.
They have the right silks on this afternoon. Alva Star, Paulie, 4-5. Understandably so. Strictly the one to beat in this American Beauty.
No, she is. Andy hits the nail right on the head. When she won the Prioress, though, kind of the word was out. I had heard before, like, hey, Brett Brinkman's got a freak filly that's coming to Saratoga. I said, what? And, you know, what she did at Saratoga in the Prioress. Now, she got beat by Vava, who's a very nice filly for Cherie DeVoe in her next start in the Raven Run. But I'm with Andy. This horse is talented. I'm surprised 4-5, maybe because of a sloppy racetrack. And, you know, that was her first race over a sloppy racetrack. People get a little bit, you know, I get a little tepid thinking, okay, maybe a sloppy racetrack can hurt a horse like this. But her numbers show up, her class is showing up, and if she gets to the front end here, I know there's other speed in here, but she's going to be ultra tough.
No such thing as a sure thing. Just watched an odds-on favorite defeated in the Martha Washington. We'll see what happens in this American Beauty Stakes, $150,000 purse. They'll make the turn. Alva Star at 4-5. No real second choice. Couple of them at 6-1. Adeline Julia, and towards the far outside Royal Spa. Post parade, starting with a 14-1 shot, Shandana, the Indiana bred.
Yeah, Randy Morris claimed this horse for $62,000, put the horse in the poinsettia, and almost got the money last time out.
Let's be clear, number 2, sharp win last month, but the water's getting deeper.
Yeah, I know the water's getting deeper, but this is the horse that moves up the most on a wet surface.
11-1 currently. Then Adeline Julia, 2-time stakes winner.
Another horse that hasn't missed the exact in the Super, owned by one of our more colorful owners here in Arkansas, Jerry Caroon.
Alva Star, odds on fast, grade 2 Pyrus winner.
Yeah, filly by Lord Nelson. That is very, very fast, like Lafitte's saying, and she's the one to catch at 3-5.
A high class, a quick poinsettia winner.
This is the horse that's going to have to put the heat on Alva Star if she's going to get upset today. High class does have a lot of class, no pun intended.
Miss Arlington, like she's quick, looked good in her last start at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, she's got $215,000 in the bank. You look at a horse like her and you're like, wow, what a resume. But she's 13-1 in this spot because she's up against Alva Star.
Condensation does her best running late. The table should be set, if nothing else.
If they go quick early, look for Condensation late.
And Royal Spa, blinkers on, exiting the grade 1 La Brea out west.
This would be my other horse in here. Because, you know, I thought the 4 obviously is going to be very tough. But the 2 and the 9, the Royal Spa, I think, you know, for Rudy Brissett to send this horse for the La Brea, I think that speaks volumes. I think the 9 might fire a decent shot.
That's the field for the American Beauty Stakes. Post time 5 minutes, circling back to the odds-on favorite in Alva Star and what she did at Saratoga Labor Day weekend. Holly just running up the score at the grade 2 level in the Pyrus.
The race was over. I mean, she broke like a dime. She just increased her position. I mean, it was unbelievable. Jose Lezcano was just a passenger on this day. And what you got to like, she's been ridden by Carlos Marquez, Mitchell Moreau. We just saw Michael Sanchez win a big race at Aqueduct today. Jose Lezcano, Tyler Gaffleone, now Christian Torres. It doesn't matter who's on her back. She's fast.
Torres riding for the first time, idle since October. Alva Star, trained and co-bred by Brett Brinkman, standing by with Richie.
So pleased to be joined by Brett Brinkman, owner and co-breeder of Alva Star, and she's been so brilliant. Have you liked what you've seen from that progression from 3 to 4? Has she changed much?
She has. She's developed somewhat. I mean, she's never going to be the biggest horse in the paddock. She's never going to be the strongest horse in the paddock. It's just not the way she's made. But we have seen some development, and, you know, we'll see how she stacks up against these older mares.
She's shown so much brilliance as a 3-year-old, so much speed. Any concern with the layoff? Is she as generous in the morning as she is in the afternoons? And the amount of speed that's in the race? What kind of trip would you like?
You know, we've talked about, we've hashed it out 100 times what could happen. The only thing I told Christian is if he doesn't get the break he expects, don't panic. Ride her accordingly, ride her with confidence. She's been very generous in the mornings for us. We feel good about where we're at.
Being the co-breeder of a horse like this, now obviously it's always nice to have nice horses and train them, but to be involved from that level going forward, how much more satisfying is it?
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's what my family's done, though. I mean, we've been breeders and racers forever, so it's, you know, it's what I do.
Thank you so much for taking time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guys?
Alva Star at 3 to 5. You can relate to that, Paulie, the difference between buying a racehorse and having them compete, succeed at the stakes level versus breeding a horse like Brett Brinkman has with Alva Star. If you're a fan of I'm a big fan of the Dodgers. I can relate to this, the difference between watching the homegrown product versus the high-budget free agents you sign.
100%. I mean, this is like, a lot of people will say, well, this is a pet, but it's not a pet when it comes to that. When you put as much as Brent has put in, he's a great horseman, and he bred this horse along with Dale Ladner, and obviously Dale has his name on the ownership. But, you know, Brent, when he bred this horse, he bred it with Lord Nelson. You know, we've lost Lord Nelson, rest in peace. But he was a horse for Bob Baffert that was a kind of horse that reminds me a little bit of who we're going to see in the next race in Winstock, a horse that was always 9 to 1, 10 to 1. And then when Bob backed him up to a sprinter, he always would win a little bit by little. But he was a gutty horse. So if Alva Star has any of that in him, in her, she's going to be a tough customer because her sire was a tough customer.
She has passed horses she stalked and pounced in her debut, all of her recent damage, while making the lead. In these scenarios, we'll have a pace conversation in the Southwest, and how much pressure is there going to be on the front runner? How fast is the early pace going to be? I guess it's a little different here in a sprint because you're looking around saying, yeah, there's other fast fillies in the race, but are they fast? Even if the game plan is to apply pressure, is any of these other 4-year-old fillies quick enough early to turn the screws on Alva Star?
You make a good point. You know, sometimes you look on paper and you're like, okay, can Alva Star, is anybody even fast enough to go with her? I would think High Class has shown 21 and change type of speed. Alva Star, we don't know what we're going to see. This horse has shown 21 and 3:44 at Saratoga, and this horse off a layoff, and she's a little bit older as well. The 7 Miss Arlington, I don't think is fast enough, but those two horses have to make somewhat of an impact early if she's going to get beat.
Final thoughts, Richie.
Yeah, guys, I mean, just looking at these horses, I mean, obviously Alva Star is very much the horse to beat. And you could see the influence of Into Mischief. He's the sire on the female side of the family, the grandsire, excuse me. High Class being by Into Mischief, you know, you could see the Into Mischief influence there. You get these horses with these big, strong hind ends, and she was making a nice impression in the paddock. I will tell you guys, a horse that kept catching my attention at a big price is the 8, Condensation from the Chris Hartman barn. She's run some good races on turf, and she has some races on dirt that would actually put her in the frame here. If you go back 4 starts back, she sprinted at Churchill Downs, going 6 furlongs, got a 94 buyer figure. And sometimes when a horse keeps on commanding attention from me, they outrun their odds. Listen, it's all Alva Star's race to win or lose. She showed brilliance as a 3-year-old. She looks fit to me. But I just thought the 8 Condensation was a little bit interesting at a big price.
We just saw it, Paulie, in the Martha Washington Band of Gold with the ambush late at 24-1. The table, theoretically on paper, should be set for Condensation to make a late run.
Yeah, I thought Condensation, the 8, and the horse that I like underneath is the 2, Let's Be Clear. And the only reason, Let's Be Clear, the 2, let's be clear, is not fast enough to win this race. But if you look at her wet numbers, they're her best races by far. And so if I guess you're gonna, forecast that, you know, some of these horses might back up in the mud, back into the 80s, or maybe like Alva Star will back into the lower 90s, where Let's Be Clear can be like in the 80s or something, and maybe can swallow up the exact here at 17-1. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go 4-2 and 4-8 here with Mig.
4-8 for Paulie, 1-5 as the crowd looks on this overcast, rainy Southwest Saturday afternoon at Oaklawn Park. 3rd of 4 consecutive stakes races. This American Beauty, we've reached post time, 2-5, Alva Star. Quick thought on Royal Spa exiting that Grade 1 La Brea from Santa Anita.
Well, like I said, I thought that was the other horse that would get bet. Like, I like the 2 and the 9 underneath. Mig likes the 8. The 9, just, Rudy Brissett is a very, very good trainer. He sent this horse to the Fantasy, La Brea. He obviously is seeing talent, and I think the outside draw will help.
Ricardo Santana won with Skelly earlier in the King Cotton, trying to take down this American Beauty with the outsider Royal Spa. All eyes on that filly. Odds-on favorite, Alva Star, the one to beat. Post time for the American Beauty, live from Oaklawn.
Royal Spa. We're ready to go for the American Beauty. And we're off. Condensation broke the best, doesn't go to the front. Alva Star is quick, along with High Class. These two a neck apart. Alva Star, the favorite, taking control of things, leads a half length from High Class on the outside, pressing the pace. A 3 deep Miss Arlington's there. Condensation farther out 4 wide. A gap of 2 to Adeline Julia, settling in 5th, racing alone. A length and a half better than Royal Spa and Chandana. Let's Be Clear as the trailer as the fillies and mares dart into the far turn. The favorite, Alva Star, says, come and catch Catch Me If You Can. Alva Star, 3 furlongs to go. A half length in front, High Class second. Miss Arlington in the 3 path at a price. She's third. Now these 3 have separated themselves. They've gone 5 lengths ahead of Royal Spa, who claims the 4th position. Condensation needs to get going. Then comes Chandana. Adeline Julia's plummeted back. They're down the stretch. Alva Star, Miss Arlington, and Royal Spa on the grandstand side. But now Alva Star shows that class and kicks on to a 2.5 length lead. Royal Spa is second, but Alva Star with a 16th to go. The Grade 2 winner is a beauty in the slop, and she has won the American Beauty decisively by 3 winding lengths. Royal Spa was second, third Condensation. Adeline Julia picks up the check for 4th.
Brent Brinkman, co-breeder, trainer, Alva Star, just too talented, just too fast, sensational in her 4-year-old debut in the American Beauty.
Yeah, 1 to 5 looked like a gift. It really did. She was able to go 22.46 and looked like horses were going to pressure her early with High Class, but it was light pressure. And when you have a filly like this that's gone 44, this is the slowest she's ever gone since her debut. I thought the 9 ran a bang-up race going wide most of the way around. There's just no match for Alva Star. I think Andy certainly might be right. This is going to be a filly that you're going to have to look forward to for the rest of the year. I love the way she kind of lowers her head. She likes to win races, and Brett Brinkman has got to be happy as a clam.
It's just kind of a stoic look there, like just another day at the office, right? And for Christian Torres, a very productive day at the office. 3 wins thus far. Alva Star, and you can see that coming at the top of the stretch where Torres is just still, hadn't asked her for a thing. She responds, and that kind of sprinter that'll give you a second move.
Yeah, true. I mean, when they broke out of the gate, the 5 in Condensation kind of broke really fast. So did Miss Arlington, and you got to give Christian Torres credit. Again, a guy that's never ridden this horse, but he was able just to, just let her go, let her do her thing. I think Brett Brinkman's words were like, hey, if you break okay, just let her do her thing. And he just let her do her thing. And she finished up nice because when you look at it, she finished up in about 11 and change.
Sprinters stealing the show, Greg. Skelly earlier and now Alva Star. Ultra impressive in the American Beauty.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. Obviously, Andy, you want to be in that position. You want to have a 1 to 5 favorite, someone with this kind of talent, but almost a sigh of relief to get past things beyond your control. Wet track, all this other speed in the race, but she answers the call.
First star of the year. Is she going to be as good? And yes, of course, every trainer, owner, you want 1 to 5 shots, but there's different kinds of pressure because there's such disappointment, especially with a horse like this. And I'm declaring my love for Alva Star. I'm just a huge fan. I think she got away with a pretty slow second quarter, and I did not write down the times, and I'd like to compare the fractions and the final time to Skelly, who's like a monster out there. But, and listen, these horses just not as good as her, and the competition's going to get steeper. But you have to be excited for her first star of the year. I'm happy for the connections. The trainer and the owner bred the horse together. I mean, these are the kind of horses that you just have to love in this game, and she is really, really good, and I'm looking forward to seeing her going forward, where she runs, running against tougher competition, because I think she has a chance to be a real player in this division.
Potential star in this division. Alva Star, now 4 wins, 7 career starts, another stakes victory, and that's how you start things off if you've got big plans for 2024. Easy win there on the front end. Meanwhile, back to Tampa Bay, Grade 3, and it's never explained in his 6-year-old debut. And excuse me, Victor Cheminot mispronounced it. Thank you, Acacia. For Shug McGahee with the win.
Oh, Acacia with those French pronunciations. This was a very good ride by him, getting good position. I think that was a key. Being forward, not giving up that position, and getting the good trip to get it done. I've always liked Never Explained. I think he's been a very unlucky horse in his career. It's a very generous price at $10.80. Didn't project to be that big a price. Got it done. Running B, I thought, ran very well in here also. Finishing second, bounced back from poor performance at Gulfstream Park. But Never Explained, onwards and up for a horse that could have a really nice year.
Part of the cross-country Big 5, it's going to close out with the Grade 3 Southwest Triple Crown prep for that first Saturday in May out at Oaklawn. Still to come. Looks like a wide-open field, including the one we're going to tell you about here. The coach, D. Wayne Lucas, can just steal, earn some points. to get into that starting gate. First Saturday in May, we'll try and follow up a runner-up finish in the Smarty Jones. Ramon Vasquez will be back aboard. It's coming up next.
The Smarty Party. Has it really been 20 years? Stuart Elliott, Smarty Jones, the Pennsylvania bred. Sensational in the winter and spring here at Oaklawn, the Southwest, the Rebel, the Arkansas Derby, and that was only the beginning. Go on to capture the Kentucky Derby, the first undefeated Derby winner since Seattle Slew. Sensational in the Preakness Stakes. So close to the Triple Crown. Smarty Jones and his fan base here at Oaklawn Park, 20 years. Southwest next with 3-year-olds. Moments ago, what a show she just put on. Alba Star in her 4-year-old debut by daylight. Paulie and the American Beauty.
Yeah, she was very good. Stopped the clock in 1:10.3. She's now 4 for 7 lifetime. Philly by Lord Nelson at an Into Mischief mare. Sitting at the bar. And hopefully Mr. Brinkman will be sitting at the bar tonight.
He's with Richie right now.
Yeah, guys, just a really nice performance. You had to be thrilled to see how comfortable she got on the lead, and a nice way to start off her campaign.
Yeah, it's always great hindsight when you're looking at it. Coming off the layoff, stepping up against older mares, you're always a little bit nervous in a wet track. It always adds another dimension of what you have to deal with. But she seems to handle racing really well, and we're fortunate with that, and just happy to get the year started.
How unique is it to have a horse that can travel and always run their race? It doesn't seem like she needs to carry a racetrack around with her.
No, it's pretty unique, but, my crew's done a great job. We logged a lot of miles, with her. So it's good, it's fun.
I was listening, she talked to Nancy, and obviously a grade 1 would be a crowning achievement for her. There's obviously Keeneland would be on the docket. Any chance we might see you in Saratoga for the ballerina?
Yeah, it's on our list. So we're gonna try.
Well, I sure hope we get to see you up there, and continued good luck. And guys, this is a perfect example. It's not how fast you're going. It's not how fast you're going. It's how you're going fast.
I didn't catch what he said. I can't hear a thing.
Paulie, but they were both smiling, and Alvis Star, based on that performance, onward and upward, performing like a 1 to 5 shot should.
Yeah, and listen, like when he was basically talking to Brent, and I think there was just a sigh of relief. I've heard this from many trainers. Sometimes it's more pressure to be 1 to 5, and I think Brent was like, okay, I got this race out of the way. It was the first start, her 4-year-old start, upwards and onwards. And to answer Andy's question, Skelly had run the 2 fastest races at this meet, 109 and change, and then today 109 and 4. Now this horse just ran 110 and 2, which has been like the 4th or 5th fastest. I know she's a filly, so Skelly ran a full second faster, but still, this is a pretty fast time.
Exciting filly. And now we turn the page and focusing on the 3-year-olds in the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. $800,000 Southwest Stakes, 42 Derby points available, 20 to the winner. Updated odds. Morning line favorite scratch yesterday. Maycox Bay is out. 11 of a mile and a 16th. Carbone, look at that. Early favorite at 2 to 1. And take a look at number 11, Just Steel, trained by Dwayne Lucas and his owners. Just Steel, owned by John Bellinger and Brian Coelho of BC Stables. Relatively new to the sport. They didn't buy their first horse until the September sale of 2021. And it was a relationship that John had with the Hall of Fame trainer and Dwayne Lucas that gave him the confidence to jump in and get involved with the industry.
I've always wanted to get into horse racing, but the horses I wanted I couldn't afford. I got to know Wayne through Dr. Charlie Graham. We went to the Derby together, fell in love with the Derby and horse racing.
He had a great time, and he said, at some point when we're ready or feel like it, we'll get together and we'll get some racehorses. And then they called me. His partner, Brian Coelho, and him had, I think, just done a huge business deal in the cattle industry. And they said, we're ready to get in the racehorses. And boy, were they ever.
We both have this, hey, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. We took on a lot in a 3-year time span. We were going to buy 1 horse, and today, I don't know, we have 26.
Bellinger and Coelho surprised me. They made a much more solid investment. They jumped in and got 6 or 7 and then came right back and bought 12 more.
If you really take the right steps, and whether it's buying the right horses, training the yearlings with the right people, having someone like Wayne take us to the next step. We trust Wayne, and our goal is to have a Triple Crown winner.
I wouldn't say they're in a hurry, but I feel the pressure of trying to make that work because they have made a great commitment. They've got a couple of 3-year-olds that are getting us excited, and Just Steel is one of them. He is really a gorgeous horse. He's from top to bottom. Whether he is good enough to be in the Derby or any Derby, it doesn't matter. If you look at him, you're going to love him.
What I like about this colt is he's a massive horse. Wayne's trying to get him to peak out. And being a big horse, he's got room to peak and to grow into himself.
I had a feeling that Justify would really come abroad and be a top sire. I liked him as a racehorse. I talked to Bob Baffert about him a lot. And I bought 4 more Justifies. We're hanging our hat on Justify. I think that he could be a good one.
We want to get in the dance. Even if we are not fortunate to win it this weekend, if we can be in the top 3 in each of these 3 races, he's still going to be a great contender for the Derby.
And John Bellinger, and there he is, and the legend, Dwayne Lucas, getting involved in the sport less than 3 years ago, and here he is in 21 minutes about to watch the colt he owns and Just Steel take one step closer, potentially, to the Kentucky Derby, which his sire could not have been more impressive in. Justify, the Triple Crown winner, and as good as Justify was as a 3-year-old, the champion and Triple Crown winner, turning out to be an unbelievable stallion.
Really is, isn't he? Tell 2 horses when it comes to American Pharoah and Justify, the 2 Triple Crown winners, but there you see what's been going on, and he's gotten a couple European champions. He had a great Breeders' Cup as well, and you know what? It's just a pleasure to see Dwayne Lucas out here. He just reminds me of a guy. He just loves it every day. Every time I talk to him, I get a chance to talk to him anytime I can. He enjoys coming out here and watching the races. He loves analyzing races. He'll come up to me every once in a while. Hey, how's my horse look on sheets? He knows I use the sheets, and he's every piece of information. I think that's what makes him, to me, the best in my generation, that he just soaks everything up.
JK, sure, he's won 4 Kentucky Derbies, but just the one Southwest 32 years ago, the coach is due.
Yeah, he's due, right? I mean, you're a legend like this. I'm sure there's every race that you're supposed to have on your resume. The Southwest deserves to be one of those. The one thing I'll say about Just Steele is that when you look at Just Steele, and it's not even Just Steele as an individual, I think at just this time of the year, we're always wondering about the distance for these horses. Just Steele's 2 wins have come around 1 turn while sprinting. Now, he showed up in the Smarty Jones, and got a second that day, beaten 2.5 lengths. The speed figure dropped significantly from his 2 sprint races. So the question you have to ask yourself is, how far does Just Steele want to run? It's a question that when asking a Hall of Famer, a legend like D. Wayne Lucas, you would like to think that he would have a pretty good eye for that situation. But in all fairness, when you have a 3-year-old, sometimes you can be blinded by that. You have to be participating in these races with talented horses. My concern with Just Steele is, does Just Steele want to go this far to still be able to perform at the level that Just Steele did in his 2 starts? We'll find out here, and my camera's blocked in about 19 minutes.
Wayne Lucas was thinking about skipping the Southwest, waiting for the Rebel, didn't want to ask Just Steele to do too much, and then he put on 25, 30 pounds after the Smarty Jones, so he knew he was ready. Just Steele, currently 13-1, the coach trying for a second Southwest, post time in 12 minutes.
Down to the wire, Verstappen. Here's the finish, ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Steel King has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
And here comes the champion, Essential Quality. Essential Quality off the top of the turn, and he's opened up a 2-length lead, but Spielberg is running a massive race after him in second. Jackie's Warrior has been defeated. It is Essential Quality and Spielberg 1-2 a 16th out, and Essential Quality is just too good. Essential Quality, the champion, wins the Southwest.
Darker that day, more rain, no matter. The 2-year-old champ, Godolphin's Essential Quality, and his 3-year-old debut, the champ, Stellar, defeating Jackie's Warrior, among others.
Yeah, Essential Quality. We'll be seeing his foals here pretty soon, but man, he was a nice little charcoal gray, wasn't he?
Stellar. Belmont Stakes winner, Travers winner, 3-year-old champion, Luis Saez in the saddle. It's trained by Brad Cox. And for Brad Cox, Paulie, the damage he has done, the last 13 Derby preps, races offering points towards the Kentucky Derby. Last 13, he's won 6 of them.
Yeah, you know, when he won the Smarty Jones with Catching Freedom, Angel of Empire last year kind of went through here. Now, Catching Freedom, what ended up happening is he won the Smarty Jones, and then he was going to come back here and stay on, you know, the same kind of trajectory here with the Southwest and then go to the Arkansas. But what ended up happening with the freezing, he got the horse out of there and got to Fairgrounds. So Catching Freedom, I would think you'll see him next time at Fairgrounds in the next, you know, 3-year-old prep race. And he's going to miss this race, although he's got a charge here in the outside horse.
Angel of Empire went Smarty Jones,
Yes.
Risen Star, and then Arkansas Derby for trainer Brad Cox. In this particular race, the Southwest, a springboard towards, yes, success on a Triple Crown stage, but in other divisions as well. For example, 1992 famous alum. Yeah, not bad. Second and third place finishers came back to win the Derby and Preakness, Pine Bluff and Lily T. But not just success along that Triple Crown trail. Southwest runners, 1997 Smoke Glacken champion sprinter at the age of 3. 2004, we just touched on it, the Smarty Party. Sensational at Oaklawn that winter in spring before capturing the Derby, Preakness, and a 3-year-old title. 2 years later, the Lawyer Ron, Southwest winner, 2007 champion older horse, and before he became racing Conor McGregor, Whitmore was on the Derby trail before winning a Breeders' Cup Sprint and becoming a champion sprinter. 2021, that Southwest. That was delayed as well. Well worth the wait. Essential quality, 2-time champion, Belmont winner, Jackie's Warrior, champion sprinter, the Southwest Springboard. For these 3-year-olds, yeah, sure, everyone wants to find out if they have a Derby horse. You see if it works, you move forward. If not, you pivot, and a horse like a Smoke Glacken, a horse like a Jackie's Warrior go on to great heights, doing different things.
No, you're right. You never know what's going to happen. You know, you got 11 horses here with a shot. One of my best stories I ever heard, you know, Whitmore, and there's going to be a statue of Whitmore because of Ron Moquet. I asked Ron, I go, Ron, did you cash on Whitmore at 16-1 when he won first time out? He goes, Paul, I bought my house on the backside because of that horse.
Ron Moquet, Whitmore, Carbone, pictured, trained by Steve Asmussen. Yeah, he didn't pay that much when he debuted. Undefeated, first 2 starts, untested. His most recent, his first time around 2 turns, New Year's Eve, Carbone right here. They're all chasing, he's cruising, and he rolls to an easy win.
And you made a good point how he just does everything very, very
Easy.
professional and easy. Now, he's broken out of the gate both times like a rocket. He's a very good gate horse. But look at the way he's finishing up. I know he's in the middle of the racetrack, but he's finishing up with gusto. His head's down. He's running through the line. You know, a lot of people are going, okay, is the distance going to be an issue because he's a son of Matoli? You know, if he does the same thing he's done his last couple times, pop out of the gate and make everybody kind of chase him, it's his race to lose.
Carbone, currently 2-1. Steve Asmussen looking for a 4th Southwest win. And Staten Fleury, who was acquired a percentage of Carbone from the Heilig-Brots. And you're going to see Carbone with those Staten Fleury Silks and Ricardo Santana for this Southwest. Riders up in just a moment. Southwest Stakes, post time 12 minutes. Shh. And Andy gearing up for Aqueduct.
Guys, thanks. Another big race here on this road to the Triple Crown, Andy. And talking about pace, there's a few speeds in here, but is Carbone the speed of the speed?
Well, you know, a lot of it comes down to intention and other riders. Are people so afraid to get involved with Carbone that they won't be as aggressive as they could be? Because I look at the Timeform US Pace Projector. I give a lot of credence to that, especially at Oaklawn, where they really are aggressive. It turns out to play out pretty accurately, and it has the 10 Mystic Dan actually a little bit faster than him. So Brian Hernandez is going to have to be aggressive with him. Now, whether or not that'll be the case, and Just Steel, and one thing about Wayne Lucas, he doesn't rate speed types. What Carbone has that's an advantage to him is he breaks inside of those horses. So it's a little bit easier to go to the front. He could be the speed. Let me ask you a question. Do you really want to take 2-1 speed or not in this competitive field?
Especially with a horse, as the guy said, may have speed or not. distance limitations potentially.
No, I couldn't agree more. And I'll tell you something else. I know it's a wet track here and a biased track here as well, so maybe it doesn't matter as much. But Lightline hardly flattered the performance of this horse last time. And it feels to me like even if he gets the lead, he might be going a little bit too fast.
Yeah, so the 2-1 favorite, as Andy just mentioned, Carbone. Right behind him last time out, well, 4 lengths behind him was Lightline, and he did not show up in the Withers in our Triple Crown Prep here in New York earlier today.
And I think we were remiss not to mention it. I understand wet track here, a track that was heavily biased, may have worked against him. But I'll put it this way, if he had run big and won, we'd certainly be pointing out that it flattered Carbone.
Well, meanwhile, Carbone's trainer sending out that one as well, Otto the Conqueror, and he's reeled off 3 consecutive wins. He went backwards a little bit, at least speed figure-wise, but he had to battle neck and neck really the entire way in that race to gut out that win.
And he caught a wet track when he ran his best figure. Now, that was sprinting around 1 turn. I don't love his race in the Springboard Mile, but as you said, there could be some mitigating circumstances in there. He ran down the speed to get it done, but he's got to be a bit forward in this race, too, with a lot of speed to deal with. I think this is a very interesting race with a lot of potential players, including Awesome Road, who's too big a price at 12-1. And both you and I think that Common Defense, win or lose, is an awfully big overlay at over 20-1 right now.
30-1 right now, and that Kenny McPeak horse who sprung that big upset in the Martha Washington. Muddy racetrack, a lot of horses potentially that want to go to the front. So how do you ride the race? Let's go to Mig.
Well, if you have free reign and you're allowed to do what you think is right in the moment, I think you go forward. You break and try to get your position going forward. If you wind up on the lead and doing things properly, that would be great. But you got to remember, even though this is an important race in its own right with an $800,000 purse, this is a prep race, and the main goal is the first Saturday of May, the Kentucky Derby. So people are going to be experimenting at times. So I agree that Kenny McPeak's runner, Mystic Dan, has a lot of natural speed, but you just wonder what ultimate intentions are. Are they going to try to get this horse to settle and finish a little bit? I was talking with Steve Asmussen, Otto the Conqueror. He said with his post has to be ridden into the race. That was his words. I want to see him ridden into the race. He said Carbone has a lot of natural speed, but he's also got a great mind. He's laid back. So I think there's going to be a little bit of feeling out here into the first turn. And also, again, what are the ultimate intentions?
That next step locally towards the Arkansas Derby. Beyond that, to the winner, 20 points for the Kentucky Derby. Riders up here, Winstock, who we just saw acting up a little bit while being attended 2 moments ago.
Yeah, he's a horse coming in from California. Bob's horses usually ship very, very well here. He was acting up a little bit. This paddock can be a little bit claustrophobic, but his was Los Alamitos Futuri Grade 2 when he beat Stranglehold, which was the favorite for Phil D'Amato. 13.5-1 on this day for Bob Baffert, and showed a lot of grit. So, and could be part of that pace. Like we're wondering if Carbone's going to go to the front. Mystic Dan. I think this horse will at least be somewhat up towards the first flight.
Bob Baffert wants him in the mix naturally. He's not real fast leaving the gate. Kyle Frey, who's ridden him his last 2 races, his only 2 wins, really hustling him out of the gate to get him to make the lead. And in that low self-futurities, there was a couple of other Baffert runners who he beat in that. Like, the stablemates aren't going to apply pressure to one another.
Yeah, and sometimes you have horses that don't like going around 2 turns. This horse threw in 2 clunkers sprinting, 2 good ones going around 2 turns.
13-1 winner in his last pair, 9-2 today. Again, trained by Bob Baffert, not eligible to earn those Kentucky Derby points. That suspension issued by Churchill Downs extended to the end of 2024, so a 3rd consecutive year Bob Baffert-trained runners cannot compete in the Kentucky Derby. The difference this year, his owners are keeping all 3-year-olds with Bob Baffert. Winstock and for Baffert trying for a 7th win in the Southwest Stakes. The all-time leader, Kenny Pad, his stats. Post parade for the Southwest. May Cox Bay is out. We'll start with Charleston, 61-1, rightfully so. One of 2 maidens.
This one for Jinx Fires, the colt by Tapiture, still a maiden. That's why 61-1.
Harry Hernandez in the saddle. Long shot side by side towards the inside. Magic Grant, 32-1, 3rd in the Springboard Mile.
Yeah, behind Otto the Conqueror that day. Needs to really improve this colt by Good Magic.
Chris Linderos in the saddle, and then Otto, the Conqueror, first of 2 for Steve Asmussen, the winner of that springboard mile at Remington.
Has shown that affinity to like an off track, only a length away for being 4 for 4.
9-2 shot side by side win stock for Bob Baffert, Kyle Frey aboard.
Yeah, I'm happy for Kyle Frey getting the mountains. An underrated rider who's been riding in Northern California and Southern California gets to show his skills here in Hot Springs.
Liberal Arts Street Sense winner, his 3-year-old debut, 3-1 second choice.
I kind of like this horse, but I don't know at 3-1. The word is lights out. Been working over at the training center, Thoroughbred Training Center there in Lexington.
And Carbone, Ricardo Santana, he's piloted 2 of the 3 Southwest winners for Steve Asmussen.
The most professional horse, and I'm not going to hopefully jinx this. Just the gait, the way he handles the gait, I just think he's the most professional.
You heard the guys. It's a big price on Common Defense for Kenny McPeak, trying to shock us again.
Well, it's going to be 3 of us because I like this horse today, and they supplemented this horse to get into this race. I have a feeling this horse might be better than Mystic Dan.
The other maiden, Linebacker.
Yeah, another maiden, but this horse is, I can seeable maiden to win the race rather than the other one.
Very quick colt, Mystic Dan.
Yeah, is Kenny going to go and set it up maybe for somebody else? He's got to, I would think from that outside position, Brian Hernandez has got to get position.
12-1 on the Smarty Jones runner-up, Just Steel.
And Just Steel, I think the same way. Ramon Vasquez is a very aggressive rider, and I would think D. Wayne Lucas probably told him, listen, we got to get in the race from that outside slot. Where the 12 Awesome Road, I would think Brad said, you know what, let's drop back, because they are some speed, but try to drop back and make one run, because I just don't know what the 12 has that much speed.
Field for this Grade 3 Southwest Stakes, 4 minutes out. You saw Liberal Arts, currently 7-2, trained by Robbie Medina, standing by with Richie.
Yeah, here with Robbie Medina. And Robbie, I've known you a long time. You were with Shug McGahee, Hall of Famer, for a number of years, and you went to the Kentucky Derby with him and Orb, so you know what kind of horse it takes to get there. How do you feel about Liberal Arts, and what has he been showing you?
He's shown a lot of talent since day one, Richie, and he's always acted like he's wanted more ground. And the last time he ran the first time going 2 turns, and he ran very well. Put him away for a little bit. He's training awfully well. He ticks, you know, everything I see in him, he's ready to go. So, I mean, it's hard to compare him to Orb, 2 different types of horses, but he definitely has, I would say, you know, talent-wise, he has that.
He seems like he's got a really good mind. This is a tight paddock here, and he just seemed like he's handled everything really well.
Yeah, he's kind of really good in the paddock, and when he runs, he's a little bit of a hard-headed to gallop him in the morning, but when he runs, he doesn't do anything wrong.
And how have you seen his progression from 2 to 3? Has he made that nice step that you like to see?
Richie, he's gotten a little stronger, like through his neck and all that, but it's more of his attitude. He's been a lot more aggressive, sometimes not the best way, but he's aggressive, and his last work was the first time he worked the whole way around there with no mistakes.
Now, this is a starting point, and obviously an important race in its own right, but what would you like to see, and what would you like to get out of this race?
I want to see him finish, and I'd be disappointed if he, you know, wasn't part of the top 3.
Thank you so much for taking the time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
And with Christian Torres aboard, Liberal Arts Torres looking for a 4th win on the program. 2 minutes out to the Southwest. We check in with Jonathan.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yeah, I'm going to go to the outside, the far, far outside, the 12 Awesome Road. Now, I know most of the people look at the past performances and say this horse doesn't want to go 2 turns because the last 2 turn races did not go well. But the fact that this horse shows back up again for a high percentage trainer like Brad Cox, my hope is that this horse will kind of revert back to what they did when they sprinted on debut, which I thought was extremely impressive. A couple of horses have come out of that race to come back and win, so you know that the figure earned that day was a real figure, a real number that you can trust a little bit. And a lot of times, when you can find a horse that can show talent around 2 turns, it's bred, AP Indy Mare Quality Road is the sire, that screams that this horse wants to go a little bit further. But I understand the past performances in the last 2 races don't suggest that that's the case. But Wolfie, for me, I think Awesome Road, drawn towards the outside, has another opportunity to kind of prove that he wants to go this far. And at 11-1, 12-1, I have no problem paying to figure out if that's the case. I'll take the 12, Awesome Road.
All right, JK, he was near the lead sprinting in that debut as well. Interesting to see what they choose to do this afternoon. So 12-1 outside for Brad Cox. Where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, I boxed 8-9. I boxed 8-9-12 in this race for small money, but I like the common defense. I think he's going to get pace to run at, and it's not as though he's so ridiculously slow that he's going to get completely run off his feet. I thought he improved last time to get it done. It's a race that's good enough to win here. So I like him. To me, he's a ridiculous price. He should probably be about half of that. And he just feels like an overlay. I'm not saying I love him in here, but I think he makes a certain amount of sense. And the 9, the Maidens had some trips. And Awesome Road, even though he's disappointed since his fast maiden win, he didn't run that badly that he could be a non-contender here. His post is very bad because he's got so much speed right inside of him. So getting any kind of position is going to be hard for him. But he's a big price at 11-1, not impossible.
So there's common defense. We both like this horse. He's put together back-to-back efforts. It looks like he's primed to move forward. Can Kenny McPeak do it again? Sprung that big upset in the Martha Washington on the road to the Kentucky Oaks with Band of Gold at 24-1. He'll try and do it again here with common defense at 21-1. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, let's talk about 3 horses. Carbone for the Steve Asmussen barn, a horse with a lot of natural speed. The sire, Matoli, was campaigned by Bill and Corinne Heiligbrot. And for a horse with that much speed, he's a laid-back individual. He handled this tight paddock so well, really made a nice impression. The 11, Just Steel. This is a lot of horse. He was just commanding attention. He's going to be my top selection. I was so taken with how powerful this horse is. And if you want a pedigree play, guys, the 12-horse Awesome Road, bred by Claiborne Farm out of Orate. The Grand Dam is Preach, who is a prolific producer, including Pulpit. So there's a lot of pedigree there, and sometimes that pedigree takes a little while, but quality rises to the top.
Spin away, bombed.
Awesome Road in those Donegal colors, and you touched on the strategy, Paul, with the anticipated faster pace, with Florent Giroux and Awesome Road, letting the rest of them go, taking back, getting to the rail, saving ground, making one run.
I just think that's probably the best thing. Although you do have the 10 and 11, Just Steel and Mystic Dan, who do have speed. So do you want to try to tuck in behind them? Where I think linebacker and common defense, you know, I like common defense as well. I think can sit maybe in mid-pack. But, yeah, Florent Giroux is going to have to make some decisions from that outside post with the 12. Now, when you have the Otto the Conqueror and Carbone, you know, the Asmussen runners, what gives here? I would think Rosario is going to sit on the rail and try to save ground all the way around there. I think he's quicker than the 2 and the 3, so he's going to get the trip on the rail. That's going to be the key to me. Does Kyle Frey or Joel Rosario or Christian Torres, the 4, 5, and 6, which one of those horses secures the rail if Carbone goes to the front end and gets a candy trip?
This isn't an easy question. Who do you think? Who is in front when this field hits the first turn?
I think it's a 7. I do think it's Carbone, just because he's got a little inner slot. But I'm with Andy, too. You know, they run their races here, and they send. I hope they do send because I like the 8 common defense. But I do think Carbone will be in front.
They've reached the starting gate. This is the one we've been waiting for. Southwest Stakes, $800,000 purse, 42 Derby points, 20 to the winner. Carbone, the 9-5 favorite in his stakes debut. It's post time. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Mystic Dan. Winstock. Winstock goes in. 3 more runners to round out the field. Liberal Arts. Liberal Arts walking up to the gate. 2 back, Just Steel and Awesome Road. Carbone backed off, reloads, and now we wait on Awesome Road. Awesome Road to the outside. We're ready to go in the Southwest. And they're off. Mystic Dan broke sharply today. So did Carbone and Otto the Conqueror, his stablemate. The two Asmussen entrants, 1-2. Otto the Conqueror has the lead. Carbone second. Windstock running in the third position, placed in a good stalking position, but was aggressively ridden out of the gate. Wasn't quick enough to go with the front runner, Otto the Conqueror. Just Steele, a bit keen here. Outside of Windstock, 2 lengths back to linebacker. Then comes Awesome Road. Mystic Dan was on the lead in his last couple of starts. Today, he's about 6 lengths behind at midfield. He's racing with his stablemate Comet Defense. Liberal Arts is next. Charleston, the maiden, is second to last. And that leaves Magic Grant to trail the field with 5 furlongs to go. Otto the Conqueror paving the way here by a half length. Carbone applying the pressure to that stablemate with a half-mile left to go. A length and a half to Just Steele in third. Windstock in the 4th spot, now sent along from that position. On the inside, Mystic Dan attempts to get closer, slips inside of Windstock. Linebacker is next, trying to pass runners on the outside. He's 4 lengths behind, making a move as Windstock plummets back in the wrong direction. He's done. Liberal Arts trying to move forward inside of the weakening Windstock. He's about 6 lengths off the pace as the leaders start to line up, coming back to the lead. Just Steele making a big move after Carbone and Otto the Conqueror. Just Steele storms to the front. Just Steele and Ramon Vasquez have 3/16 to go. Here comes Mystic Dan right up the rail, though, with a rail skimming ride by Brian Hernandez Jr. And Mystic Dan is turning it on in a huge effort for the Kenny McPeak barn. Mystic Dan 5-6 ahead, and he wins wrapped up. A dominant win in the Southwest. Second home was Just Steele. Liberal Arts came on for third, and fourth was Common Defense.
They do it again. McPeak, Hernandez with the Martha Washington Southwest sweep. Mystic Dan saving all the ground, unleashing a furious run along the rail, doing his best street sense impression to take down his grade 3 Southwest and 20 points towards the Kentucky Derby.
What a day for Brian Hernandez. What a day for Kenny McPeak. And Mystic Dan, he liked the sloppy going today. And it just shows you, like JK was talking, you never know if they're going to like 2 turns. Didn't like it his last couple times, but from off the pace today, a little bit of a different dimension from before, and this horse wins, and the Kenny McPeak camp is happy. Back-to-back wins, and this was an emphatic win.
Traveling so well, so comfortably up the backstretch on the inside, showing a new dimension. Yeah. He was comfortable, and when Brian Hernandez asked him the question, Mystic Dan had the right response and wins going away.
Yeah, the confusing part is I think Steve Asmussen's probably going to have a couple words for his jockeys. Who knew that Otto the Conqueror and Carbone is getting sent out of the gate, and Joel Rosario just said, you know what? I'm quicker than you, and you're my stablemate, so bye-bye.
Kenny McPeak, the sweep of the Martha Washington, and Southwest standing by with Richie.
Yeah, Kenny, change of tactics today with Mystic Dan. He's a horse that shows speed, but you had him dole out his speed a little different.
Well, he showed how fast he was when he won last fall at Churchill. I mean, he's extremely fast, but he needed to learn how to rate and relax. And I made the mistake of running him back a little quick back at Churchill back in the end of the fall meet. But since then, we've been working on trying to, gallop, finish. And once again, Brian, great timing. We set on him perfectly, found the inside trip. And, what's cool about this horse is that we foaled him at my farm in Lexington. Which really proud of that, we've got a good team where we foal some mares, and I bought the mare for Lance and Sherilyn, Gasaways. I mean, it's pretty cool stuff.
Really great. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow, guys, what a performance. And how brave was he coming up the inside the way he did? This was a breakout performance.
No hesitation whatsoever, like he had been there 100 times prior, Mystic Dan.
Brian Hernandez is a cool customer. Always has been a cool customer. And there you can see right here, listen, Ramon Vasquez, he did all he could do on Just Steele. He tried to close the hole right here, but the three was already in the hole. And you could see Ramon, Just Steele ran a heck of a race. I mean, D-Wayne Lucas has got a nice horse. I just don't know if he wants to go this far like JK was talking about, because that race 2 back when he ran a giant number, and he's backed up that race with 2 nice races. He just got outrun by Mystic Dan. And then you can see the 6 Liberal Arts for Robert Medina. I thought that was a good start to his 2024 campaign. He's an air gate that needs to get going a little bit, and he got going there towards the end of the race.
Mystic Dan, 10, 11, 6, 12. Brian Hernandez, the win of the Martha Washington on a 24-1 shot. And here with a $24 winner, Mystic Dan in the Southwest for Kenny McPeak. 20 points towards the Kentucky Derby and the winner's share of an $800,000 purse. Much more from Oaklawn when we come back. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Mystic Dan in the Southwest. Maybe you played him on your Naira Bets account. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime, visit Naira.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Lothenbach Stable. Dispersal at Fasig-Tipton with 65 entries of breeding stock and yearlings at the Kentucky Winter Mixed Sale, February 5th and 6th on site in Lexington. Let's hear from the winning pilot, Brian Hernandez. Big day at Oaklawn, standing by with Richie.
Big day at Oaklawn and delivering an incredible ride here from post 10. How did you find the rail by the first turn?
I was actually thinking about it the whole way in the post parade there. I was just trying to figure out what horse I can get behind to get to the fence. And I was fortunate enough my horse left there quick enough, but not overly quick, to where I was able to get behind the leaders and make my way over to the fence. And from there, he just traveled so well the whole way. And going into the second turn, I checked on him and he jumped forward. I was like, okay, now we'll just sit here and wait, because I was kind of banking.
Brian Hernandez, Kenny McPeak, steal the show at Oaklawn, and Mystic Dan onward and upward. The way he skipped away, that acceleration in the stretch, a lot of ability and primed for a big three-year-old campaign.
Yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties. The rest of that interview went, Brian Hernandez said I went, and the horse won by 11. That's what happened, basically. I mean, to be honest with you, it was crazy because Just Steel took the front end, and, you know, Ramon Vasquez tried to close that hole, but within a split second, the 10 was up in that hole and was rolling Mystic Dan. And Brian Hernandez had a load of horse underneath him, and this could have been a coming out party. I know it's a sloppy racetrack, and everybody's going to go over this and that, But Just Steel probably shouldn't have been 11-1 because he's run some good numbers. Let's give Mystic Dan some credit. That was a heck of a race.
A couple of disappointments. Winstock was off the bridle, essentially, going into the far turn. And Carbone, no, he didn't make the lead, but he was tracking his stablemate and just nothing when the real running started.
I think Carbone got thrown out of his game, right? His first 2 races, he's broken on top and has just been basically uncontested on the front end. And his stablemate took it to him, which I thought was a little bit interesting with Otto the Conqueror. But, you know, at the end of the day, both of those horses were not winning this race.
Greg and Andy, Mystic Dan, how impressed were you?
Well, we had the wrong Kenny McPeak, but what a day for him as a trainer. This horse, so much left in the tank and doing it so easily down the stretch, it looked like as well.
I agree. That was an extremely impressive performance. Unless it turns out the rail was a conveyor belt, which I hadn't noticed earlier, but hadn't paid enough attention. That was a devastatingly easy win by him. Liberal Arts was running at the end. People will love his gallop out. As I said to Greg, there will be no Belmont horses this year, since for 2 years the Belmont's not a mile and a half, so that'll save people money. But you have to be very impressed by Mystic Dan. I do want to see how the speed figures come out. Haven't really seen any 2-turn races, and how fast a race it was, but you have to be impressed by his performance on a day where things didn't necessarily go as a lot of us expected they would go in the Triple Crown preps.
All of a sudden, we'll get to it. This Kentucky Derby's not over yet.
Right. I mean, the most impressive three-year-old today, he can't even run the Kentucky Derby, and the heavy favorite, well, we'll see.
Cross country, pick 5 follow along, $85,000 payoff, closer to $86,000. No favorites. And the biggest price, of course, the 2 biggest prices there, both Kenny McPeak on the road to the Oaks and the road to the Derby with Band of Gold and Mystic Dan.
Yeah. So where did we get there? Oh, my gosh. So what's that, like $100, and then you got about $2,500, you got about $12,500, and then you got $125,000, you got about $150,000. So actually, it paid over twice the parlay, which you don't always see with outlier payouts like that,
You
right?
felt, I mean, never explained in there who wins. You felt was the best horse in that race.
Yeah.
Somehow you get 4-1. Uncle Heavy, I know the track was playing a little different, but was a very usable horse.
I didn't I didn't like the horse that won the Southwest, so he would have been a tough horse for me to have, to be honest with you. But I frankly didn't like Band of Gold either. But congrats if you had it, $85,000, and that's one that could have carried over to next week, to be honest with you. It's a tough sequence to put
big
together.
If you put that together. Incredible
Congrats.
handicapping. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More still to come. What a day it's been on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. Busy day of preps. Parks shipper for Butch Reed, Uncle Heavy, overcoming track bias to get the win in the Withers. And how about the reigning 2-year-old champion? We'll show you what happened with him and his 3-year-old debut, Fierceness, when we come back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200. 200 down to the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Nominate now for this year's Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Sales. The July Sale. A strong market for precocious and athletic yearlings that attract the sport's leading end users. Last year, 40% of yearlings sold brought $100,000 or more. The 103rd Saratoga Sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales, Saratoga set new sale records for the 2nd year in a row, including the highest price yearling sold in the world in 2023.
Tice upstairs, $4 million even.
New York bred yearlings, the #1 marketplace for New York breds, held during the Saratoga race meet. Selected sales, superior results. Visit selectedyearlings.fasigtipton.com to nominate now and rise above the crowd at our 2024 Selected Yearling Sales.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Coming up next weekend, Grade 3, Sam F. Davis on the road to that first Saturday in May. You'll see it on FS2. And Locked for the Pletcher Barn will be back in action. The horse that everyone thought was going to run the race, Fierceness did in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Yeah, Todd Pletcher came in today with two very exciting of his big three, but Locke being the third. Things didn't go so well for two of them in defeat. Locke still to come. I still think Locke has a chance to be a major player in this Derby, and a Derby that got a lot more open today.
Did you say two of them defeated?
Well, he lost the allowance race earlier today,
I know. We're going to get to the Fountain of Youth in a moment. I kid.
You kid?
Sorry, Holy Bull.
Holy Bull.
Withers,
It's a horse,
Uncle
right?
Heavy.
It was pretty good.
Park Shipper. Just what this horse was able to do, overcoming a racetrack that was playing to front-end speed, just remarkable.
I agree. This is a win that's significantly better than it looks, and it'll be better than the speed figure it earns, because he broke about a half length slow, and he was, what, a good 4 wide in the first turn? Now, the rider did a very good job of getting a little close to the rail in the second turn, but this horse never saw the rail. He was 4 wide the backstretch. You see where he is right now. And this was a trip that really doomed horses on this racetrack today. I give the rider credit for getting a little closer to the inside in the second turn, but he really overcame adversity to get it done here. And the second place finisher, who probably doesn't want to go this far, but he was greatly aided by the bias. A very good effort by him. Now, whether or not it's going to be good enough to be a player in the biggest race going forward, that's a whole other question. We'll see what kind of speed figure it gets, and we'll see what he does going forward. But one of the fun things with this time of the year is what you learn about horses positively and negatively. And obviously, coming into today, you had a horse in Fierceness who had run so well in the Breeders' Cup that he was a very big mountain to climb. Well, that mountain got a lot less steep after today's races.
Butch Reed, we talk about him a lot on this program. He is one of, it's difficult to come into New York and win big races. He does it regularly.
And they're not horses that are big short-priced horses. He won the Discovery, I think, with a 10-1 shot about a little over a year ago. And this horse today, an overlay nonetheless, but he was still 9-1 and overcame not the kind of trip you wanted on this racetrack today. It's a very nice horse. We'll see how he stacks up as things get closer to the Derby.
And, you know, all these 3-year-olds still pretty much lightly raced, still kind of coming into their own. Uncle Heavy looks like, is there still room for improvement for him?
Of course there is. There's room for improvement for all of these horses. And I think you have to be impressed with the way he got it done. I'm not declaring him a Derby winner by any stretch of the imagination. You want to see figs. But he certainly did the job today. And also, the single most impressive performance today in the 3-year-old ranks was out in California in the Robert Lewis, in a horse that's not eligible for the Kentucky Derby because he's trained by Bob Baffert. So that's a horse that nobody has to worry about facing on the first Saturday in May.
Yeah, that's Nisos.
Yeah.
He looked dominant. Horses had to transfer out of Bob Baffert's barn by the end of January. That's obviously a lot of these owners said we're going to stay with our guy, and as a result, he's got a couple of very big 3-year-olds who we may not see in the Kentucky
And
Derby.
there is going to be a public bit of a backlash because the public, the fans, and I'm not saying, listen, I'm not getting involved in my opinions in that situation, but they want to see the best 3-year-olds if they're sound in the Derby. And based on what we saw in California, this might be the best 3-year-old right now out there. And I think there will be some dissension for people saying the Derby is supposed to have the best horses if they're sound, and he can't run in the Derby.
This weekend, regardless of Gulfstream Park, it was a big weekend on the road to this Triple Crown, but even bigger because of who was coming back. 2-year-old champion Fierceness with that blowout performance that really stole the weekend at the Breeders' Cup, returning in the Holy Bull, and early on, things did not go well for him.
Well, you know, you and I saw it right away because the problem with Fierceness, and I think Fierceness is an enormous talent. But at the break, he broke about a half length slow, and he really, Johnny had to work on him just to get him in that position going 4 wide of the turn. Now, he's supposed to be able to overcome it. But when you think about his Champagne, when he didn't break well and things didn't go well early, and what disastrous it was, he'd already shown that, yeah, he's very good when he gets a very comfortable, soft trip and things go well for him. And I mean very good. But today, that that wasn't enough adversity. It's supposed to stop a horse that looked as good as he did, and he was supposedly working brilliantly coming into this race, and he was extraordinarily disappointing in here to finish third. Can he and will he run better races? He can, but the question is, will he? And you don't like, you compare it to the Withers, and I'm not saying that the Withers winner is a better horse than Fierceness. Fierceness has a deserving champion and a very devastating amount of talent. But the winner of the Withers overcame adversity to win, and this horse had, how much adversity is that really? For a horse like him, it's not supposed to be enough, and it was.
But the way he ran in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile looks like that probably should not have mattered. It was a starting point for his 3-year-old campaign, so maybe give him a little bit of a pass on there as well. But everyone I think right now, gasping because this horse, a lot of people thought had Triple Crown potential.
And rightfully so.
And may still have it.
And he may, they all do in some sense, but it's like we talked about with Alva Star, right? You always want to be 1 and 2 to 5 in these races, but it also is a lot of different pressure. And when you don't get it done at those short prices, there have to be questions, and it's fair to answer questions. You're absolutely right. He may come back in whatever his next race is, but they were saying, I think, running here and then the Florida Derby and then the Kentucky Derby, do you really now want to put all your eggs in one basket to go to the Florida Derby? He'll get in the race, but all of a sudden, he's not invincible at all. And I say this as having been as big a fan of his, as you well know, as anybody out there. I said that he was head and shoulders above what we had seen. Well, he no longer is.
More wide open than we thought
just
a few minutes ago. It is fun, no question. Take a look at this road to the Derby. What happened today? Uncle Heavy shipping in from Parks for Butch Reed. Surprising and coming up with a huge performance. Playing against the bias to get that one. Mystic Dan looked incredible in the Southwest. Holy Bull, it's Hades, we should say, for Joe Orsino, by the way. Paco Lopez, who beats Fierceness in that Holy Bull, and that's a horse who was going 2 turns for the first time.
And he made life a living hell for
He
Fierceness.
really did.
And Nisos, if you haven't seen it, I recommend watching that. It was very impressive. And let me say something else. The second place finisher in the Holy Bull, he didn't run that well in our Remsen, so does it move up the horses from the Remsen? Dornock, who was so impressive in there, and a lot of people like Sierra Leone, a horse for Chad Brown, who ran second in there, making a late wide run. So suddenly that Remsen looks a lot better with that horse running second. And yeah, things are a lot more wide open after today than they were before.
That second place finisher, Domestic Product for Chad Brown, looked for a moment like he was going to win that race.
Like gin.
Big effort.
Done.
His 3-year-old debut as well. Fun Saturday on the road to that first Saturday in May with some big, big surprises, no question. Third and final leg of the Triple Crown this year, Belmont Stakes. It's going to be upstate at Saratoga. June 8th, purse increased to $2 million as well, but it will be at a different distance this year.
It will be, and very possibly a horse that, based on today, could be the favorite for the Kentucky Derby, but can't run in Isos. Well, he can run in that Belmont Stakes in Saratoga, and it makes races like the Preakness and the Belmont potentially a lot more exciting than maybe they have been in some other years. And being in Saratoga won't suck either.
It usually never does. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up on our Saturday coverage finale from Hot Springs, Arkansas. We'll get back to Lafitte and Paulie Mig right after this. Stay with us.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. You're looking at Lake Hamilton, just 2 miles south of Oaklawn Park. It's one of 2 man-made lakes in the area, 18 miles long. One of the most popular fishing and boating lakes in Arkansas, and that beautiful shoreline. Condos, hotels, restaurants, gorgeous shoreline. Lake Hamilton, not far from Oaklawn Park.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's about two miles away from, if that, great fishing. And when it gets around April and May, it's a fun little place to bring out your boat and have some fun.
A little cold for that kind of thing right now. The fishing, sure. Everything else, we'll wait a couple of months.
Yeah.
Riders up, post-parade for this 12th and final. Allowance race, mile and a 16th, $140,000 purse. To wind things down on Southwest Stakes Saturday, I feel like we, at this time of year, early February, 3 months out from the Derby, there's so much to unpack. And with Fierceness being defeated, very quickly you learn how little you actually know about this developing 3-year-old scene.
The most concerning thing about watching Fierceness today was the swishing tails. His tail was swishing towards the end of the race. Now, he might have been tired or not, but I know Mr. Rapoli probably would have taken that tweet back that said, hey, Mr. Baffert, you should be running your horses in the Kentucky Derby because I got Fierceness. Maybe that tweet's not going to age well.
Very, very confident going in. Fierceness, 4 races, 2 very good efforts and 2 disappointing efforts. What will he do in his next start? What will the plan be moving forward for the reigning 2-year-old champ? Is McPeak going to win another one here at Oaklawn after the big?
Here's the crazy part. I had heard the 11 was his best chance of the day. Meanwhile, he wins the Martha Washington and he wins the Southwest. One pays $30, the other one pays $25. Now you're going to go with the horse that's the favorite now?
And they were both upsets. Neither of them looked like an upset.
No.
Both of them
won
with
off the
conviction,
street.
with authority. Impressive. The Martha Washington and a Southwest sweep. Big field here. McPeak, can he take down a third? Brian Hernandez back in the cockpit 10 days later. Who is the 5-2 favorite? Who'd you wind up going at? Would you go with the McPeak horse?
I went with the McPeak horse, the 11 in here.
There's next result. 5-1, Harry Hernandez.
This horse has been hot. I mean, last 2 races went by 14 lengths, but has been 40 and 30 cents in the dollar.
Tarico and Ricardo Santana.
Blinkers come off. The 3 Poulter for Greg Compton. This horse likes to win races. 8 for 21 lifetime.
Francisco Arrieta with 2 wins on the afternoon. Machine Gun Man, 21-1 with Manny Esquivel.
Yeah, this is one by More Spirit. More Spirit actually stands now here in Arkansas.
Cat Daddy, 65th lifetime start.
9-year-old. 0 for 19 the last 2 years, but Cat Daddy, we're rooting for you.
3 wins on wet racetracks, 25-1 outsider, and then Elusive Target pictured here. The Gunrunner gelding. Gunrunner's on a wet track.
Yeah, Gunrunner's on a wet track. He runs his races upside down. He's going to come from way out of it.
Cosmo out, big scratch. Alexander Helios in Florent Giroux.
Yeah, this one for Safi Joseph. We haven't seen Safi have any entrance here so far at Oaklawn. This will be his first one with Flo the jockey aboard.
Pledge of Allegiance, contender here, Rafael Bejarano.
To the flag of the United States of America, 9-2.
17-1 shot here. Woodcock Flight for Mike Puish, the Irish gelding.
Yeah, a horse that's never been over any kind of dirt surfaces, been over synthetics.
What a day. Hernandez, McPeak trying for the nightcap 10 days later.
Well, this would be icing on the cake with 10 days later. I know they've always liked this horse. Kind of horse that's been a second run, third run horse. And then the 12 Chrome Baby on the outside for Donnie Von Hemmel. This horse has thrown up some good numbers at Remington Park. Can they transfer here? And you get Louis Q. We've mentioned this before. He's won his 4,000th race and got plenty of experience here at Oaklawn Park.
Marooned outside Chrome Baby. The field for the 12th and final post time, 5 minutes for the nightcap at Oaklawn. JK, what'd you come up with?
I'm going to land on the inside to the rail with the 1 Next Revolt. The 11 makes sense to me, but the 1 Next Revolt is interesting. A horse coming in off of back-to-back wins. And look, on a sloppy racetrack, a racetrack that has a little bit of moisture in it, Richie, I'm sure, can elaborate on it when we talk to him. I like being on the front end. I think that the kickback is a little bit more dramatic on a sloppy racetrack, and that's the mud, the dirt that kicks back off of the horses into the horses that are behind them. And I think that some of them don't appreciate that, and being on the front end is always kind of a nice place to be. Next Revolt's got a ton of speed, drawn inside, has been a new horse since moving to Diodoro's barn, and has run 3 numbers in a row that make a ton of sense against this group. So at the price for, what do we got here now, 9-2, I've got no problem with the one Next Revolt. So, Richie, I'm going to stay toward the inside and hope that Harry Hernandez has some of those tricks that you used to have up your sleeve, making the lead on a sloppy racetrack.
Love the lead in the slop. Want to throw dirt at everybody. Want to kind of meander a little bit, not give them a clear path. Take your silks out, let them flap, undo your arm number. I like Next Revolt quite a bit too. I like speed from the inside and a horse that is carrying a hot hand into this race. And you know, Harry Hernandez is a good rider. Rode over 200 winners last year. My Paul LaDuca pointed him out to me. Paul said, hey, this guy can ride. Watching him, I completely agree. I think Next Revolt is very live here. A horse caught my eye in the post raid is the 3 Poulterer. This is a horse that's 3 for 6 here at Oaklawn, 2 for 4 on off tracks. Just liked him in the warm-up. Loved the animation of his stride, loved his energy level, thought he was a little bit interesting. And the 11, 10 days later, I had to get that right. What absolute incredible ride that Brian Hernandez delivered on Mystic Dan in the Southwest, finding the rail from post 10, patient, slip through inside. He is such a world-class rider and probably never gets the credit he deserves, but there was a horse that possessed speed, and they're trying to teach him to rate, and boy, did he really respond. So a terrific ride, and they're looking for their 3rd together today, Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez.
He's won a Breeders' Cup Classic, did so on Fort Larned about a decade ago at Santa Anita. It was on his birthday. Yep. So he's competed and won on the biggest stages in racing, but Richie's right. He does as good as he is. That is the narrative, that he remains one of the most underrated riders in the country.
He's just a soft-spoken person. He gives you a solid ride. He's one of those type of riders that when you look in the form, your horse, where you think your horse is going to be, the horse is usually there. As you're taking a look at the 9 Pledge of Allegiance, who's making a good appearance on the racetrack here. Claim for 62.5 for Ron Moquette, whose barn got off to a really slow start at the beginning of the meet, but has been on fire the last couple weeks.
9-2 currently. We touched on Fierceness a moment ago, and the question I wanted to ask you was how different do you feel about Fierceness, the reigning 2-year-old champ coming in, the early favorite for the Derby? Based on today's effort, how different do you feel about him right now than you did, say, this morning?
Well, I don't know. You know, at the end of the day, nobody was a mortal lock for the Kentucky Derby till they ran their 3-year-old debut. Now, he was dynamite in the Breeders' Cup. But maybe we learned something today that when he has a little bit of adversity, he's crumbled a little bit. I thought the break was a little bit worse than it was. I thought that Johnny V rushed up a little bit and was like, okay, I'm 1-5. I got to get into this race. Maybe if the horse would have sat, would have run a little bit better. But it is a cause. This horse is broken now. Fierceness in 4 starts is broken bad twice. And when you're in a gate with 20 other horses, that's something you cannot have a problem with.
Yeah, not the way they drew it up. Very wide on the first turn for Fierceness. Hades in the big performance for him, winning the Holy Bull. Points towards the Kentucky Derby. Uncle Heavy in the Withers, and Mystic Dan today. So excited to see what he does in his next start, because I think there is going to be the contrarian that suggests that, yeah, look what he did on a wet racetrack. Let's see what he does on a fast track. And just a completely different dimension for a horse who had done his best work close to the pace in the mix, relaxing beautifully off the pace, saving ground the entire way like a pro.
You know, I ended up watching that replay a couple of times. Mig's right. I mean, the horse broke so sharp, but Brian got the horse right to the rail. And let's not forget, I hate when people go, oh, the horse won in the slop. It rains in Kentucky in the first Saturday of May. There's been sloppy Kentucky Derbies. So if I'm looking at Mystic Dan, he gets moved up on the wet track the way he was floating over it today.
Stellar in the Southwest. Big Saturday on the road to the Kentucky Derby. 3 months out to the first Saturday in May. 4 preps in the books. So much to unpack. And 1 race left here at Oaklawn, the 12th and final. Can they do it again? Brian Hernandez, Kenny McPeak with 10 days later. Number 11, 2-1 at post time. 1 final time. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Woodcock Flight. Poulterer. 10 days later goes in. Machine Gun Man coming up. Cat Daddy, post 5, will be second to last, and Chrome Baby to the outside. Here's Chrome Baby. We're ready to go. And they're off in the nightcap. Cat Daddy was off slowly. Good start from Machine Gun Man, who fires to the front. Alexander Helios takes second, Poulter down on the inside. Then comes Woodcock Flight, caught deep. The European shipper into the clubhouse turn. Next, Revolt, usually towards the front of the field. Today, he's stalking the pace, 3 lengths behind with Elusive Target. And Tarico, who's 3 deep. 1.5 lengths to Pledge of Allegiance, well off the rail today. 10 days later, alongside of him, the slow-starting Cat Daddy has 1 runner beat. He's alongside Chrome Baby, who's the trailer. 8 lengths from 1st to 11th as they swing up the backstretch. Machine Gun Man slows the tempo down here on the front end. Leads 3/4 of a length. Alexander Helios running into second. Woodcock Flight third to the outside. Poulterer is next. A gap of 2 lengths to Tarico. He's in about the 5 path down the backside. He's running 5 lengths behind. He's racing alongside of Pledge of Allegiance. Next, Revolt is next. Elusive Target losing a few spots approaching the turn. 10 days later, he's next. Third last. There's plenty of ground to make up. Chrome Baby second to last as Cat Daddy is completely dropped out of it. Around the far turn, Machine Gun Man a neck in front. Alexander Helios right there. Woodcock Flight sent along 3 wide, losing contact with the top pair. Poulter's in with a shot. He's searching for racing room. He's got run as they come off the turn. Alexander Helios, Machine Gun Man right together. Machine Gun Man on the inside digs in. Alexander Helios, Poulter trying to split that pair up into second. Alexander Helios beaten in third. There's a 16th to go. Machine Gun Man still going strong. And Machine Gun Man and Manny Esquivel win the nightcap, gate to wire, 2 ahead. Poulterer was second. Alexander Helios was third across the line. 10 days later, fourth.
12-1 outsider in the 12th to close the show. Machine Gun Man in the Southwest Nightcap.
Yeah, congratulations to Patrick Lee Racing, a son of more spirit out of Congrats, Mayor. Sing a gun. Another long shot here to close out the card. 4-3-8. This is a nice little trifecta here.
Results you can find on Naira Bets, winding things down quickly with everything we saw here at Oaklawn this afternoon, from the sprinters to the 3-year-olds. What impressed you most?
I thought Mystic Dam was very impressive, and I'm looking for Skelly the rest of the year in the sprint division.
Skelly sensational earlier in the King Cotton. We'll see about Mystic Dan moving forward, perhaps the Rebel. Eventually the road here leading to the Arkansas Derby. In New York, Uncle Heavy wide early against the grain, no matter. Impressive in the Withers. All smiles in the winner's circle. 20 points towards the Derby. And same can be said for Team Mystic Dan. Look at that. Like, mind that bird out there, skipping over the wet stuff, sticking to the rail. And a big afternoon for Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez victorious in the Southwest. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.